Okay, so good morning, folks. It is day number 2, of course, coming to you live from Burleigh Heads for day number 2 of this QS 1500 event, the Gold Coast Open, proudly presented by the Flight Centre. And, well, you can see another beautiful day weather-wise. Unfortunately, just a couple of little pint-sized peaks rolling through. So my name's Tez McKenna, and joining me, of course, is Dan Maudsley. Morning, Mauds.
Morning, Tezza. Another great day on tap here for day number 2 of the QS 1500 here. Of course, the Gold Coast Open, presented by Flight Centre, and like you said, a little bit wobbly out there at the moment. Looks like a bit of the northerly wind starting to kick in, so going to try and burn through as many heats as we can today, looking to hopefully get through the remainder of this round for the women's, and also the entirety of round 2 in the men's would be ideal.
Okay, so picking up where we left off yesterday, you can see Dimity Stoyle just trying to get in position there. She's wearing the red singlet, so this is heat number 13, round number 1, of course, of the Gold Coast Open, QS 1500. Dimity Stoyle in the red singlet, Piper Harrison is in the blue, and Ellen Tuaru from New Zealand is currently wearing the white singlet, so just a 3-person heat. Coming up next, we'll see Hinako Kurokawa from Japan. She'll take on Freya Prum, Amber Dodds, and Nixie Ryan. So we've got 4 hits of the ladies to finish off that round of first round of 64, which was a great roll-up here at Burley Heads, by the way, too, Dan.
Yeah, no, we had some pretty impressive performances yesterday in the first 12 heats of round one. So we saw the likes of Isabella Nichols, Kobe Enright, Kirabelle Olsen was on fire. We saw some really strong performance from Philippa Anderson, just to name a few. So very excited for what the rest of the week has in store, as it looks like a surfer in red here, Tezza.
All right, so nice little opening wave here, and of course that is Dimity Stoyle, who's a very experienced campaigner, possibly one of the most experienced campaigners in the whole draw. And Dimity just showing off her experience there, and a lovely little combination to open up her account.
Yeah, no, really nice wave there from Dimity, of course, hailing from the Sunshine Coast. So making the trip a couple hours south here to join us for the Gold Coast Open, and yeah, like you said, Tezza, certainly one of the more experienced competitors in the heat draw. Spent some time on the World Championship Tour, and I'm sure she's looking to try and get back there.
Absolutely, that's where she would love to be. So day number 2 coming to you live from the Gold Coast, and absolutely beautiful weather up here at the moment, 26 degrees, the Bureau forecasting again on the coastline here, a little higher, of course, up in the valley. Winds at the moment just light offshore, and we've got around 1 to 2 feet of easterly swell. We do expect that southeast swell to pick up again overnight and into Sunday. Sunday at this point is looking like the best day of the waiting period.
Yeah, which is great. That's always what you want to see when you're running a contest. You know, you always want the finals to get the best waves of the waiting period, and it looks like that's what we're going to have in store for this event. So that's great to see, and super excited for our finals day Sunday.
Okay, so we'll be dialing up the old Facebook Live today, so we'll be able to interact with our online audience, with that Facebook feed. So right for now, though, looks like the girls just kind of jostling around in position, trying to get some waves. Dimity Stoyle, as we said, in the red singlets, got her first wave score will be coming through. Being the first heat of the day, Dan, the judges do like to let a couple of waves roll through so they can get some comparisons going.
Yeah, you're definitely right there, Tezza. It's really hard to set the scale if you haven't seen much surfing, so you'll always notice that the judges will want to see a few waves surfed by the competitors before they start dropping the numbers, but it looks like they're happy at the moment. Big number in there for Dimity Stoyle, Tez.
Yeah, 7.25, first of red. Great way for Dimity to kick off her campaign. Piper Harrison, of course, a former Australian junior champion, off to a pretty good start with a 5.0 and a 2.0, and you can see, of course, that is why there's Ellen just from New Zealand. Ellen just making her way back out after her opening wave. So coming up next, heat number 14, we'll feature Hinako Kurokawa from Japan. We'll also see Freya Prum, who's always great to watch, Amber Dodds and Nixie Ryan. So that's heat number 14. Coming up next, looks like a lot of stuff happening. Everyone's assembling for a big weekend here at Burley Heads. I noticed the skate ramp, the half pipes here, mate.
How intense does that thing look, Tez? Are you going to drop into it or
No,
what?
not even, mate. I won't even be doing an ollie on the grass.
Yeah, no, I'm in the same boat, I think, mate.
Yeah, exactly. No, I'm just a bit too brittle these days. But back in the day, I would have had a bit of a crack at it. I used to drop into a couple of ramps. I was friends with Johnny Bogarts, a couple of pro skaters in Newcastle back in the day. There's Sin City, a great little shot of the Q1, I think, is that big tower.
Yeah, that's the big one with the, I'm not sure the antenna is it or
Yeah,
something?
the big point on the top of it. You don't want to be a parachuter and get that one wrong. Could be very ugly. But, yeah, incredible little city, that one there. Of course, Surfers Paradise. And that's where all the, predominantly, all the nighttime fun happens up that end of the coastline. Of course, there's some fun little beach breaks as you go along there, but in general, it's kind of where you head for a little bit of nighttime activity. So Dimity Stoyle straight into the lead with a 7.25 and a 0.75. Piper Harrison sitting in second, chasing that 7.0. And Ellen is right now sitting in third position, chasing a 4.51. So Ellen Tuahu, I think it is, from New Zealand with a 2.5 on her opening wave. 13 minutes to go.
Yeah, no, pretty stacked heat this one. Only 3 competitors in the water, but all 3 of them very talented surfers. Piper Harrison, of course, a local girl from here on the Gold Coast, and we did see her brother Marlon in action yesterday. And you know, Piper's been one of these competitors that has just continued to put up results since she was very young, and a lot of titles already to her name, and a very crowded pool room, I'm sure, at home between her and Marlon.
Absolutely, they'd have to have a specially reinforced mantelpiece at the old Harrison household. Yeah, great stuff there. So once again, just small and glassy, but not real classy. Pretty much sums it up. A couple of 1 to 2 footers coming through. The forecast, as we said, not looking too bad. I might just have a little squiz into the old Coastal Watch app here because that's always the go-to app for us. And also Coastal Watch, of course, one of our supporting partners. We thank those guys for their continued support. So let's have a little look here. We'll just go to nearby. I like that feature on the Coastal Watch app. Burley Heads has got 2 cams, one down low and one up high. Winds are light out of the north, so as you said, Dan, the Devil wind could be coming in a little early today. High tide's happening at 12 noon. It's only a 1.1 metre high tide, so that's a good thing. It could be a 2.1. That would kill us. Low tide coming up around 5:40 this afternoon, so small easterly swell. Got a little background south-south-east swell in there. It's a very slow 2 feet along the coastline this morning. A little bigger, of course, down on the Tweed coast, where the swell is. The coastline's a little more exposed down there. Winds at the moment are out of the northwest. Predicting a late west to west-southwest change. So that's the beginning of kind of a fresh change that will blow in for the weekend, and that'll also bring with it some much-needed swell.
Yeah, no, that change is definitely much needed there, Tezza. We've had just enough to kind of scrape through the event so far with the swell. Yesterday afternoon, towards the end of the round 1 women's heats that we were running, it did get pretty hairy there, but luckily there was just enough to get through it. So we're going to keep a very close eye on it today, and obviously our head judge and contest directors are doing a great job and really keeping their ear to the ground as far as the forecast is concerned and making sure that we're not going to push it too far as we see now. Our surfer in red up and riding, Dimity Stoyle, skipping down the line on this one, jams through that opening turn, but won't find that second section, Tez.
Okay, so Dimity will replace her low score prior to that was 0.75. So once again, we'll be going live on Facebook here today, folks. So we'll once we do that, we'll redirect everyone off the YouTube channel and basically back onto Facebook so we can interact with you. But it's a great way, and I'll also ask you to share that little feed with all your friends as well and try and get it out there. But for now, Dimity Stoyle with a 3.0 has upgraded her second best score. Piper Harrison still chasing a 7.0 to take the lead. And Ellen right now from New Zealand chasing a 4.51. So there's Piper Harrison on screen in the blue singlet, I believe. So, and again, a nice little overview shot of Surfers Paradise. Some huge buildings in there, and as we said, it's it's a great place to stay and play.
Yeah, no, there's certainly a lot going on in that area of town. So, as you can see, the nice scenic shots there of Gotham City in the distance. So, with 9.5 minutes to go in this one, Dimity Stoyle's last score locks in at a 3.0. So it is our surfer in the red, Dimity, out in the lead with a 7.25 and a 3. Piper Harrison's 2 numbers at this point in time, a 5 and a 2. So Piper's looking for a 5.26 to try and challenge Dimity for the lead. And in third position at the moment, Alin Tafahu in the white. And Alin is looking for a 4.51 to turn this heat. So good way to start the morning here, Dimity Stoyle, one of the top seeds here in this event, and former event champion too, worth noting that she has finished atop the podium once before in this event. So really excited to see Dimity in action again here in the 2019 version. One thing that always stands out to me with Dimity surfing is her frontside calves. So she's got a really beautiful kind of roundhouse cutback in her game. So obviously that's going to likely fit into these Burley walls pretty well. So next heat in the water, we're going to be looking for round 1, heat number 14 of the women's division. So Hinako Kurakawa will be in the red, representing Japan. Freya Prum in the blue, representing Australia. Amber Dodds in the white, and Nixie Ryan in the green. So 3 Australians and the 1 Japanese competitor there in round 1, heat 14. 8 minutes remaining in this one. Of course, they'll be allowed to paddle out on the 5-minute remaining mark in the heat prior to theirs. But at the moment, it is the former event champion, Dimity Stoyle, holding down the top spot here in this one, with Piper Harrison sitting in at second. So, of course, if you are in the Gold Coast or surrounding areas, we really do recommend that you come down and check out the action here at the 2019 Gold Coast Open presented by Flight Centre. We have got an absolutely stacked weekend ahead of us, not only just in the surf, but also some pretty cool stuff going on land. We've got some bands playing and everything come Sunday. We've got the skate ramp set up, the Flight Centre mechanical surfboard. So it really is all happening as we see there. Piper Harrison up and riding on a ride there, just a little heavy on the back foot, and it won't ride out of that last turn. So just over 7 minutes remaining now in the heat in the water. And yeah, like Terry and I mentioned earlier, there is a big half pipe that got dropped off overnight, and pretty excited to see some of the professional skateboarders that are coming down that are going to tackle that one. Certainly think it's a little out of our league, so Tezza and I will sit off to the side and maybe take some photos and just ooh and ah at what some of those pros are going to be able to do on that pretty daunting looking half pipe there, Tezza.
Oh yeah, it's very freaky to just get it. I actually walked up the top of it and just looked over the edge this morning and thought, oh, good luck with that one. Meantime, Piper Harrison just getting kind of bounced off at the end of that ride. So Piper looking to upgrade to 2.7, so she may well have done that on that one. So again, if you're just tuning into the webcast, a very good morning to you folks. Tessa McKenna and Dan Maudsley here for day number 2 of the Gold Coast Open, proudly presented, of course, by the Flight Centre. There's a lovely shot again of Surfers Paradise, of course, just 10 k's or so to the north. And once you go past Surfers Paradise, of course, on the other side of the pass there, you'll get over to South Stradbroke Island, where you can find some pretty good waves up that way.
Yeah, no, South Stradbroke is probably one of my favourite waves on the Gold Coast, Tezza. It is a little scary doing that paddle though across the river mouth there.
Back in the day, they used to have a guy with a tinny that you'd pay $5 and
I
drive you out there,
yeah.
but they cancelled that?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course they were. I think it was an OH&S issue just quietly when the swells were coming. I remember once, you'd put your hand up in the line-up and he'd come and check your name and that, and he'd give you a little, right on your hand with a texter. Yeah, and then you'd show you that you'd paid, and then you jump in the tinny and off you go back to the car park. It was a great little service, but of course, it was, highly illegal. So we're down to just over 5 minutes remaining. Dimity Stoyle showing some great form in this one with a 7.25 and a 3.0. Piper Harrison sitting in second spot with a 5.0 and a 2.7. And then you've got, of course, there's our little Kiwi friend, Ellen Tawaru, I think it is, from New Zealand, and Ellen looking for a 5.20. It doesn't sound like much, but it's a pretty tough ask on a day like today here at Burleigh.
Yeah, it can be really tricky. We spoke a lot yesterday about the just because there's I guess a lot of inconsistency when it comes to this swell at the moment. So when those opportunities do come through, you've really got to nail them. And Alinta Fahu sitting out there at the moment, just begging the ocean to throw something at her, like you said, Tez, looking for a 5.20. Not too crazy a score, certainly achievable if she does find something, but when the swell is like this, it's really hard to manufacture a score. You do need a wave, one of the set waves, I guess, one of the bigger waves to come through and give you enough wall to kind of put some manoeuvres together on as she has a paddle there. That will likely have some adverse priority consequences.
Yeah, that's right. Once you paddle and pull back and miss it, unfortunately. So some of the young girls still learning the priority rules. Of course, there were some changes with the WSL priority rules at the start of this year, and they did make a lot of noise about them. You can find out more about that stuff, of course, at the worldsurfleague.com, and just click on the rules and regulations. You'll be able to actually download the rulebook off their website, which is pretty cool as well. So Dimity Stoyle in the lead, looking to upgrade 3.0. Piper Harrison sitting in second, chasing a 5.26 to take the lead. And, of course, that is Ellen Tawaru right there from New Zealand, just kind of shaking her head, saying, well, what's happening here? And well, how come there's no waves? And I'm, in a World Tour event, unfortunately. Here comes a little bit of energy here. So let's see what Ellen can do with this one as she gets herself into position. So it's only small and clean, but it's definitely contestable, and she's up and riding.
Yeah, so here we go. Alinta Fahu up and riding, chasing that 5.20. 2 turns on the back end. Not sure if that one's going to be enough, Tez. We'll wait and see. So just on 3 minutes remaining. Of course, judges in a bit of a different position to what we're looking at here, Tez. They're sitting right in front of the action, right on the bottom of the point there, on the pretty much on the rocks. So the head judge, Ty Conigan, requested that move after day 1 of the Pro Junior. Didn't like being kind of up top looking at the waves sideways. Wanted to really be in front of it so they could just get a better idea of how critical the manoeuvres were.
Yeah, absolutely. And on a smaller day like it has been, well, for the last 3 or 4 days here at Burleigh Heads, it's been kind of similar conditions. It's super important to have a really good view of what's happening. In fact, here we go. Great view of Dimity Stoyle as she sets it up. Lovely little first turn. Again, just the synergy between the manoeuvres is a real hallmark. She just keeps the pedal to the metal as she takes that one through and eventually kicks out. So that might even get rid of the 3.0, Dimity's low score. We're just over 2 minutes remaining. We'll wait for those numbers to roll on through from the judges. So Piper Harrison sitting in second. It looks like Last of White came in at a 3.75. So, White only chasing a 3.96. Here we go. Here's the replay of Dimity Stoyle up and carving on that one.
Yeah, so Dimity, once again, just connecting the dots nicely on this one. Beautiful opening carve to kick things off. Gets a nice snapping manoeuvre on the inside there, and she will kick out right on the inside section. So, just to give you an idea of where the judges are sitting, that camera view that we just saw then, they've got that set up right next to the judges' 10 Tez. So, that's exactly where the judges are viewing the waves from. So you can see they've got a really nice view directly in front of the action, and just gives you a little bit better an idea of exactly what's going on the wave, I guess.
Okay, 1 minute 25 seconds remaining. It's heat number 1 and it's day number 2 here at the Gold Coast Open, folks. So stoked to have you on board, and as we mentioned, we will be dialing up the Facebook Live today. So once we get that happening, we'll let you know, and then we can try and interact with our online audience right around the world. Got a whole bunch of people tuning in from the 4 corners of the globe. We are down to just on 1 minute remaining in this opening heat of the day.
Yep, so Dimity Stoyle, Piper Harrison at the moment looking at the goods to move through to the next round. Alinda Fahu, though, did narrow that requirement now in third, only looking for a 3.96. So definitely within the range of possibility there that Lynn can net that score in the next 45 seconds. But without priority, I'd assume she would be lower than Piper in the priority order at the moment, so Piper and her might be getting real cozy here in the last 35 seconds as we see Dimity, current heat leader, just sitting out there in enjoying the view. Last score came in at a 5.25 there, so on the money there, Tez. Did improve a 3-point ride.
Yep, so that's, another great performance from Dimity Stoyle. Coming up next, of course, we'll got 4 heats of the girls that we need to finish off from yesterday, so coming up next, heat number 14. Will feature Hinako Kurokawa from Japan taking on 3 great young Aussie surfers. We've got Freya Prum, Amber Dodds and Nixie Ryan coming up in the next one. And you see the girls for heat number 2 moving their way into the lineup. So that's a wrap on that one. So Dimity Stoyle and Piper Harrison surviving that first heat of the day. It was heat number 13, round number 1 of the women's division. So heat number 2 is just about to get underway, so stand by for that. Okay, so heat number 2 is currently underway. So Hinaka Kurokawa is the surfer in the red singlet. Freya Prum is wearing the white. Amber Dodds, Freya is in the blue. Amber Dodds is in the white. Nixie Ryan is wearing the green, so heat number 2 is underway here at Burleigh Heads. I don't think we're quite set up for an ad break at this point in time, Morty. We're sort of hanging for it so we can have a slurp on the coffee and, have a munch on the croissant. But anyway, we'll wait until the end of this one, mate, until we get that stuff happening. So 19 and a half minutes remaining. Heat number 2, it's actually heat 14 of the first round of the women's here at this QS 1500 on the infamous Burleigh points, where it all started. Of course, it was the birthplace of the modern pro surf tour back when the Stubby Surf Classic kicked off in 1977. And that was won by legendary Gold Coast surfer Michael Peterson, who is a real enigma around this part of the world, isn't he?
Yeah, no, he sure is. A real legend of the sport, and it's so cool to have this event, with such a rich history. We look at the honour roll, we've got Mark Richardson, Michael Peterson, Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew took it out in 1978, and then in the more recent years we've seen a lot of former World Tour surfers or future World Tour surfers take it out, likes of Ethan Ewing, Mitch Cruz. We saw Nick Squires take it out last year, Oni Onwar, of course. So, it's awesome to be at this event with, you look at the honour roll, and it really does mean something to take out the Gold Coast Open.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it's such a legendary venue. I'm just stoked that we're surfing here. I mean, it's always a worry when you say you're going to put the Burleigh contest on. You think, hope there's enough swell for it. Well, I mean, we're just getting away with it. But the beauty of it is a point wave. So once you get up and into it, I mean, it's got a nice little run on it. It's got a good clean face. That one there, unfortunately, didn't work out too good for Hinaka Kurakawa. But it's contestable. I mean, it's a classic cliche for surf commentary, but it totally is contestable, and it's pretty fun when the sets come through. I'll tell you one thing I have noticed, Dan, is that there's definitely not 8 set waves in a 20-minute period. There's probably more like 5.
Yep.
So the problem is that at those numbers, that means that 2 surfers are going to get 2 good set waves, 1 surfer's going to get 1, and probably someone's going to be left with nothing.
Yeah, no, that's a pretty fair observation, I think, there, Taz. When I was got down here a little earlier this morning, and was lucky enough to just kind of sit on the rocks and have a chat with some of the judges and watch the surfing, and there was some real consistency issues. So I think it's going to be really important that when you do get those opportunities today, you've really got to nail them. You don't want to be falling off on your opening turn and losing what can potentially be one of the only set waves you're going to see in the 20-minute period. So, I guess execution going to be the buzzword here today for a lot of our surfers.
Yeah, absolutely. So no room for error, pretty much is what we're saying. So 17 minutes on the clock. Nixie Ryan opened up with a 3.5 and a 2.5. Goes straight in the lead. Hinako Kurakawa with a 0.75. No scores there for Freya Prum. You can see Freya in the blue. And Amber Dodds, of course, is out there as well. What about the next one, mate? Who we got coming up in heat number 3 of day number 2?
So it will be round 1, heat 15 of the women there, Taz, and it'll be Zali Kelly in the red, Lara Demillion in the blue, Safi Vet in the white, and Araya Campbell will be in the green. So another fun heat coming up there, of course. Zali Kelly, one of the very bright stars of the future. She's only about, I want to say, maybe 14 or 15 years old, and she has already won pretty much every event that you can rifle off that's under 16, essentially.
Yeah, she's an incredible talent. And, the depth in the Australian women's talent pool is pretty impressive.
Yep.
I must say that we've been speaking about it, virtually every day, but. Women's surfing just continues to really amaze me. The girls are so dedicated. They're all eating right. They're all training right. They've all got their equipment dialed up. They're very competitive with the singlet on by nature. I think just in general that women's surfing is obviously in the best shape it's ever been, and so many girls out there getting into this wonderful sport. So and they're all it's such a great way to stay fit and healthy. And, they're all a great advertisement for what surfing can do for you. Yeah, and
pretty cool fact about Zali Kelly, too. She's actually the youngest Australasian Pro Junior champion.
Wow.
She took out the series when she was 14 years old.
Wow, that's insane.
I believe the previous record holder to that was Tyler Wright at 16.
Uh-huh.
So Zali Kelly, the youngest Australasian, and that's not just winning an event, that's winning the entire series.
Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? It's all part of a concept that they refer to as the quickening, which means that the next generation of kids do stuff at a younger and earlier age than the previous ones. Mm-hmm. And I wonder where the natural pinnacle for that concept will end up. Is it going to be like a baby doing a little ollie in the birthing suite? Or I don't know where it's going to finish.
Yeah, I'm already seeing the... particularly with the progressive surfing is crazy when you see some of these younger kids. I've seen Harley Walters do a 4-foot-high air reverse.
Yeah.
And I think he's about 13 years old at the time.
Yeah, that's Sophie McCulloch was out here the other day doing air reverses.
Yeah, she's got a really kind of aggressive and progressive approach to her surfing, which is something that's pretty kind of rare when it comes to women's surfing. So I'm a big fan of Sophie's surfing.
So
I really like the power and the progressive elements that she brings to it.
Well, you go down through, all those girls that are in the same class as Sophie, and there's a lot of girls in that talent pool coming out of Australia in that same kind of group coming through at the same time. It's like a little alpha pack of young girls that are really pushing each other to new heights. It's fantastic.
It's always been fun watching that particular age group, hasn't it?
Yeah.
You've got the likes of Isabella Nichols, Sophie McCulloch,
yep.
Jaleesa Vincent when she was competing was putting up some big scores.
Uh-huh.
You've got the likes of Piper Harrison.
Yeah, Nixie.
Macy Callahan was in that mix for a little bit too.
Yeah.
So it's pretty impressive young crop of surfers coming up.
Yeah, insane. And what do we got? We got just on 13 and a half minutes remaining. So Nixie Ryan is up and in the lead at the moment, but this is Hinaka Kurakawa. And again, the Japanese competitors are very proficient in these sort of conditions for a couple of reasons. Have you ever been to Japan, Dan?
No, I have not actually.
Okay, so you go to a place like Chiba. Yeah.
Pumping.
Well, they get a lot of small surf over there, and then the typhoons come past, and then it's huge. But it's not a lot of in between kind of stuff. Like we get a lot of that in between stuff here in Australia. They get either end of the spectrum over there, and so I tend to find that they're just really proficient, and then they're just also built for small wave surfing as well. Predominantly pretty lightweight and super dedicated as well. The Japanese riders, both men and women. It's not long now until we get some on the CT. I can imagine as we see. This is Freya Prum up and riding. Freya's got a very innovative kind of a surfing style. I love watching Freya Prum surf. A lot of originality and inventiveness in that young lady's approach.
Yeah, I haven't been lucky enough to see Freya surf too much. I think I've commentated a couple of her heats maybe at this event last year. But excited to see her back in action, and also nice to see Amber Dodds out there. Of course, Amber from the Sunshine Coast, so making the trip a couple of hours south to be with us here at the 2019 Gold Coast Open. So pretty stacked heat this one, but like you were saying, Ted's plagued by consistency issues again, but looks like Freya Prum's last score is looking pretty nice.
Oh yeah, that's going to come in at a... Well, is that her first wave, the 4.0?
I believe so.
Okay, so 4.0 puts Freya straight into third spot. She's now chasing a 1.26 to go to second. Amber Dodds, no scores locked in so far for Amber. She needs a 5.25 to go to second. Hinako Kurokawa sitting in second with a 4.5 and a 0.75. And then you got Nixie in the lead with a 3.5 and a 2.5. So that's the situation at the moment. It's a generalisation, Dan, but I always, look at the state that the competitors come from when I used to, compete back in the day. And if I was surfing against someone from the sunny coast on a day like today, I'd always kind of try and sit on it because, people from up there, you get a lot of small, clean stuff in that, so they tend to just be, really good small wave surfers. And when you have to be good in small waves, that's going to transfer into surfing good in any kind of conditions because, it really helps to develop the correct technique, when you have to. So it's nowhere to hide when it's like 1 to 2 foot.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Tez. Technique's definitely the word I was just about to use. As we see Amber up and riding now, and as you can see, she's got a nice little pace to this wave, not over surfing it, 3-turn combo, rides clear of the whitewater there, and technique is so much more important when you've got these smaller waves. I guess it's interesting because it's almost like your mistakes are kind of amplified in smaller conditions.
Absolutely.
You've got less speed, less power to the waves, so it's harder to kind of push through errors. If you catch a rail or something, more than likely the wave's going to be over. Whereas if you've got a little bit more swell, a little bit more push behind you,
sure,
you can get away with catching some rails here and there.
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
With the small stuff, it's got to be mistake-free surfing.
That's right. Your biomechanics need to be on the money, otherwise you could decelerate and lose valuable momentum into the next turn. So, interesting stuff. And then when I used to surf against guys from WA, if it was big and windy, I'd sit on them, and then you'd think, it's, long right-handers with big walls, Gold Coast guys, sit on those guys. It's funny how you kind of categorise everyone, but I think those days might be over just quietly, Dan. I think everyone just surfs everything really good these days.
So it looks like now our surfer in green up and riding, so that's Nixie Ryan. Couple of forehand jams there for the surfer in green. So scores in for that last exchange. Tezza and Amber Dodds. Looks like she's dropped the best number of the heat so far. Yeah,
5.75. So Hinaka Kurokawa is actually in the lead with a 4.5 and a 2.75. Then you got Amber sitting in second with that 5.75. Nixie Ryan went down to third. Here's the replay of Nixie's one. So nice first turn. Sets it up with a great combo. So that's that combination of major manoeuvres, which is a really critical element of the WSL judging criteria these days. So again, it's really multifaceted, but that's just one pretty big element of it.
Yeah, no, of course. That's, I guess if you could put the... if you could sum up the judging criteria, it's a combination of major manoeuvres.
Yeah, that's right.
What the judges want to see. They want to see those big major moves, and they want to see you try and combo up on them.
Yeah, that's right. Going from one turn to another and in a sort of a seamless kind of fashion. If you can do that, you're going to get some good numbers. Just on 9 minutes remaining, so last wave scores coming through for Nixie Ryan. Judges just having a bit of a powwow about that one. So Freya Prum goes back down into fourth position. There's Nixie's wave, came in at a 5.4. She takes the lead. Freya needing a 3.26 on this wave. And unfortunately, that one's just going to run off on her. The problem when it's this small, if you do get caught behind the whitewash, it's almost impossible to get around it.
Yeah, so it's like we were talking about before, Tezza. Without that extra bit of push, It's really hard to kind of get drive through that white water and make your way back out onto the open face. So you got to make sure that while you're, rifling off those major maneuvers, you got to keep that down the line speed here at Burleigh. It's very easy to get almost sidetracked and really kind of overcommit to a section, and then you're going to unfortunately just let the wave run off without you.
Okay, so just on 8 minutes remaining. Heat number 2 is currently underway. I believe that we're going to be working on Facebook Live today. Is that right, boys? Yeah, we're going to get that cracking. So we'll be able to, send you people over to Facebook to watch it there, and then we'll be able to interact with you throughout the day, and it's always nice to have some connections to our audience. We're down to just on 8 minutes to go, second heat of the day, and it's day number 2 here at Burleigh Heads in Queensland.
Yep, so day number 2 of the QS 1500. Of course, we knocked over a 2-day Pro Junior earlier in the week, so day 4 for me and you, Tez.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just, my whole life is just one big daisy chain of contests, so I'm pretty lucky to go from one event to another. Coming up next, heat number 15, we've got Zali Kelly taking on Lara Demillion from New Zealand, is Safi Vedi, and then we'll have Raya Campbell. So 3 Australians, 1 New Zealander. Coming up in heat number 16, the heat after that one will be the last one for the girls in this round anyway. We'll have Kiala Tomoda Bernert. She's from Hawaii, and this young lady's incredible, man. I saw her surfing in some QSs in the lead-up earlier this year. Pasha Luke Light from Tahiti. We'll have Marie Moana Troja. She's a very good surfer. And Shayla Wendell. So some great heats coming up. But for now, there's red up and riding. This is Hinaka Kurokawa, currently sitting in second position. And again, just lovely little combination surfing, taking that one right the way through. And looking to replace a 2.75. I think she might have done it on that one, Dan.
Yeah, no, looked really solid on her feet once again there, Hinako. And only looking for a 4.41 to snatch the lead off Nixie there, Tez. So that's well and truly a possibility here as well with 6.5 minutes to go. And, as expected, it looks like that number just locks at a 5.60.
Okay, well, that's a situation change. So Hinako goes into the lead. A very good morning to all of our friends watching over there in Japan. So Hinaka Kurokawa takes the lead with a 5.60, now looking to upgrade a 4.5 second best wave. Nixie Ryan sitting in second, requires a 4.71. That's pretty much the judge's view right there, Dan. That's where the camera is, right next to the judging tower, so they've got a really close-up and intimate view of what's happening here today.
Yeah, no, it's a really good position for the judges. I really like the fact that they moved from day one. So on day one, they were kind of looking at it from this angle, Tezza.
Yeah,
so
that's right.
It's a little bit tricky to tell exactly, kind of how critical sections are, particularly with those inside sections. So head judge made the call to make the move down the point and set up in just a much nicer location for him, as we see another nice 3-turn combo there from Amber Dodds.
Yeah, wow, very tidy stuff there. Amber's second score was only a 0.5. She needed a 3.15 to go to second. I wouldn't be surprised to see a bit of a situation change here. So this could spell trouble for Nixie Ryan. We'll wait and see. But for now, Amber Dodds, great little technique there. The way that she was just, had that good upper body rotation and just, really just nailing that one as far as technique goes. So just on 5 minutes remaining, Amber Dodds comes through with a 5.75, goes straight in the lead. So judges did like that backhand combo. Amber goes straight to first position. Now looking for to replace a 4.95. Hinaka Kurokawa in second. Right now chasing a 5.11. You got Nixie's been bumped to third. So Nixie Ryan requires a 4.71. And Freya chasing a 6.1. So Freya Prum has been a bit quiet in this heat. I think she's in second priority. So let's see what she can come up with. Just under 5 minutes to go.
Yeah, so inside the final 5 minutes now. And I guess pressure's starting to mount a little bit for Nixie and Freya there. Situation change with Amber taking the lead. So, yeah, that nice combo of backhand re-entries does a good job trying to put a bit of variation in them as well. They're not all the same, which is something that the judges look for. They don't want to just see you rifle off the same turn 4 or 5 times. They really want to see you try and put a bit of variation. So, on the backhand, you've got to look for little subtleties, whether it be turning something into more of a carving manoeuvre, maybe sliding the tail a little bit, and Amber did her best to try and make sure that she ticked those boxes as we see green up, Tezza.
Okay, so again, Nixie Ryan trying to get herself out of that third spot. 4.71 is what Nixie's chasing. A nice little hit there, and I don't know if that's going to be enough Freya Prum moves into priority situation. Freya now still chasing a 6.10, 3 minutes and 30 seconds to go.
Yeah, so standing by for that last number there for Nixie.
So Amber Dodds currently in the lead, 5.75 and a 4.95. Last race score is coming through for Nixie Ryan. I don't think it's going to be enough to lift her up in the top two. Hinaka Kurokawa's got a 5.6 and a 4.5. And then you got Nixie with a 5.4 and a 4.2. So very close with the numbers. 3 minutes left on the clock. So priority is with Blue. And you can see Hinaka Kurokawa trying to move out wide there. Sometimes that's not a bad move because right there where Blue's sitting, Freya Prum, it's easy to get caught behind. Sometimes the bigger sets come and push wide. And if you're looking to try and replace a second best score out wide there, just right there where Nixie is, there is a nice little sort of a second option in a non-priority situation.
Yeah, and when you get down to the 2.5 minute remaining mark, Hinaka in second place. Not quite sure where she's in the priority ranking, but it looks like she may be below Freya and Nixie. So not a bad idea to, scoot wide and try and maybe snatch something under the other surface priority. Just over 2 minutes to go now. It looks like a bit of a paddle on here. Heat leader Amber Dodds. It looks like she might be interested. She doesn't decide to take it, but Red does, Tez.
Okay, so Hinaka tic-tacs down the line. Nice little hit there. Jams it up for the late, a little bit late to the show on that final manoeuvre. And competitors making their way out. Of course, for the next heat, you can see right there, that, of course, is Zali Kelly, along with Lara Demillion, Safi Vetti, and Raya Campbell coming up in the next one. So, day number 2 here at the Gold Coast, folks. A little bit of cotton wool out in the horizon, but in general, a beautiful day here, as it is quite often. Queensland, beautiful one day, perfect the next. It's they're living up to that reputation this week as far as weather goes. As far as waves go, a little more action would be pretty nice. They just had a shot of the horizon there. I'll tell you what, there's a lot of swell on the horizon.
Yeah, you can really see it trying to make its way in, but just that swell direction still not ideal, where there's a little bit of east still, a little bit of south still in the swell. And it's a little bit hard to explain, but if you can just kind of imagine the way that Burleigh sits, just in the direction that it's facing, the southerly swell kind of almost misses the point.
Sure.
It hits almost down the beach a lot better than it hits the point.
That's right.
You really need a big swell for it to wrap all the way around the point, whereas that easterly direction comes straight in at us. So
yeah.
We're going to see that direction shift over the next couple of days, and hopefully we're going to see some bigger waves on offer for, the pointy end of the draws here, Tez.
Okay, so right for now it is Amber Dodds and Hinaka Kurokawa sitting 1 and 2 in this one. 40 seconds remaining. Heat number 14, round number 1 of the Gold Coast Open. Proudly presented by the Flight Centre. So Nixie Ryan requires 4.71. Freya Prum, have a look at this. Freya's chasing a 6.1. I thought that might have stood up a little. Unfortunately, that's that second section out wide that we were talking about.
Yeah, so Hinako Kurokawa sitting wide there, just in case something wide pops up, which is a good idea if you're under priority. Not long to go, 10 seconds remaining. Freya Prum chasing that 6.10. Nixie Ryan looking for a 4.71, so at this stage it doesn't look like anything else will come through, so it looks like we can all but make it official. Amber Dodds looks like she's going to take that one out. Hinako Kurokawa will move through in second. Nixie Ryan and Freya Prum eliminated there in third and fourth, Tez.
Okay, so that is a wrap on heat number 15, round number 1, live from Burleigh, folks. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back right after this break.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to day number 2, the QS 1500 here at the Gold Coast Open, presented by Flight Centre. We are in round 1, heat number 15 of the women's side of the draw, and welcoming into the first time into the commentary booth here on day number 2. Dimmy, good morning.
Yeah, thanks, buddy. Great to be here. Yeah, good morning, everyone. Another beautiful day on the Goldie, and we're in for a cracker second day of the QS, and had a quick look at those early heats and Mauds, and wow, pretty impressive. The actual waves, even though they're very small, they've got really tight little pockets, and I saw Dimity Store get some really good ones. So looking forward to a big day.
Yeah, no, Dimity Stoyle looking sharp there in heat number 13, so took the win there. And of course we saw was Amber Dodds taking out the last heat, the young Sunshine Coast surfer, so congratulations to Amber. Pretty cool to get a heat win here in the 1500. A couple of small scores in for the opening exchange here. Safi Vet with a 2.0. And the surfer in, looks like blue, Lara Damillion locking just a small score, a sub 1 pointer, a 0.50. Zali Kelly, Raya Campbell yet to kick things off. Pretty excited to see Zali Kelly out in the lineup though, Dimmy. Of course, Zali, the youngest ever Australasian Pro Junior Series champion. Took out the series when she was 14 years old. So beat the previous record held by Tyler Wright, which was 16.
Yep.
So Zali, I think she's only might be about 15 or 16 years of age now.
Wow.
And she really is one of, I guess, one of the bright stars heading forward in the future.
It seems like she's been around for a long time, and like you said, the youngest winner of the Pro Junior Series. So great to have Zali Kelly on the QS these days, and just as we speak.
Yeah, looks like she's up and riding. Dimmy on a nice looking wave too, carving through that opening turn. Jams it in the pocket there, and look at this one, just stand up down the line. Zali Kelly on an absolute gem of a wave. Well, that's going to come through at one of the best scores of the day so far. Zali Kelly, wasting no time.
Yeah, I had a look at it from front on. From the side angle, it looks a little bit weird, but front on, you sort of got that really good scope of how the lineup is, and they are definitely better than yesterday, actually. There's little growers, and Zali Kelly just tagged away on that turn, and like you said, the youngest Pro Junior winner definitely looks right up to scratch in the QS ranks, and probably a wise decision from Zali as a young competitor to take that next step.
Yeah, no, it's really cool to see, I guess, the evolution of some of these younger competitors. You see them go through the grommet competitions, through their grom searches and grom comps. Then they get to the point where they surf in their Pro Juniors, and then from their Pro Juniors, they then make the jump into the QS. And for those lucky few, all the way through the World Championship Tour. So Zali Kelly, I would say she's on a fast track to the big show, as she has just been on fire. And that first score yet to lock in, it looks like. So standing by for the opening number there from the surfer in red. Now it's just locked in at a 7.50. So a 7.50 there for the opener of Zali Kelly. Great way to start the heat. And it looks like we have our previous heat winner, Miss Amber Dodds, standing by. So Amber, first of all, congratulations. How was it out there?
Yeah, it was really good. A little bit inconsistent, but it was just nice, clean sort of conditions, and yeah, got a couple good ones.
Yeah, so of course I've had the pleasure of watching you surf for a fair few years now. I know you're from up on the Sunshine Coast there.
Yeah.
So you spend a fair bit of time on the points at Noosa. Is there any kind of comparisons? Do you think that helps your performance out here at Burleigh?
Yeah, definitely. So my local break at Noosa is just the right-hand point break, so I'm just out there all the time. And it would definitely help. I'm always surfing them, so I reckon it just helps just a bit.
Yeah, no, you looked really comfortable out there on the long right-handers, and you did a really good job at maintaining the down-the-line speed. We've seen a lot of competitors maybe get a little too excited with opening manoeuvres and over-committing, and
yeah.
I guess it seems like you've really got to be on your skateboard out there racing down the line. Hey, it seems pretty quick here this morning.
Yeah, you have to really get going and sort of get a pretty committed first turn in, and then sort of make sure that you finish it off, because that's what the judges are looking for out there. So yeah, it's really good.
Well, congratulations. Looking forward to seeing you again in round 2, potentially later on today.
Yeah, thank you. Bye.
Well done. Thanks, Amber.
Yeah, great job there by Amber Dodd there in that last heat. And Zali Kelly opened up with a 7.5. So, and we just saw Zali actually flying across the screen during the course of that interview. So she's got another way to be locked in. And like you said, mate, she's really making every post a winner. And if you look at her results from the early stages of 2019, she's had a pretty much an amazing run. She's already in the top 6 on the QS in the rankings as we see surfing green.
Wow. So that was the replay from Raya Campbell's opener. And
Wow.
Jesus, 3 big hammers there on the back end. And this is our surfer in white, so Safi Vet getting a pretty nice ride there as well, Dimmy. So, yeah, Zali, a pretty stellar start to the year.
Oh, she had a 3rd place in a 6-star. Oh, in a
6,000.
6,000. See? That's it. That's that old WSL coming out of me. But she's already had a 3rd, a 5th, and a 2nd, and a 17. So her worst result out of her first 4 events in 2019 is a 17. So to say that she's, at the top of the game is an understatement. She's been ripping, and you just look at the way she attacks these waves. She is tailor-made for the big shows.
Yep, and Zali Kelly surfing like that. We'll probably see her there sooner rather than later, as we see now Raya Campbell. Very impressive on her opening ride. Skipping on through to the inside here. And it looks like she's found a nice little inside link up and stabs it once, but a bit of a question mark over the completion there. And Dimmy, in the last heat, Tezza and I were talking about how the judges have repositioned from the opening day of the Pro Junior, now sitting right down kind of in front of the surfers, so they get a better view at, in particular, the finishing turns on those sections. You yourself mentioned that you were down there from that angle. How does it look in comparison to looking from the side on view?
It's very different when you're looking at front on. You get a real good scope of exactly what these surfers are doing and how the completions are. And you can actually see the flow in the turns, and you can see the pop and the drift, and it's a way better angle. It's the perfect angle for this actual setup at the moment with the sand out there. So, yeah, the judges got the prime position, and like you said, if you're actually back to the main side where we were a couple of days ago, it'd be really difficult to get the proper position for that final turn. And we spoke about it yesterday, how critical a good finishing turn is in a heat. So judges in the good spot, and like I said, it's very different when you're looking at it on the web from that little bit of a side angle compared to square on, because you get a better indication of exactly the flow and the power in the turns than you do from a side. So definitely a great decision by the powers that be to put the judges down on to the far side of that bank, because even though it's very small, the setup is just amazing, the way these little waves are running across the peak and into those sections, and offering up plenty of scoring opportunity.
And speaking of scoring opportunity, Dimmy, Raya Campbell's opener, a big number, a 7.85. So a 7.85 for that combination of backhand re-entries. And Safi Vet not far behind her, a 7.15. So some big numbers getting locked here, Dimmy. Just inside the final 10 minutes now, Zali Kelly's second score came through at a 5.50. So the surfer in red, Zali Kelly, out in the lead at this stage. Safi Vet now up into second, a 5.86. We'll see her take the lead. Raya Campbell pushed to third, but only chasing a small score of a 1.3 to take second place. And in fourth position at the moment, the surfer in blue, Lara DeMillion, chasing a 7.21.
Yeah, an indication of the quality of the bank at the moment is those 3 scores up into the excellent range at 7.5 and a 7.85 and a 7.15. So 3 pretty well executed waves for these ladies in the water right now. And like you said, it's game on, because it wouldn't be that many heats in this event where you're sitting on a 7 where you're still, a chance of actually getting bumped. So
that's a very good point, Dimmy.
So solid surfing this morning in these slight winds, and we were talking about it yesterday that by lunch today they're talking about a really strong northerly wind sort of base coming up, so we're getting the best of the conditions definitely this morning.
Yeah, so I had a chat to our head judge, Ty Connigan, today about what's on tap as far as the running schedule is concerned, and of course getting through the opening 4 heats of the remaining 4 heats, of the first round of the women's. From there, we'll be jumping into the round of 64, round 2 on the men's side of the draw. And we're basically just going to run all the way through that if we can. And wind dependent, we do have the first 4 heats of the second round of the women's on standby. So just going to play it by ear today, though, Dimmy. Make sure that our competitors still are receiving enough opportunity out in the lineup continue on with competition. And as you can see, those scores reflecting a fair bit of opportunity out there at the moment. Inside the final 8 minutes now, and 3 big numbers on the board. And like you mentioned, it is interesting thinking that obviously one of these competitors holding one of those 7-point rides will be eliminated. Who knows? Maybe even 2 of them. But yeah, it's I guess in this event, in particular, this opening round, generally speaking, if you got a 7 and some sort of backup, you'd be pretty safe to book yourself a spot in the next round in most heats.
Yeah, you'd be pretty confident sitting on a 7-point plus ride. And these conditions, talking about the conditions, I had a good chat to Nick Squires just a little earlier about
defending
today.
champ.
Defending champ. And Nick's been in fine fettle. He was, to be honest, there was a breakout performance down at Manly. He was really on song, just on point every heat he surfed, and a big result for Nick. And Nick spoke to me a little bit earlier about, having to adjust to the conditions on tap.
Yep.
Because he knows there's waves coming. And
Yes.
he said, look, the idea of today is just there's quality in the actual banks, but you just got to get through these smaller conditions. And he was very much similar to the idealism of Manly as well, where some days were smaller than the others, and you just got to adjust. And he said, look, today it's all about just adjusting to what we need to produce and then look forward to the weekend. But he said, look, he's excited to be in the event, the defending champ, and really looking forward. He said the bank's looking great.
Yeah, no, that's a pretty cool little insight there, Dimmy. I guess a real honest assessment. He knows where his strengths lie, Mr. Squires, so he's going to do his best to just get through these opening rounds. And oh my goodness, Zali Kelly, wow.
What about the drift in
That
that
was
turn?
insane. One of my favourite things about Zali's surfing, and it's kind of unique sometimes in women's surfing, is how progressive she is. You go on her Instagram, and she's thrown down like full rotation air reverses and almost sticking them at a pretty decent clip. We see the turn there, just sliding those fins over the coping.
Yeah, it's amazing to think. But the other day I was talking to a couple of our grommets about point of difference. We were talking about overall professional surfing, and they said, I said when you're a competitor, judges want to see point of difference. You hear Joe Chappelle and Potts and everyone talking about it all the time, and Zali Kelly there, you could see great drift but great control,
Yep.
and she was able to dig that back foot back in and grab and come back down off that turn. Amazing turn, and that's what I mean. The progression of her surfing, it just stands out.
Yeah.
And that is the point of difference these guys are talking about. And as a junior, they said, it makes sense. I say, when you think about different athletes, you know that everyone's got their strengths, but the judges want to see that real progression. They want to see, risk, because there is a such thing as risk for reward. So great to see Zali Kelly just really lighting that thing up. Only one turn, but wow, what control that was.
And the judge is pretty happy with it, a 5.95 there just for the single manoeuvre. So the judge is appreciating that bit of flair from the surfer in red. So Zali still our heat leader, Raya Campbell second, looking for a 5.6. Safi Vet in at third. A 3.31 will see Safi move up into second. And surfer in blue now, Lara Demillion with her work cut out for a 7.21. The requirement there for the young surfer in blue. So with just under 5 minutes remaining now, Zali Kelly looking sharp, of course. Next heat in the water. Dimmy, what have we got in store? Well, this is going to be a bit of a tongue twister for us here in the commentary booth. We have a
Go for it.
Go for it? Okay.
Kahila Tomata
Kiala
Barnett.
Tomata Burnett, Pasha Luque Light, Marie Moana Troja, and Shay Liu Wendell. How did I do?
Oh, that is gold. Seriously, you get the gold medal right now, because
It's
I
tough.
looked at that a little bit earlier and went, is that a G up from Terry? Because he knows how much I struggle with some of these names. I'm always apologising to the athletes, saying sorry, and they all laugh.
Yeah, no, we always do our best, but it can get a little bit tricky sometimes.
After 20 years, you'd think I might be able to get it right, but anyway, I'll try my best.
And there's always one or two names that for some reason you just struggle with.
100%.
And you just can't wrap your head around. You can't get your mouth and tongue to make the right noise.
But the worst thing about it is the more you think about it, the worse it gets. So here we go. Surfer in green up and riding. This is going to be a critical wave for the surfer in green as dropping off at 2.6, trying to build, like we spoke about before, 3 surfers with waves in their good to excellent range. So it's going to be that backup score that's going to play a critical part in the outcome of this heat. And we'll wait to see what the judges thought of that last ride for the surfer in green. That is Ryan Campbell from Australia.
Yeah, so Ray Campbell been a very familiar face over the Grommet and junior events over the last few years, and a very talented goofy footer. Probably her big point of difference is her power. Ray is a really heavy back foot, as we see Zali Kelly goes for the front side air reverse, and oh my goodness,
Wow.
almost sticks it. So yeah, I told you that she had that air reverse in the back pocket, and she's got a really impressive completion rate too. That one obviously will go down as incomplete, but you can see how quickly she got the rotation and how comfy she looks in the air.
She looks ultra comfortable with that manoeuvre, and like you said, the progression and innovation part of the criteria really coming into play for Zali, and no wonder she's sitting in the top 6 on the QS rankings at such a young age. I actually had no idea she was that young, because you've seen Zali around for a long time, and you know, she has all the elements, the power, the speed, the flow, but she just mixes that, tweaks it with those little bits of the new age criteria, which is that innovation and progression side of the sport. So great to see, and like you said, she looks very comfortable with her arsenal. So she's looking very good out there.
Yeah, I remember commentating the Parko Grom Stomp up on the Sunshine Coast a few years ago, and Zali was competing. She was in the under 12s, or the 12 and under division. She won the 12 and under division, won the 14 and under division, and was winning the 16 and under division right up until the dying stages, where Piper Harrison ended up just pipping her into second. So almost took out all 3 divisions at the one event, and that event is not an easy one to do well in. So she's always been, I guess, kind of ahead of her peers. And yeah, with surfing like that, you can understand why, Dimmy, with just on 1 minute to go, Raya Campbell's last score locks into 4.35.
Yeah, so Ray Campbell just put in a little touch on that second completion of that wave, so putting a little bit more pressure on the surfers in blue. Surfer in blue, Lara needs an 8.95 if she's going to advance on through, and Vetty needs a 5.06. So like we spoke about it, very rare that you'd see a competitor bow out with a 7 in their 2-wave combo. It does happen, but such is the quality of the surfers in the lineup right now, someone is going to bow out, and it's going to come back more to that second scoring ride. We talk about it a lot, about that backup in professional surfing, and it's going to be a key element to the outcome of this heat.
And well, as we're in the dying stages now, there might be a little bump rolling through. We'll see if it'll greet our competitors before the siren. It looks like our surfer in blue will get up in time. So down the line goes Miss Demillion. That's not going to be the 8.95, unfortunately. And it looks like she's going to do her starfish on the rocks and try and avoid any damage to the body or equipment.
So unfortunately for Safi Vetty, it looks like she did not get another opportunity. I don't think she got to her feet. She looked at that way, but unfortunately for her, Surfer in Blue did have priority at the time. So unofficially, it looks like it is going to be Zali Kelly and Raya Campbell getting on through to the next round.
Yep, I'd say we can make it all but official now, so congratulations to those 2 surfers moving on through. We're now going to take a quick ad break and then be back with more action here from day 2 of the QS 1500, the Gold Coast Open, presented by Flight Centre. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to women's action, round 1, heat 16, out the lineup here at the Gold Coast Open, presented by Flight Centre. My name's Daniel Maudsley, and I'm joined in the commentary box with the man himself, Dimmy. Pretty fun one in that last heat, some big scores locked, but Zali Kelly takes the victory there in heat 15.
Yeah, ultra impressive indeed for Zali Kelly, and like we said, a very competitive heat for the women's, and unfortunately for Safi Vedi bowing out, and she locked in a great score but couldn't get that back up. So that is the key. Each competitor scored on their best 2 waves, and fortunately for that young lady, she's out of competition. But another big heat coming your way. This is the final heat of the first round of the women's. Then we're going to be into the men's. We're going to have a pretty solid day of competitive surfing on day number 2 of the QS, and it's going to be 16 heats of men's, and apparently the women's round of 32 are on standby. So if conditions actually hold in and that wind doesn't kick up too much, we might even run another 8 heats. You never know.
Yeah, so it's just all going to depend, like you said, Dimmy, on whether that northerly kicks in too much or not. Obviously, if conditions stay like they are now, we'd love to run through as many heats as we can. Out in the lineup at the moment, a 4-point ride for the opener of the surfer in white, Marie Moana Troja. So a 4-point ride there for the surfer in white. Very excited to see Kiala Tamara Bennett in the red out in the lineup at the moment. She, of course, I was talking to a couple of the WSL officials who were over at the Krui Pro just recently in Indonesia, and they made mention of how good Kiala was surfing. So really interested to see what she's going to bring to the table here in round 1. Of course, Pasha Luque Light out there in the blue rash shirt, and Shaylee Wendell rounding out the field there in the green. So the tongue twister here for round 1, heat 16, making us earn our money here, Dimmy.
Definitely,
this one.
mate. And talking about Kiala, she was, haven't seen much of her, but at Manly, she sort of exploded onto the scene at Manly. She won the Pro Junior and then went right through, and I do believe she made the quarters or just before the quarters of the main event. So a very talented young lady with a big future, and I spoke to a lot of people about her ability, and they just said she's just progressing so well. And like I said, she had where did she finish in Manly? She finished the round before the quarter. So for a young lady from Hawaii, just making her way on the world stage, prodigious talent for sure.
Yeah, no, very excited to see her out in the lineup at the moment. 15 minutes remaining of the heat in the water, and nothing aside from the 4-point ride for the surfer in white on the board at the moment. Of course, we did see a lot of waves roll through the contest site in that previous heat, a bunch of high scores, so maybe could potentially run into some consistency issues through the opening stanza here in round 1, heat 16. As yesterday we saw kind of almost a pattern towards the end of the day. It was almost like one heat on, one heat off.
Definitely, and you get a lot of that in competitions where you just have one heat that is pumping, and the next heat will flatten out a little bit, and it's very tidal as well.
Yep.
That's depending on the tide. This morning, I do believe low tide was around 6 a.m. So the tide's going to fill in during the morning session. But like you said, the consistency of the waves and the amount of opportunities are going to be a key element to who progresses through these heats.
And Dimmy, looks like we have our heat winner from round 1, heat 15, Zali Kelly. Zali, congratulations on the win. Looking pretty sharp out there. How was it?
It was actually kind of fun. Like, when the waves come through, they're actually really good.
So, Zali, you've been off to a pretty impressive start this year. Some really good results in some of the QSs so far. Give me a little insight into where your head's at the moment and what you've got planned for the rest of the year.
I'm just trying to go out in every heat I surf and just try and surf it the best I can, and whatever happens, happens.
So one thing that we were making note of here in the commentary booth is the progressive element to your surfing is something that really makes you stand out. So we saw you with a really nice kind of fin throw tail slide there that got you a pretty healthy score, around a 6-pointer just for the one move, and we also saw you get really close to stomping that air reverse as well. Talk to me a little bit about kind of adding in the progressive elements to your surfing over the past kind of 12 to 24 months.
Yeah, like the airs and stuff, that's like, if I go out in a free surf, I'm going to be trying that, so, I definitely want to start bringing that more into my heats and my contest surfing.
Yeah, well, it's pretty awesome to see you out there going for those error verses in heats, and we can't wait to see you do it all again in round number 2.
Thank you.
All right, good luck for the rest of the event there to Zali Kelly. And one to watch here in this draw, and a very dominant win there in her round 1 showing.
Definitely very focused, and like you said, she wants to bring those progressive and innovative elements of the criteria into her contest arena. And a lot of these, athletes, they work on these things at the high performance centre, and they work it with their coaches. So as they progress into their careers, they actually bring those little elements in, and they feel comfortable too. And she definitely looked comfortable out there.
And it's interesting too, Zali Kelly moving down to Casuarina in the last few years. So she's been making use of the Surfing Australia High Performance Centre and doing some training there as well, I've been seeing. So I'm sure all those little things would be helping. Some great coaches obviously available to her there as well. And so she's certainly looking sharp as we see score lock in for Pasha Luque Lights opening ride. A 4.75 there for the surfer in blue. So 4.75 there for Pasha. She is, of course, from the Gold Coast. Just down the road at Snapper Rocks is her local. So no stranger to a long right-hand point break.
No, would feel very comfortable indeed.
So with 11 minutes remaining in this one, what have we got out there next?
It is
Jimmy?
the men's, as we see Surfing Red, Kiala up and riding. And driving through those first couple of turns with good flow, just trying to find her feet early in this heat, trying to find that rhythm and that groove, and just find those little edges and pockets on these waves. So, like I said, very impressed with this young lady's attack. Just the flow of her surfing is perfectly situated for any kind of break. Just you could see how she'd be really good on the points, and definitely on beaches she was impressive in Manly. So a great way to start for that young lady. And who we got up in the first heat of the men's?
So round
main event.
2, heat number 1, our seeds will come into action, and we will see Duke Nagzam in the red, Ryan Slattery in the blue. Nathan Cook will be in the white, and Jack Murray will round out the field in the green. So
great heat.
Another great heat coming up as we see the replay there from Pasha Luque Lights' second score. So really interested to see where the judges go with Kiala Tamara Benert's opening score. She got a lot of damage done, and with 10 minutes remaining, time is starting to tick away. Pasha Luque Lights' second ride locks in at 3.90. A 2.35 for Marie Moana Troja's second score, and looks like Kiala Tamara Benert, the judges liked her opener. A 6.75 there, Dimmy.
Yeah, a solid start for the young Hawaiian, and like I said, she has been on an absolute tear. 2019, it's been a real breakout year for the young Hawaiian, and a 6.75 is just a great confidence boost for your first heat in the event, and also a great way to put a little bit of pressure on your competitors, because I know Kiala can take it up a notch. After watching her surf at Manly, I know that she's got the ability to really attack. So probably she's got a strategy probably early just to find her feet, get some nice ones under her belt, and then really push the point as we head towards 9 minutes. Talking about Zali Kelly and the move down to near the High Performance Centre, that's a really critical move in a young surfer's career, because she now has the ability to really work on the technical side of the sport. And I've sent we send a group of grommets from our local club to the centre every year. And when they come away from that experience, they are much better surfers all round, because the technical side of it, the ability to use the pit and to really focus in on your aerial manoeuvres, it has really put a stamp of professionalism on those grommets who would normally, like a grommet, they just basically put a leash on, that they just jump in the water. I mean, the biggest argument I have with our grommets is, hey guys, you need to take a little bit more effort in the way you stretch and prepare to surf, because as you get older, you get stiffer. So it was a real eye-opener. The HPC Centre was an amazing experience for our younger grommets who aren't elite yet, but they're trying to get there.
Yeah, of course.
But for someone like Zali, her ability to utilise, some of the best coaches in the world can only be a positive in her career.
Yeah, it certainly is one of the premier, I guess, surf training facilities on the planet, and obviously to have access to that is a big advantage there for Zali Kelly, and you can really see how strong her performances have been to start 2019 off, and she is sitting quite comfy there on the World Qualifying Series rankings. So she's at an interesting stage in her career because she's basically ready to qualify.
Yep.
She's surfing so good, but she's so young. It's such an interesting position to be in for her. I think she'd be, probably should have double checked her on the interview, but I would be very surprised if she was older than 16 years old. Fairly certain she's around the 15-year mark, and knocking on the door.
But when you think about it, all those younger generation girls would be looking at someone like Carolyn Marks and goes, look,
exactly,
she's 17.
Yep.
She's second year in, and she's actually vying for a world title.
She's the world number one, isn't she, at the moment?
That's exactly right, and she's my actually tip to win the title.
To win?
Yeah, I've tipped her, and I've tipped John to win the 2 world titles, and just because I watched her a lot last year, and she just the maturity is way beyond her years, and her ability in different conditions stands her out. So she might not win this year. I hope an Australian wins, but my tip was that she's going to really go close, if not win.
Yeah, no, that's a very interesting observation there, Demi, as we see Shane Leah-Wendell flirting with the rocks on the inside. And she will do her best to get out of there unscathed. So standing by for the opening number there for Surfer in green.
Yeah, 15 minutes nearly gone in that heat, so she was starting to get a little bit desperate out there to find that one wave. But we've spoke about this before in different kind of heats, where heats have been really fluent with waves, and then other heats are backed off. And even though her first waves come at the 14-minute mark, she's still right in the game. She's got a 3.2 ride and only needs a 3.56 now. So even though when you look at it, you might think, wow, she's way behind where she needs to be. In fact, because of the lack of waves in this heat, she's right in the mix.
Yeah, so it's interesting. When we had a similar conversation yesterday. When you do get these lully heats, you just got to stay composed and remind yourself, everyone's in the same position.
Yep.
So with just on 5 minutes remaining now, Pasha Luque Light leading the heat at the moment. Our surfer in red sitting second, white third, and green in fourth. And interesting to note too, those requirements for the surfers in white and green. That's on the assumption that there is no second score in the bank for Kiala Tamata Bennett. So once Kiala drops a second score, obviously those requirements are going to basically increase exponentially with whatever that number is. So Kiala's in not a bad position to be at the moment. She only needs a 1.9 to challenge Pasha for the lead. So with 4.5 minutes to go, we'll see if she can lock in something to try and get herself up into first place.
Yeah, definitely. She's patiently waiting for opportunity, and we had a couple of heats yesterday where surfers had scores in that 6 to 7 point range and really only got that second ride in the dying minutes of the heat. And we saw one yesterday where I'm pretty sure one of the surfers was actually going to get through with just one score.
Yeah, that's right.
Remember that?
Yep.
And lucky for that surfer, he did actually get the opportunity late in the heat. But yeah, so in those slow heats, it's making sure with priority that you utilise your priority, in a positive manner, because opportunities really are slim at the moment. And with that incoming tide, it's going to probably get a little bit more tricky out there, really.
Yeah, I think you're right, Dimmy. We did see some issues on the high tide, some potential consistency issues. So, we may be foreshadowing a little bit slower through that particular point again here today, with 3.5 minutes to go for the current heat in the water, and Pasha Light still holding it down the top spot. And first priority with the surfer in white, only looking for a 2.76. So well and truly an achievable number there for Marie Moana Troja.
So talking about the schedule today, we are definitely going to be running through to the completion of round 2 of the men's, the round of 64, and then the powers that be have put 4 heats of the round of 32 of women, so 24 heats to be completed. Yeah, looking at this wave up and riding, just look at the speed and the flow she gets, that down the line speed is going to be critical on a day like today, and even though she got one turn in there, it's going to be a backup, and that's going to give her a little bit of a space in between herself, third and fourth for sure.
Yeah, so Kiala looks like she gets really good projection out of her turns. So you can really see that down the line speed like you were referencing, Dimmy. And that score locks at nothing too crazy, a 3.75. Is enough, though, to put her up into first place. Pasha Luque Light in a second and now chasing a 5.76. With just on 2 minutes remaining, the surfer in white, Marie Moana Troja, now looking for a 4.66. Shaylee Wendell in the green fourth, chasing a 5.45. And look at that, Pasha Luque Light, very smart competitor, goes and sits a little closer to Shaylee Wendell in the green. So Pasha, you can really tell how smart she is with the priority, because even though that the surfer in white is actually sitting closer to her with a smaller requirement, she understands that Maria has a priority over Pasha in this position, whereas Pasha can utilise her second priority over Shaylee Wendell, who's sitting in third. With just on a minute and a half remaining, 90 seconds to go in this one, Dimmy. And the girls, doesn't look like from their body language there's too much on the horizon.
Yeah, pretty quiet and sleepy out there at the moment, but the situation is the surfer in white only needs that 4.66, so holding all the ace when it comes to priority, and it's going to be a real key final minute of this heat. If the opportunity arises, she's going to have to really. She can't surf within herself, because a 4.66 is quite a score on a day like today. So it is Pasha looking like she's holding on to second right now. That last wave of surfing red was a 3.75, so it was enough to really establish that prime position, that first place, in a very smart way to, to back end that heat for the young Hawaiian. But right now, second, third, and fourth has not sorted itself out by any stretch of the imagination, as we wait to see if any more waves be ridden. You can see the girls starting to get a little bit eggy out there. They want an opportunity, and it is a surfing in white with priority, so you can see a scope in the lineup, and this might be the last roll of the dice. Surfing in white.
Well, she's up and riding now, needing a 4.66, carving through that opening turn, waiting for this thing to stand up on the inside. And, well, she gets a pretty clean connection there on the finish. And look at this little bonus double-up section. And she'll jam it once more. So, interesting little exchange there, Demi, to finish that one off. So, Maria Moana Troja, a 4.66, the requirement. Was that enough to knock Pasha Luque Light out of second position and essentially out of the second round?
So, the way the judges will look at this is they'll go back to Blues 4.75, and they'll compare the two waves. They'll look at them and go, well, is that as good as Pasha's highest wave? And pretty interesting, because when she took off on that wave, I thought that she ran down the line a bit, took a little bit more time down the line, but we couldn't see it on the screen, but it was definitely going to open up down towards that corner and had a little double up as well. So we'll wait to see what the judges think of that last wave. I don't know if it's going to be enough.
Well, we'll have to find out after the break. We'll be back shortly with more action here from the 2019 Gold Coast Open, presented by Flight Centre.
Yeah, welcome back to the Gold Coast Open. And on a beautiful morning down here at Burleigh Heads on day number 2 of action. And right now it is men's round 2, hitting the lineup. And on a dreamy Friday morning, 25 degrees maximum today on the Goldie. Very little wind this morning, but it's going to, I do believe, kick up from the north during the course of mid-morning to early afternoon. So I'll be very interested to see what it does to the conditions. We've seen some really quality waves being ridden so far by the women. And now it is the main event of the men's, the round of 64. Duke's out there in the red. Ryan Slattery out there in the blue. Nathan Cook in the white. And Jack Murray in the green. So some big names coming up. So don't go anywhere. If you've just joined us for day number 2, welcome in. And the Gold Coast Open presented by Flight Centre. QS 1500 event. And it will wrap up on Sunday the 12th of May. And plenty of points on offer for the winner, 1,500 points. And if you think about qualification for the main tour, most of those guys who qualified were dropping a 1,500 as their lowest scorer in 2018. So a win here will really give you a bit of ground and something to work with for sure. As we see the surfer in green, Jack Murray just tagging away just on the forehand. Really nice projection in those turns and very powerful Jack. So a great way to start for the man in green. And of course some big names coming up very shortly. Looking forward to seeing Oni Anwar, former winner of this event, take to the skies. I've seen a lot of the Indonesian surfer since he was very young. In fact, he won an event down at Manly. His first ever win was at the Dripping Wet Pro, which was held down at Manly a few years ago. And you've never seen a guy so excited. And he's just got that energy, that vibe. And he's such a great competitor. It'd be good to see him on to the main Elite Tour as we see the surfer in blue up and riding, just carving away with a great flow and nice little drift on that final turn as he heads towards those rocks. So Oni Anwar coming up in Heat 3. Another one to watch will definitely be Jackson Baker, coming off a bit of an injury at the start of the 2019 season, but definitely back in fine fettle. And some established World Tour surfers also in the draw. Guys like Ethan Ewing, Stewie Kennedy, Dion Atkinson, Mitch Cruz, all guys with experience on the Dream Tour. So it's going to be a good day of action. 16 heats of men's as that first score locks in at a 4.5 for Jack Murray. So nice little grower for the young Australian. Like I said, the plan today is to run through to the completion of the men's round of 64 and then run 4 heats of the women's. And frantic pace for all our commentators today, and good to see Tez McKenna back in the commentary box, mate. How is it?
Yeah, good, thanks, Timmy. Just getting my breath after running back from the beach comms, but yeah, it's a lovely day here in Queensland, as it quite often is. They have a cliche they use here for people that aren't from Australia, where they say Queensland, beautiful one day, perfect the next. It's living up to it this week.
Definitely, it's been so good. The weather in the last week has been dreamy. So, yeah, the beautiful Goldie putting on a show for the first 2 days of the event. We're looking forward to a bumper weekend. We've got music. I saw the boys putting the skate up early this morning. So it's going to be a real sick little event for the local community. And so if you're on the web right now, come on down and join us for the final 2 days.
Absolutely. Okay, it looks like we got the winner from the previous heat. I'm going to have a bit of a chat to Kiala, of course, from Hawaii, is with us at the moment. And I believe we're just about ready to go. Are we ready to go? Okay. Hey, Kiala, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
Yeah, gee, that was a great performance in that previous heat. I was down there on the beach microphone, so I had a good look at that one. But, gee, to get 2 good waves out there today is really the key, isn't it?
Yeah, it's so scary because it's like whoever catches the right wave, is getting through the heat. So it was kind of scary for me, like waiting all that time for a good wave to come. So I was super stoked for that 6.5, I think.
Yeah, there was some really great rides in there, so congratulations. I mean, did you go back home to Hawaii after the first initial bunch of competitions here in Australia?
Yeah, I went home for 2 weeks and then went to Krui for the 1,000.
Okay, how was that?
We had absolutely firing waves. I was so happy.
It's an incredible spot, isn't it? South Sumatra, it is. That's what Bali was like way back in the late 70s, early 80s. You got to really experience a real true piece of Indonesia right there. What's the focus for this year for you, Kiala?
Just to do good in all the 6,000s and hopefully get into the 10,000s.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get some good points.
Sure. I mean, you've been at this for a couple of years now, but a relatively kind of new face coming out of Hawaii. I mean, what's your home base? Where are you based?
Like
your home break.
My home break is at Pine Trees. It's a short break and doesn't really get that good, but it's like good practice for all the 6,000s.
You betcha. Absolutely. Look, we've been really impressed with your surfing. Congratulations on the heat win and good luck for the rest of the competition.
Thank you.
Okay, so that was, of course, Kiala taking out that previous heat. What a great young surfer, Dimmy.
Yeah, definitely impressed by Kiala's ability in all kinds of conditions. I heard a little story that she was absolutely ripping in Indo, like just tearing the bag out of it. And
sure.
We saw her at Manly too. Remember, she won the Pro Junior.
That's right, yep.
And then she made the round before the quarters, only getting beaten by Keely Andrews. So a real star of the future. And talking about good surfing, what about this ride for the surfer in red?
Right.
Duke just lighting that thing up. But yeah, very impressed by Kiala's ability in all conditions.
Yes, absolutely. Great young lady as well. And she's got a huge future. So the Duke just unleashing on the backhand there. And right now we're watching Jack Murray, the guy in the green singlet. So I'll tell you what, Jimmy, I think it's better than yesterday. Just quietly. I mean, there's definitely a bit more volume in the waves. And I'm kind of surprised that we've got some good conditions here today, because the charts look like it was actually going to drop off a little bit overnight.
Yeah, interesting that myself and Maud's were speaking a bit earlier about how it seems like one heat is really consistent with wave quality, and then the next heat sort of dies off and it's a bit lully. So Jack Murray, I'm pretty sure that's his fourth ride already, and we're only like nearly halfway through the heat. And Kiala spoke about how scary it was in the lineup, where you got a good wave and you got to really pick the eyes out of it to get that second score. And we saw that in the previous heat where I think it was Safi actually got a 7.15.
Sure.
And didn't get through the heat. She had like a 2 as a backup. So it's the critical point of today is going to be utilising your priority and really making every post a winner. And different strategies for different surfers. Jack Murray just keeping ultra busy, but in that last heat, it was a little bit slower, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. So it's just kind of pulsing every now and again. We're heading towards high tide happening around lunchtime today. So around about 12:30 the suburb, we'll see that tide really hit the high mark, and things have been slowing down on the high tide mark. Here goes Cookie up and riding, Nathan Cook from the Gold Coast. And this guy can surf, let me tell you. There's a few Nathan Cooks around. There's one from down your way as well.
There is.
And I know another one up my way, so it's a pretty popular name here in Australia. And Nathan Cook smashing off a lovely little turn at the end there, just getting a little waft at the end of that thing to make a nice little variation on what's a pretty standard manoeuvre.
Oh, yeah. Some really good turns there, just with that rhythm and flow that Nathan Cook possesses. And as you say, there's a lot of Nathan Cooks actually. When he first came on the scene, I had to ring Justin Cook, who's a good mate of mine, and he was a former tour surfer himself, and I said, "What is your brother now
come out of retirement?"
He's like, "No." But nah, Nathan Cook, look at his ability and just that really clean transition on his turns, very solid on his feet, and he's a bigger body too. So this would be tough out here for these guys who are big, a bigger frame, but definitely got that flow, and a 6.75, great way to start for the man in white.
Yeah, Nathan Cook, there he is, Gold Coast local. I did do an interview, I think it was back in the QS event that we had in Foster with Nathan Cook, and I asked him, I said, "Hey Cookie, there's other people with the same name." We spoke about that stuff, and I said, "Where are you from, mate, and what's your deal?" And he said, "I'm just a tradie. I'm a tradie surfer, that, boys said, I've got a bit of ability and I'm giving it a bit of a crack. I'm like, and what are you doing tomorrow? He goes, going back to work, mate, back on the tools.
I love that.
Yeah, so he's one of those guys. We've got a lot of good tradie surfers in this country, haven't
Nick
we?
Squires.
Yeah.
Oh, like there's a lot of guys like Holmesy.
Yeah.
All those kind of guys, people think, the sport, it's exciting, but for those guys on the lower tier who's trying to make it,
Yeah.
it's a real grind. They've got to really work hard to get their money, as we see the surfer Ian Green, just with great rhythm with the ocean. Wow, Jack Murray just lighting this thing up, and how clean and fluent is he surfing. He's just got that flow just down pat at the moment, and like I said, he's been ultra impressive because he has been basically rapid fire when it comes to waves.
Yeah, Jack keeping really busy, and on a small day like today, staying in rhythm with the ocean is pretty important. So Jack already had a 6.25 and a 4.85. Let's see if he improves on that last score there. But it's a lovely style. In fact, when he was coming off the top with those, the way that he's hand jiving that board, it looked a bit like old school Curran. With the way that the way it was wrapping around. It was pretty cool to watch.
Yeah, so here we go. Nathan Cook up and riding, trying to back up that 6.75. So very clean, wrapping series of manoeuvres. On a dreamy little inside peak as well. So I'm really liking how these guys have utilised this inside bank. And we spoke to Mords about it, how it looks very different when you're front on. And the judges and yourself and the guys who are commentating on the beach, you get a really good look at exactly every turn and just the flow and the rhythm of those turns. And that's how these guys are the best judges in the world, and that's how they sort of separate each and every wave, because most waves run the same.
Yeah.
It's just the differences and those nuances of how they actually approach each turn is what gives them the score.
Okay, so that's the front on camera there. That's down where the judges are. And I'm not joking when I say that you're almost getting sprayed by the surfers in the judging tent when they do a big turn. You're literally, I reckon, about 5 metres away from them. So it's like watching someone on a flow rider. Like, you get a really good close-up and intimate look at what's going on in the water. For now, though, it's Nathan Cook with a 6.75 and a 6.40. So 6.4 for that last wave for Cookie, and then it was a 5.75 for Murray. So Jack's back in second spot now. Nathan Cook's the leader. Jack Murray sitting in second. So Duke Naxam looking for another 6.0. He opened up with one of those. And Ryan Slattery needing a 7.75. Slat's first wave for Blue was a 4.25.
Yeah, so a nice start for the guys in this heat, the first heat of round two. And we can see on the screen there, you can see those waves. They're breaking deep, but then they come across that dead section in the lineup and hit the inside wedge. And predominantly in the last couple of weeks, this is where I've watched a lot of surfing take place. So, like Terry said, when we looked at the forecast for today, it actually looks smaller than yesterday. But if you look at these kind of waves, surfing Blue up and right, and it's got a great little corner to this. It's doubling up, and Ryan Slattery just getting to work. And we've been blessed, Tezza, with good conditions for day number 2 of the QS.
Yeah, absolutely. This kid's from the Central Coast. He turned up, I reckon, about 3 or 4 years ago. Surfed in a little contest that I run called the King of the Box in Port Stephens.
Coming up shortly.
Yeah, and it is coming up in August. Entries are available now, so if you want to jump on, that's a good weekend. I have to get you along to do a bit of commentary for me, mate, so I can surf in it. But, Ryan Slats turned up about 3 years ago, surfed in the juniors, and I was calling him Slats and stuff, so it sticks in my mind. But Ryan was just really impressive from that moment, and since then he's gone on to he's right on track here. He's a QS campaigner these days. So Ryan Slattery moves up into third position with a 5.20. So that pushes the Duke back down into fourth position. What a cool name, Duke.
I like it. We've got a guy called Duke in our club as well, and great young surfer from the Kelleher family. You know the Kellehers, young
sure.
Fletcher's
Yeah.
older brother, and
That's right.
they seem to be, destined to be surfers. Duke,
Yeah, absolutely.
aren't they?
Yeah, you betcha. Here's the replay of Ryan Slattery. So nice combos there. You can see Ryan, when he's bottom turning, is literally a couple of inches in front of the rocks right there. So these waves are just running right along the point here at Burleigh. Slats gets a little tic-tac and boom, a nice little love tap to finish off that one.
Yeah, definitely solid surfing, and that had a real edge to it, that wave. And like we said, it looked a little bit tricky when we looked at the forecast yesterday, but definitely holding in. In fact, it's I reckon it's a little bit bigger than yesterday.
So do I.
Well, we've got a little bonus in the forecast, which is great. We're just hoping those northerlies hold off for
Sure.
this afternoon because I'm not from up here, but I do believe that is basically the devil wind.
It is the devil wind. It's horrible. Yeah, everything. Anything out of the south or the southern quadrant up here on the Gold Coast is quite ideal. If you look right out, it's a bit sparkly at the moment, but if you look right out on the edge of the horizon, there is a bit of corrugation out there. So the swell's out there. All we needed to do is just get it a little more easterly so I can come into this infamous Burley Points. So again, it's day number 2 of the 2019 Gold Coast Open, presented by the Flight Centre. We wrapped up a Pro Junior the other day, and we're into day number 2 of the WSL QS 1500 for guys and girls. Of course, back here, Burley's got so much of a rich history, mate, hasn't it?
Definitely. When I was a little grommet, I came up and I got to see the stubbies, and it definitely excited and got the adrenaline going watching, your idols.
Yeah,
isn't
absolutely.
isn't it crazy when you're a kid and you stand next to, like, you just think it's God.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, I remember MR came out of the water once, and
Sure.
I was like, just to be like within
Yeah.
a foot of him.
Yeah, yeah.
I didn't even speak to him. I was too terrified. But just to be anywhere near him, I was just blown away, because when I was a kid, you'd see MR on those Tui's ads.
Yeah.
Remember the How You Feel ads or whatever?
Absolutely.
Oh, so
Actually, that
sick.
was floating around on Instagram the other day. I saw
Really?
it, had a good laugh. It was all time.
All time.
Yeah, they should bring those ones back. They were really cool. But we're down to 2 minutes remaining. Nathan Cook's in the lead, 675, 6.4. Again, anyone that gets 2 of those set waves in these heats is almost guaranteed to get through, as long as they don't muck it up. So Jack Murray's got two bombs, a 6.25 and a 575. And then Slats and Duke, well, they've had kind of not really the gun sets, they're kind of 3/4 sets. As a result, they've been unable to post the same kind of numbers as the top 2. So 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining. You can see Jack Murray there just holding the time up, asking the beach announcer there for a bit of an update. I think it's Dan Maudsley is currently on the microphone, but we're all sort of doing a little bit of everything.
Bit of everything.
Yeah, a bit of everything here at the moment.
Yeah, so Jukie's out there with priority. So the Surfer in Red, the positive on his 2-wave combo is that he has the next bite of the cherry. It's whether a wave that he likes is going to actually offer enough scoring opportunities. So he only needs a 6.01, so he needs to just basically get the same score he did on the first ride, and he's going to put himself into that progression position, as we see Nathan Cook just throwing a little, talking about progression and innovation. There it is. So Cookie just flying down the line and finishing off sweetly indeed as we head down towards the 40-second mark. Will there be a wave for the Surfer in Red to get himself through? And here he goes, Tessa.
Yep. Duke Naxam up and riding. He needs a 6.01. Unfortunately, that one's right on top of the rocks. Duke will try and scramble out wide. He with just under 30 seconds to go. You know what? He might be in a position to pick up another wave. Here's the replay for Cookie. And you can see Nathan widening the stance. Look at it there, just getting wider and wider and wider. And now he sets it up in a position and goes whack and reverses off the end section. So he's our heat leader. Unfortunately, time has ticked away for Duke Naxam, and you can see Duke a little disappointed right there, along with Brian Slattery on screen. So it will be Nathan Cook and Jack Murray that roll on through this one. So this is heat number 1, and it's round number 2 of the WSL QS 1500 up here on the Gold Coast. Of course, it's the Gold Coast Open presented by the Flight Centre. We're going to throw to a quick commercial break. We're going to be back with more of this stuff right after this break, so don't go anywhere. Okay, so welcome back, everyone. Day number 2 here at the 2019 Gold Coast Open, presented by the Flight Centre. We're into heat number 2, round 2 of the men's division. And in the water, Morgan Siblick is in the red. Guernsey is from Merriweather in Newcastle. Got Quinn Bruce, of course, Queenslander, is in the blue. Coda Killorn is up and riding in the white singlet. That's his opening wave. And Curtis Vaughan from the Central Coast of New South Wales is in the green. So Tess McKenna taking you through another couple of heats here, along with my trusty sidekick, Mr. Adam Hennessy. Dimmy, how are you, buddy?
Yeah, good, mate, and great to be here on day number 2 of the QS. And some sick waves been written already today, so very excited. And yeah, some great young talent in the water right now. Of course, Curtis Vaughan, brother of Joel Vaughan. I've had a great chat to their father in the last couple of days, and there's two names who are starting to really make waves out in the competitive world of surfing. So great to have Curtis and Joel in the event, but they're going to have their work cut out today, because this is a sick heat. Morgan Siblick looking at this wave deep on the peak and flying down the line. This little inside edge, he might get across the ball here and find that little inside wrap and lovely turn. What about the speed, Tezza, as he flies down the line on what is a pretty small little wave?
Yeah, gee, that little board looks spicy under the feet of Morgan Siblick right there. Morgan, of course, coming out of the Merriweather Surfboard Club. One of the gun surfers these days, along with Jackson Baker, and gee, they've got just a cavalcade of stars coming out of that club.
What about that? Yeah, I didn't even know Morgan was from up there. So yeah, they have just a line of world-class surfers coming through, and at a club level, sometimes that's a real positive, because you get these guys who are elite and they just push each other.
Yeah, that's right.
And every time they go out, they sort of raise a level. Like these guys have come through with Ryan Callanan and
That's
guys
right.
like that, and then you got guys who are just sliding under the radar, guys like who I love, like Jesse Adams and those kind of guys. So to have a club very much like Narrabeen and Snapper that have multiple world-class surfers only pushes them to the next level.
Yeah, well said, mate. And you know what? It's a good kid, Morgan Siblick, too. Next weekend we've got the regional junior titles right around New South Wales, all happening over the last couple of weeks in Newcastle on the Mid-North Coast. It's next weekend. Our judging panel is Philippa Anderson, Jackson Baker, and Morgan Siblick.
That's sick.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, to be honest, no one knows it better than a surfer.
No, that's right.
You know what I mean? So, and as we see, surfing red up again. Look at this little wedge.
Wow.
Morgan.
Oh,
Whoa,
yeah.
love the way
that
he
is
lent into
beautiful. So just poetic surfing there from Morgan Siblick, and oh my good one, that's a beautiful wave there. I'd say his mum Janet would be probably tuning in at Merriweather. So good morning, Janet. She's probably sitting there with the jammies on, a little cup of tea, just feeling pretty good about that wave. So Morgan Siblick with an 8.5 and a 4.75, coming out of the blocks like a bull out of a starting gate.
Wow, what about that? And we haven't even locked that last wave in, as we see the replay for Surfer in blue, trying to negotiate the inside rock, as we're going to head to an interview very shortly with Nathan Cook, I do believe.
Okay, so that is Quinn Bruce taking that one right the way down the line. So, well, that's the replay for Quinn's wave. We'll let the judges get those scores through. Meantime, we do have the winner of the previous heat just on standby, so take it away, Dimmy.
Yeah, Nathan Cook, well done, mate. That was a sick heat. Talk us through that one.
Oh, yeah, I was just trying to get a wave. It was pretty slow out there, but there's definitely a couple when they come through.
It's definitely about choosing the right wave with priority and just trying to get that rhythm going, and you definitely found that early. Looking forward to a big year for yourself. What's on the horizon for yourself?
I'm not sure. Maybe a couple trips away, but we'll see. The waves have been pretty fun here. Oh, not today, obviously, and yesterday was pretty small, but there's been waves around, just not here.
So talk us through a young guy trying to make his way on the QS in 2019. How much work do you have to do, and how much do you have to combine work with competing, and how tough is that?
Yeah, it's pretty tough, just like with working as well. I've been trying to get time off work to do the comps and, do as much training as I can. But, yeah, it's good. It's just hard to work it all out.
And for a young guy too, trying to, calculate the points and trying to get enough points to get yourself into those bigger events, that's important as well, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that was like the main goal for me this year, just trying to get enough points to get into the bigger events next year. But, yeah, just working away at it, we'll see.
Well, we wish you all the best going forward in this event and in 2019, because you're definitely were ripping out there in those little waves, mate. So well done.
Thanks heaps.
Cheers.
Cheers.
All right, so Nathan Cook there, as I mentioned to Jimmy, I think it was early on in that heat about Cookie, how he's he's a tradie, he's a legendary tradie surfer. We've got so many of those guys in that position in this country. So back to the heat in question. At the moment, it is Morgan Siblick with an 8.75 and an 8.5. How's that for a couple of bomb scores?
Wow, I wonder why he's just cruising around on the board looking at his fins. Maybe he tagged a few of those rocks on the inside on that last one, so he's having a look at the bottom of his board.
Yeah, well, that looks like a gem. That's one of those ones you put in cotton wool, I think, one of those little wave boards, and he did look a little bit concerned about that one. He might have knocked the fin and maybe cracked the box or something like that. So I was saying yesterday that if I had on a flat day here, you want to get yourself a good little snorkel set, get out there. There's probably 1,000 fins out the front of those rocks here at Burleigh, I reckon.
Could start your own company.
We saw two yesterday got lost, knocked out. Actually, one of the guys was funny. He got knocked it out and then the last two waves that he rode were his best two scores with no side fin. It just loosened his board up big time. It was like he should have done that at the start of there. It probably would have made more sense. But for now, we're down to almost half time in this one. So all one-way traffic. Morgan Siblick is pretty much comboed the field. So Coda Killorn is in second with a low score 3.0. Quinn Bruce got a 4.0 for his opening wave in blue. And Curtis Vaughan in green. I really like Curtis Vaughan surfing. He's very clean lines. Great little competitor as well. He's been left wanting at the start of this one, and hopefully he'll get a wave here in the next couple of minutes, and then he'll be on track for that, 2 waves in 20 minutes kind of scenario, which is effectively what it is.
It definitely is, and we've seen a lot of heats that have been really slow. So Morgan Siblick, like you said, just coming out of the gates with 2 scores up in the excellent range. This has definitely been the best performance I've seen during the course of the first 2 days of this event for the young Novocastrian. As we can see, the surfer in white, a little bit of a set coming on through, and it is going to be White kicking out of that wave. So I don't know who had priority, as we see Curtis up and right in on the forehand, just jamming away. Really low centre of gravity, Tezza, and just coming unstuck. You can see he wanted that rotation, but probably got connected with those inside rocks. So still got plenty of time, 11 minutes on the clock. As we were talking a little bit before about Nathan Cook, and it's interesting how Aussie is it when you're at an event and you talk to the boys and they go, "Oh yeah, I'm out. I'm back on the tools tomorrow." How many times have you heard, "I'm back on the tools"?
Yeah, I know. It's just a sad reality. Isn't it? But anyway.
No, you got to work.
Yeah, exactly.
We work. This is our tools.
Yeah, exactly.
I know I'm a tool, but this is our tools. So
there we go.
It's all good.
It's a classic. All right, so just on half-time here at the moment. Coming up next, heat number 3, round 2. We'll see Andi Anwar from Indonesia take on Luke Hind. Luke's an incredibly progressive surfer. He's always good to watch. Tane Bowden from New Zealand and Dexter Muskins, who's been on a bit of a tear lately. Dexter's walking around without his shirt on, so I tell you what, man, that guy's been doing some work away from surfing. He's really quite fit at the moment, and it's translating into his surfing.
100%. Very impressed by Dexter's ability in the water, and you can see that he's really putting in the effort both on land and in the water to get his surfing to where it needs to be to go to the next level. So that is going to be a cracker heat. Andi Anwar, he is one of the coolest dudes in the world. I love him as a competitor, as a person. I've known him a long time, and he's always smiling, and he just gives you such a good vibe. Even,
absolutely.
Even if he has a bad day, he's smiling.
Yeah, it's funny. He rocked up this morning. I was doing some work on my computer real early this morning. He was going for free surf, and he said, "Good morning, mister." Did the old thing to me. It was pretty funny. Okay, here we go. Quinn Bruce, nice looking wave here, and Quinn tags that one with the first turn.
Wow, what about the drift in those forehand turns, and just really good control, and slides the tail. So Quinn Bruce just lighting that wave up. Couldn't complete it, but I love the control in his surfing as Curtis Vaughan flying down the line. You know where he's going to go here, and there it is, an air rev, and rides out. So these guys starting to really accumulate some solid scores in their 2-wave combos, and some nice surfing there, Tez.
Yeah, awesome stuff. There's Coda Killorn on screen at the moment. He's probably thinking, I wonder if that's going to push me out of second spot. Morgan Siblick on the left there. Morgan's sitting pretty with an 8.75 and an 8.50. Two excellent scores. That's the best two-wave combo of the day by a long shot.
Yep.
So it's a battle for second spot in this heat here, as long as Morgan doesn't interfere or do anything silly. I think it'll be pretty sweet. So Coda Killorn holding that second spot right now, but scores coming through for both Quinn Bruce and Curdy Vaughan. Curtis got that nice little reverse off the end section. I think he surfed through a fair few sections to get to that one, though. I don't know about that X marks the spot kind of surfing on a day like today. I think you really need to capitalise on every little piece of water right in front of you. I remember something that Tom Curran said about small wave surfing years ago that stuck in my mind. And he put his board down on the sand. He drew a triangle from the nose of his board. The tip of the triangle hit the nose of the board, and it went out about 2 metres. And he said, "See that triangle? That's the only place I look. I only just surf the water that's immediately in front of me, and that makes my surfing more spontaneous and more entertaining." I thought, what a great tip that is.
That is a great tip for any young surfer coming from one of the best of all time. And these scores have locked in. Curtis Vaughan actually got a 6.75 for that one move. So the judges did reward it, but like you said, there was a lot of downtime as he eyed that section off, and it would have been a bigger score had he just jammed that first turn and then went to the air. So still a very solid number of 6.75. So right now it is the man in red with an 8.75 and 8.5 with a two-wave combination of 17.25. The best of the event I've seen so far. Quinn Bruce out there with a 7.9, a great way to start, and a 4-point ride. So it's out of combo land, but it is all Morgan Siblick right now who is getting the job done, and it is a fight for second as we speak.
Absolutely. So Quinn Bruce with that good score, big score coming here for Morgan Siblick. He's in a position to take a risk here. Morgan's going to set it up for a big air move on the end section. There it is, up and around, big tail high reverse. Unfortunately, he can't ride out of that one. But, when you got two big scores under your belt, you know that he's going to go for something like that.
Is it just me, or it looks like it's getting bigger out there?
I think it's getting bigger. I think it's better today than it was yesterday.
Oh, it's 100% better than yesterday.
Yeah, so today is definitely better. We're starting the day on a lower tide.
What time's high tide today?
It's
About
like
midday?
12:30, 1 o'clock or something, yeah. So, of course, we got Stephanie joining us today. Steph's from Arica in Chile. She'll be helping us out with some interviews.
You were speaking about Arica yesterday, weren't you? About how good it is down there.
That's right. I worked with Stephanie in the Maui and Sons event over there, the QS 3000, going back to do it again this year. Can't wait. So, Steph's out here in Australia, living here at Burleigh Heads, and we thought we'd invite her along to have a bit of help us out a bit, and also to speak a little bit of Spanish to the Spanish audience as well, and then tell them what an awesome spot the Gold Coast is. We'll be talking to Stephanie a little bit later on.
Okay, so with 6 minutes to go, that last wave of Curtis Vaughan was a 5.50, enough to change the tide in this heat. So it is red first, and the last of surfer in green. Maybe that was that aerial manoeuvre, that one manoeuvre, because the 6.75 seemed a bit high for one term. So it is the Central Coast surfer in second, Quinn Bruce down to third. He only needs a 4.35 Tez, and that is not a lot for a guy of his quality. And Surfer in White needing a little bit of a larger number to get through this heat, a 7.65. So it is priority with the Surfing White. So the way it works is the Surfing White can choose any wave he wishes, and no one can interfere, or they will get an interference. So that is the way it works. You can't get in the way. You can't basically obstruct a competitor when he has first priority, and it is the Surfing White, Coda Killorn, who needs that 7.65 if he's going to get through.
Yeah, well said, Dimmy. So just inside the final five, big shout out to some of our partners and sponsors, including H2 Cocoa. Got a really nice diverse range of delicious drinks packed with healthy benefits. Perfect on a sunny day like here in, here in Queensland. Thank you very much to Mercedes-Benz on the Gold Coast as well. And just doing a little selfie for the old social media. How you going, guys? Yep. So, and are we on Facebook Live? We are on Facebook Live. So what we're going to do is I'm going to actually jump into that Facebook Live feed.
Yep.
And I'm going to throw out a little cheerio to say, tell us where you're watching from.
Epic.
We're going to be interacting with people, and hopefully Stephanie, we might get her to jump on and throw some Spanish on there, and so we can get some Spanish people throwing some comments as well.
I love it. So we're just under 4 minutes to go. It is Morgan Siblick out in the lead, courtesy of that 8.75 and 8.5. So a great confidence boost for that young man. And he has been holding all the aces so far, and it is a real fight because it is the Surfer in white with priority needing a 7.65, and Quinn Bruce holding down a 7.9, and he only needs a 4.35. So the nerves will be starting to rattle in the body for the man in blue because he knows he doesn't need a big number. In fact, he only needs a wave with a couple of turns on it that will basically get that score. So Quinn Bruce patiently waiting for opportunity in the dying stages as we see the Surfer in white rolling the dice, nice under the lip turns, trying to create some points down the line, and a nice whippy final manoeuvre on the backhand. So that is a great little wave, but will it be enough to turn the tide? Judges will really analyse those last couple of turns, and we'll just have to see if Coda really got the work done. It's definitely going to be better than a 3-point ride. There were some good turns in there, but will it be enough to get him up in a second? Only time will tell. We have 2.5 minutes to go, and we are into Heat 2, round 2 of the men's here at the Gold Coast Open, the QS 1500, the 6th event, I do believe, on the Australasian Tour side of things, and it's been rapid fire for the QS guys since the start of this year. It's so great to see so many new events popping up and giving these guys the opportunity, because we've spoke about it before. These lower points are a critical part of the development of a QS surfer, because to get into those 6,000 and 10,000 series events, you have to accumulate enough points to basically be in the top 100.
Yeah, that's right. So the sooner you join the queue, the sooner you get to the front of it.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah, exactly. All right, 1 minute and 45 seconds remaining. So Morgan Siblick looking pretty sweet right now. Curtis Vaughan sitting in second, comboed for the lead. So Morgan's really just nailing this one. That Facebook live feed, you'll find it on Surfing Queensland Inc. on Facebook. I just put a little post up there. I said, tell us where you're watching from. We'd love to hear from you. Shane Chalker has tuned in from Foster Tuncurry. Hey, Shane, how you doing, buddy? Heath Askew is also watching. Heathy is from down there in Southwest Rocks in New South Wales. Got Adam Smith, Ryan, Brad Evans is watching, and a whole bunch of other ones, including Dev Lay. Dev, stop watching the webcast, mate. Go do some work, buddy. We're down to just on 1 minute left on the clock.
No, doing a great job, Dev. Yes, that's an extra $20 on the bill. No, what a legend. Now, the Surfing Queensland guys, been great working with those guys and making every post a winner. And good to see everyone online checking it out. And yeah, it's going to be a bumper Saturday, Sunday. You know, the vibe in Burleigh is starting to really amp up as we head towards the final days of this event.
Absolutely. So Morgan Siblick here with 2 excellent scores. This is the best 2-wave combination of the day. So Stephanie will be having a bit of a chat with Morgan Siblick real soon as we see Coda Killorn. With just 30 seconds remaining, actually, this is White, so Coda. Oh, he's had a little mishap on the inside.
Yeah.
That's going to be really costly.
You can
There is
see-
no room for error on a day like today here at Burleigh Heads.
Yeah, you can see the disappointment in the body language there for the surfer in white, just not able to control that final manoeuvre. And will Quinn Bruce get an opportunity? He does have priority, and we are down to the final seconds. You can see Quinn pretty frustrated out there as well, Tezza. So it looks like unofficially it is Morgan Siblick who absolutely blew up in that last heat. The best 2-wave combo I've seen so far, and Curtis Vaughan, the young man from the Central Coast, getting the job done.
Yeah, awesome stuff there. So well done to Morgan from Merriweather and Curtis, of course, from the Central Coast of New South Wales. Unfortunately, the bottom 2 will bow out. We're going to throw to a bit of a commercial break here, folks. It is day number 2. We're coming to you live from Burleigh Heads in Queensland. We're going to have more of this stuff right after the break, so don't go anywhere.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to more men's round 2 action here at the Gold Coast Open, presented by Flight Centre. Out in the lineup now, round 2, heat number 3, and look at this, straight into a replay. The man in green, that looks like none other than Dexter Muskins, jamming his way down the line, and a 3-turn combo in the books there for Dexter's. Ooh, little bit of a tricky exit there over the rocks. Oni Anwar, the man in red, in fast forward here, he's got a couple numbers on the board, a 4.25 and a 3.0. So nothing too crazy, but look at that. Oni Anwar going straight to that front side air reverse. So Oni, of course, that's kind of like his signature move, I guess, that front side air reverse. Does a really good job at keeping his weight on that front foot through the rotation, and has a pretty gnarly completion rate too. So I'd like to welcome back into the commentary booth Mr. Burley himself, Terry Tapatis. He's just trying to untangle himself from the court. He'll be with us shortly. Out in the lineup though, 17 minutes remaining. Dexter Muskin's opening score of 4.75. And now let's try this again. Welcome into the commentary booth, Mr. Terry Tapatis.
G'day, Daniel. Mate, great heat this one. This is an absolute ripper. The smiling assassin, Oni Anwar, nicest bloke ever, always says g'day. And, oh, look at that last move. He's throwing up there. Oni loves a bit of air action, he does.
Yeah, I was just making mention of that before you got here, Tapper. It's almost like his signature move, that frontside air reverse.
It is,
You'll
yeah.
see him utilise that indie grab as well, so that where the back arm grabs the toe side rail. That's quite common. He likes that variation of the manoeuvre. And some scores coming in there. Just a 4.25, so the judge is staying relatively low with that air reverse, as we see now Tane Bowden up and riding here, Tapper.
Yeah, Tane Bowden, the represents New Zealand. Also, D-Bar board riders throwing in the big turns. And, oh, that little drift on that tail, but a bit too much drift. And down he goes. Yeah, Tane, very powerful surfer, very strong young man. And, yeah, really rips in.
Yeah, no, we were having a chat yesterday on the webcast with Tane. He's always been one of the more talented surfers in the draws, but kind of in the last sort of 12 months he's been working with Stace Galbraith, and Stace seems to be doing a job of just kind of making sure that Tane executes his heat strategies, with a little bit more finesse and not as much kind of, just grunt that you see that Tane approach everything with. And there's the India reverse that we were talking about from Oni Anwar. So 2 quick spins there for Oni.
Well, Oni Anwar, of course, went to school at Palm Beach Currumbin High School, was billeted with the McDougall family from Palm Beach Board Riders. He's a proud Palm Beach board rider from Indonesia. But he's, Oni's always surfing around here at Burleigh, does a lot of time at Burleigh. And, he knows the way, of course, a previous winner. He knows what he's doing out there.
And you ready for this, Tapper? I got some pretty cool information about Oni in this event.
Yeah.
So coming up shortly is the Corona Bali Pro on the World Championship Tour.
Yeah.
They don't have a trials for that event. So the way they actually get the wild cards is they look at the highest rated QS surfer from Indonesia.
Ah, right. So how's
now,
Oni travelling there?
Oni Anwar, if my calculations are correct, this is very unofficial. This is just myself and a few of the boys in the tent going through the WSL rankings. Looks like if Oni Anwar can make a semi-final here in this event, he'll overtake Rio Wader on the QS rankings and get a call-up to the Corona Pro.
Oh, so there's more than just a few QS points on offer here for Oni. He'd be firing up.
So I'm not actually sure if Oni's aware of that. I'm sure he'd have it in the back of his mind.
Yeah, he'd be aware of it, mate.
But, pretty interesting little situation there.
Yeah, Oni would go nuts at Karamas too. He'd go really good there, so be interesting. So sort of pressure, but not pressure,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So scores in there for Oni Anwar's at last. The judges are a fan of that India air reverse. A 5.5 for the last of Surfer in red. Couple that with a 4.25. Oni out in the lead. Dexter Muskin's second score locked in at a 3.40. So Dex is chasing a 5.01. Tane Bowden in the white. His opener at 2.90. Looking for a 5.25 to challenge for second. And Louis Hind yet to kick things off. So a couple of barely, regulars you'd say in this heat, Mr. Hind.
Yeah, well, Luke Hind, he's out at Burleigh, however big it gets. He loves it when it's really big. I've seen him many times when nobody's even looking at it, when it's a bit junky and then it's massive. Louis Hind, he's out there. He just pals out. You see by that big schlock of hair, you can spot him a mile away, and he really loves it. Of course, the nephew of the great Derek Hind.
Yep.
And but Louis got a really amazing style and a free surfer, but he does go in the events there, you know.
Yeah, he's certainly got one of my favourite styles, kind of in his sort of era of junior surfers. Just never looks too stressed when he's surfing.
Nah.
And, well, on that note, speaking of someone who's probably not stressed, we got the heat winner from the previous heat, Morgan Savilic. Morgan, what a performance, mate. How was it out there?
Yeah, it's super fun. There's it's a bit inconsistent out there, but I was lucky enough to luck into 2 at the start, and I was frothing just to take off way up the point and then finish my wave and then get one at the bottom of the point, so I was super frothing on that, and I just tried to hang away and not get any interferences throughout the heat, so I'm frothing on that.
Rightio, mate. Well, Tapper here, mate. You've been surfed a bit of burley over the years. Mate, how do you like this rock break, or you probably like it a bit more out the back and solid, eh?
The rock is really, really fun. I stay at Liam O'Brien's a fair bit, so I come down here to Burley a bit, and I've had the point pumping a couple times, so hopefully we get that on Sunday. I know there's a bit of swell coming, and the sand's looking pretty good at the moment, so I'm frothing.
Yeah, well, awesome stuff, Morgan. You put up one of the biggest heat totals of the event, a pair of 8-point rides. That's got to be a bit of a confidence boost moving forward to the next round.
Yeah, when I paddled out, I was just looking to get it done. I knew I wanted to start quick and try to get the inside at the start, and I did that. And I was frothing with how I surfed my heat overall, even with getting those scores. And it's definitely boosted my confidence a little bit. So yeah.
Yeah, no, really smart surfing, mate. And what are the plans for the rest of 2019?
Well, I'll see how my points go, but I'm hoping to get a decent result here, and I might maybe get into Bolito, the 10,000, coming up in a couple months, and hopefully get a couple heats made there and get into the Triple Crown at the end of the year. That's the ultimate goal.
Well, sounds like you got a busy year ahead of you, mate. Congratulations on the heat win. Look forward to seeing you do it again in round 3.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
So Morgan Sabulik, on fire out there.
Mate, I was surfing Stratty with him on Tuesday, and mate, he was just locking into some of the sickest kegs, just basically falling out of the sky, grabbing the wall and holding, and he was on fire. Him and Liam O'Brien, both of them out there. So luckily I found an odd wave between them. It was a bit hard, but they're generous young men. They don't take everything.
Yep. Awesome stuff. So 10 minutes remaining. Current heat in the water. Tapper on Onwa still holding it down first place. We did see Luke Hind catch a ride there during the post-heat interview, and that locked in at a 4.80. So the opener for Louis Hind, a 4.8. So he's now going to be looking for a 3.35 to try and claw his way up into second position. Of course, 50% progression here again in round 2 of the men's division, meaning that first and second will book themselves a spot in the round of 32. And we will be saying sayonara to our 3rd and 4th place getters.
Well, at the moment, Dexter Muskin's hanging in second place there. Dexter's been doing quite a bit of surfing up here at Burley, particularly when the Quicksilver Pro was on. Dexter was I was asking some of these Groms for their passports to get stamped, to cross the creek there. But here we go, Lukey Hind up and riding on his backhand. Louis got this little section here, but it fills up on him, Dan. Not really the one he wanted.
Yeah, so wave selection very important down here for day number 2, the QS 1500. Of course, if you are just joining us on the interwebs, welcome to day 2. You are watching the Gold Coast Open presented by Flight Centre. My name's Daniel Maudsley, and I'm joined in the commentary booth with Mr. Burley, Terry Tapatis. So always great to have your local knowledge here and insight into the waves. Tapper, if you were giving some advice to some competitors heading out into the next few heats, what kind of waves would you be telling them to look for out there?
Well, definitely the sets. That's a bit of a gimme anyway. But at the moment, the guys are actually they're in pretty good position. They're about 3/4 up the point now. I'd be keeping an eye out maybe for the odd rogue one that's a little bit further out, but that will happen as the tide comes in. As the tide comes in, there'll be waves a bit further along. But just finding those, you can't really take the gamble and just sit up the top of the point at the moment. But, with a bit more swell, I think, maybe Sunday Sunday's going to be a bit confusing for some of the competitors because it's going to be the size where, particularly on the high tide, do I go out the back, get the bigger ones, the larger waves, or do I get the rock break where there's more waves and some good quality waves as well? It'll be that 50-50 decision.
Yeah, right. Yeah, no, it's going to be interesting to see, how much of this swell does fill in by the time we're getting ready to do our finals, and hopefully we get as much as possible. That swell direction does look nice. So, yeah, it's going to make for some pretty entertaining surfing come the finals there, Tapper.
Yeah, there's a bit of a low pressure system up in the Coral Sea there. So by the looks, if that intensifies and puts a little bit of a squeeze on that high pressure system, we may be in for a pretty good little finals day. I think could be quite entertaining.
Yeah, well, with 7.5 minutes to go, one man that's no stranger to finals day here is previous event champion Oni Anwar, who's currently sitting out in first place. Of course, Oni took this event out back in 2017, along with Isabella Nichols, who took out the women's side of the draw that year. So it's been a year now in between drinks here for victories on the at the Gold Coast Open for Oni Anwar. So I'm sure he'd love to net himself another event win here on the WQS series.
I think he'll be pretty happy to make the semis and get that wild card, mate, I reckon.
Yeah, I did have a quick chat to Will Hayden-Smith and just made sure that's how they were selecting the wild card for that event. He did confirm that with me, and just having a quick look at the rankings, that's what it looks like. He needs, I believe we worked out, he needs 600 points and 700 points. He will get 700 points, from a semi-final finish. So he will get just enough points to make his way into that highest Indonesian ranking surfer and potentially book himself a spot to CT. So I'll be very curious to know if he's aware of that. I'm sure it'd be in the back of his mind somewhere.
Yeah.
I don't know if Tapper, if you're in that position, would you want to know where you needed to finish, or?
Well, you know what? Yeah. Because it's like okay, you might, but yeah, I reckon I would want to know. It sort of gives you a goal to aim for, of course I'd say their goal is get to the final. But I tell you what, there's a lot of really, really good surfers to get past on the way. So it's going to be very interesting as this event unfolds. And whether, Oni feels the pressure or not, I'm sure he knows. He'd have to know because it's in his home country, the world tour. To make that is just something that, to actually get a surf in event. Oni's done that before at Karamis. He has surfed in before.
Yeah, that's right.
But, he wants to be that. He wants to be Indonesia's #1 surfer too. That's what he wants to be. That was his whole goal of coming to Australia and the Gold Coast and studying here and taking advantage of the conditions and doing the various pro junior events. Because there was a bit more spectrum for him to surf in those pro juniors compared to in Indonesia. So more competition to basically help him on the formation of his career. But at the moment, he's sitting on a 5.5 and a 4.25 in the lead. Dexter Muskin's in second. Dexter, quite a good goofy footer. Dexter really knows his stuff. I've been commentating Dexter in contests since he was about 7 years old. And Dex, he's a lot bigger than he was then. Turned into quite a big young man. And he knows Burleigh pretty well, of course, surfing many contests there. And would you believe it? Ash Humphreys is on a paddleboarding through the area. You're kidding. The champ from Burleigh Board Riders. You're kidding. You couldn't miss that mullet anyway. And here we go. It's Dexter Muskin's up and riding on his backhand. Dexter throws it off the top, comes to the next little section, carves it back, looking to line it up, and nice little finish there from Dex. He was looking to get that 3.4 out of his scoreline, but here goes Oni Anwar behind. Oni is flying. We're going to see some big moves here. Snaps it off the top again, and look at this finish. Whoa, there you go, Oni Anwar, and rides out of it as well. So, look at that. There he goes. Look, a great little wave, and right past his fellow competitor.
Yeah, it's always nice stomping that finishing turn right in front of one of your competitors in the heat. So with 4 minutes remaining, this heat kind of flying by and standing by now for Oni's last score. Got to imagine that's going to be one of the better waves of the heat so far, Tapper.
Mate, I think so. Morgan Siblick's waves are going to be pretty hard. Here we go, the replay of Tane Bowden's wave as well, Daniel.
Yeah, so nice slice out of the lip there from Tane as he skips his way down the line. Good manoeuvre selection there to keep the down the line speed as he floated through and drops the back wallet into a little carve there to finish.
And then watching Oni Anwar come by and stomp one right in front of him, as did Dexter Muskin. So Oni sort of, if you're trying to do the psych thing to your fellow competitors, that's not bad, getting a bomb wave past two of the three guys, and the other bloke, Louis Hines, sitting out watching it from behind going, oh yeah.
All he would have seen is fins and spray as we see the replay here. So tight jam with that first turn, but this last turn, that was just beautiful. To get that projection up and over the lip, kicks the fins out the back. So, well, interested to see where the judges go with that one. And it looks like just a quick little paddle there. No one liked it. So Onionwa locks a 7-point ride there, Tapper.
Yeah, that's what you need. You'd be pretty happy with that. You can see him looking back and checking the priority, going, okay, I'm in 4th priority, but I got the lead.
So at this stage, a 7-point ride and a 5.5 has Oni in the lead. Worth noting, Dexter Muskin's not far behind him. His last score came in at a very healthy number at a 6.50. So Dexter looking sharp here in second. A 6.01 would get him the lead. Louis Hind and Tane Bowden chasing some pretty solid numbers. I do believe we are still waiting for one of Tane Bowden's rides to lock in, though. So with 2.5 minutes to go, pressure mounting here on the surface in blue and white. So Dexter Muskin's looking sharp out here, and it's funny, Tapper, when you say, you've been commentating Dexter since he was so young. I remember myself when I was surfing at events in like the under 12s, and I'm about 5 years older than Dexter probably, or at least 4.
Yeah.
And Dexter was surfing in those events with me.
Yeah.
So he's been surfing contests since he was so young. So he has so much experience in the rash shirt and a lot of experience on right-hand point breaks. Spends a lot of time out at snapper and looking pretty sharp out here today.
Certainly is. It actually reminded me of Sammy Watts back in the day when I was a young bloke. He's such a little bloke. He was actually surfing in open heats when he was about 11, Sammy Watts. A great surfer. Great bloke too. I've known Sammy since he was, about 8, and he's still around. They're still surfing really good as well. But it's funny, kids peak at different ages, or they gradually build. But Dexter's still surfing really well and still at the top of his game. Yeah,
Dexter's one of the few that's been able to kind of maintain that really high level of competitiveness. As Tane Bowden's last score locked in at a 5.0, and it looks like Louis Hind up and riding on this one. Nice turn in the pocket there from Luke Hind, skipping down the line here. Huge backside air reverse attempt.
Oh, onto the rocks.
But no completion there on the finish. Love how quick that rotation was, Tapper, but no stomp there, so won't get too much love from the judges as we see Onionwa slide past him. We'll catch up with him here, Tapper.
Oh, yeah, here he goes to this last turn, and he throws it up and rides out on the rocks. That was basically on the rocks, that finish. Wow. I wonder if he'll check the fins. Nah, he's pretty happy. Mustn't have heard the bump bump. Yeah, it's funny when you hear that sound on your fin, you go on.
So here's the replay of Onionwa's last ride. Stylish little snap there in the pocket. Tags it once more, and this is where the bulk of the points will come from with this score. That tail high air reverse, and a lot of rotation in that. So the judges really like seeing you rotate. When you're going for that air reverse, they really want to see you rotate to the point where, the fins are directly facing the beach.
Yep, your nose is pointing out front.
Yep.
And it's so you've done the full rotation.
So good stuff there from Onionwa as well. This one's coming into the dying stages and standing by for that score to lock. We hear the who to go in the background, so that's a wrap on round 2, heat number 3. And unofficially at this stage, it does look like it will be Onionwa and Dexter Muskins moving on through to the next round. And, on that point, we're going to take a quick break. And when we come back, we'll have round 2, heat 5 from the men's side of the draw here at the 2019 Gold Coast Open presented by Flight Centre. So welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to round number 2, heat number 4 out in the lineup at the moment here at the 2019 Gold Coast Open, presented by Flight Centre. My name's Daniel Maudsley, and I'm joined in the commentary booth with none other than Mr. Terry Tapatis. Tapper, good morning to you. Another beautiful day here at Burleigh as you see the drone shot. Look at that.
Yeah, it's a beautiful place. Australia's smallest national park, and we've got a real ripper of a heat coming up. Jackson Baker, of course, Jacko, I think, Newley boy, if I'm correct.
I believe he's from down that way. I'm not sure exactly on the location.
I think he's a South Coast lad. Thomas Cavallo from in the local Snapper Rock Surf Riders rides the same boards that I do, same shaper.
Oh, nice.
His are a little bit thinner, a bit more tweaked. And here we go, Sandon Whitaker on his back end.
So Sandon just getting a little caught behind this opening section. Not a whole lot of eventuating there. And, of course, don't forget Billy Stamand out there in the blue.
Yes.
My apologies, in the green.
Yeah, mate. Well, it was funny that we were discussing yesterday about the goofy footers, that they really have to project down the line and get it going on. So, that's we saw there. Sandon Whitaker just caught a little bit behind. I'm sure he has plenty of reef breaks down where he's from, down the south coast there. So he'd be used to that. But at the moment, looks like they've sort of gone a little bit further out once again as this tide comes in.
Yeah, well, we've got the boys from the fresh air broadcast truck throwing the drone up in the air, so hopefully we'll get some pretty cool drone footage for you guys shortly. But yeah, I think you're right, Tapper. It looks like they have moved a little further up the point.
Would have obviously seen Oni Anwar and a few of the other guys like Dexter and that getting those waves out there. But that does open the opportunity for someone to do the little sneak down the line. I'm waiting for one of the goofy footers. There's a little left in the corner there, right on the beach. And someone was saying if Gabby Medina was in the heat, he'd just go there and do 2 air revs, and there he'd go.
Yeah, we did actually have one coach. I won't say who it was, just in case wants to keep those tactics secret. We did have one coach actually come into the official tent and ask about that yesterday, if they're allowed to surf that left, and did get the thumbs up from our judging panel. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see if anyone looks to employ that tactic. Very excited to see Jackson Baker's first appearance here in this event in the Red Rashi. On the couple of days that I've been down here early enough to catch some of the free surfing action, he's been my standout.
Mate, very powerful surfer. He throws a lot of spray when he turns. I've seen him surf in the Board Riders Battle and a few other events, and he really is a standout surfer. And at the Kira Teams Challenge as well, he got a great heat win for the Merriweather boys. I think, if I'm right, I'm pretty sure he's a Merriweather lad. They're a pretty, what would you say, hardcore club, Merriweather, as in they really live, breathe, and love their Board Riders club.
Yeah, no, they have some a pretty kind of phenomenal club spirit there, and one of the great things about Australian surfing is the Board Riders Club system that we do have, and as we see an awesome little drone shot there, giving us a look at the surface from above, and it looks like Sandon Whitaker up and riding here, Tapper.
Oh, Sandon doing some rock hopping. You saw there, actual rocks literally under his fins. Wow, how he missed those there. But I was talking to actually Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew, who won this event in 1978, the Stubbies, and I said, I remember being a little boy on the rocks watching you guys like on waves, even smaller than this. And he said, yeah, and it was so hard, we had single fins.
Oh.
So can you imagine a single fin going through those rocks?
That's a good point.
A few of the Hawaiians and the other guys were surfing twin fins, NMR, so they sort of might have had a little advantage with the smaller fins maybe. But yeah, amazing surfing a single fin on those, which we see every year when we have the Burleigh Board Rider Single Fin Classic.
Oh, of course, one of the highlights of the Burleigh Point calendar, isn't it?
Oh, mate, some people actually plan holidays around to come down for that event, because it's funny. There's no prize money. You get a surfboard. That's what you get, a single fin surfboard. Awesome. But it's just the glory of winning it. And like we've seen guys like Joel Parkinson's won it twice. Taj Burrows won it. A host of locals, but a very, very hard event to win.
Yeah, no, I'm always a big fan to come down and check that particular event out, as we see a couple of scores locking for Sandon Whitaker. Tapper, nothing of too much consequence.
Yeah, a bit of a slow start to this one.
Yeah, 2.75 and a 0.6, the two numbers for Sandon's opening 2 attempts. Nothing else on the board at the moment. Interesting too, Billy Sturman, of course, with some experience at the top level. Did get a wild card into, I believe it was Margaret River a few years ago, so he's had the opportunity to surf against the world's best. As we see Sandon up and riding again. Quick turn in the pocket there to start this one off. Nice connection there on the second, and Looks like his tactic is pretty obvious. He's trying to get busy out there in the early stages of this heat, and really nice kind of speed and acceleration through that final turn. So Sandon Whittaker probably about to lock his best score.
Yeah, I think that's probably a good idea out there, is to keep busy. Of all things, just keep busy and get some waves, as we see here. Having a paddle, it is our surfer in white, Thomas Cavallo. And he's on there. I'm not sure which model he's on, but wow, it looks nice and quick under his feet. Thomas, a member of the Snapper Rock Surf Riders as well. Oh, he's not on my model. He's on a different model.
So who's the shaper responsible for that?
Ian Byrne.
Okay.
Younger brother of the great Alan Byrne. Ian's a very great craftsman. He is a very good craftsman, a craftsman in the true sense of the word. As we see here, that's green. Billy Stairmate getting his first wave.
Yeah, skipping through to the inside. He might look to go to the air here. Decides to just try and ditch the fins, but unfortunately will not complete that one there for the surfer in green. So a few more scores now to lock in. Sandon Whittaker's last score, as expected, came in at his best. A 4.25. So a 4.25, and couple that with a 2.75. Sandon out in first position. Now just waiting for Thomas Cavallo and Billy Stamman's opening scores to lock in.
Rightio, well, it's a interesting little heat, this one. Sandon Whittaker there, he's going the building the house sort of option. Thomas Cavallo and Billy Stamman, they're just getting their waves. They may be going the patience option. So there's sort of two ways you can go, though. You can change your plan midway through the heat. And I know most coaches do like to have a plan B. Go, okay, this is our plan. If things go a bit sideways, okay, this is our backup. You know, we go to that. And usually, it's funny. I've been in the beach commentary, and you see the surfers looking at you, and you're thinking, "Hang on, what do they want?" But they're actually their coaches are up there just behind you, above on the hill there somewhere, and so they're looking at the coaches for instructions. Which, when it's small like this and things are very close, like folks, if you come down to Burley Point, it is the inverted commas natural amphitheatre. It's one of the best places to watch surfing in the world, along with, Bells Beach and a few other places. It's really great there.
Look at this, Tapper. Unreal shots from the Fresh Air broadcast team. The drone up in the sky, and just giving you an idea just how beautiful this contest venue is.
God, I haven't seen that view since I used to do the radio helicopter surf reports. You have to do a surf report in a helicopter. The first one I did, they thought I was live to air. The pilot thought it'd be really funny to do a bomb dive over the airport runway. I'm about starting the surf report. I'm going, what are they talking about there? And next thing, as I'm doing the surf report, we're bomb diving. Thanks, fellas. Look at that. Look at those rocks.
Yeah, wow. That's a pretty unique perspective to get, isn't it? Looks like we got a free surfer just having a casual stroll through the contest area there. I'm sure our beach announcer will tell him to keep his distance from the competitors. A couple of more scores in the system too now. Tapper, Thomas Cavallo's opener a 4.6. Billy Stamman dropped a 2.40. Nothing yet on the board for the man in red, Jackson Baker, so he will assume first priority. And time starting to tick down a little bit. Hitting the halfway mark in this one at 10 minutes now to go. As a surfer in heat, when do you think that with today's conditions in mind, of course, when do you think, you kind of start getting a little bit restless out there and a bit stressed?
I reckon from about now. From the halfway mark, if half your heat's gone, though, then again you saw blokes like Alistair Reginato yesterday. Like Reggie didn't get a wave till, I think, nearly 7-8 minutes to go.
Todd
and then got to see
Stokes
the
in
bang.
4, I think, yeah.
So it is possible, but you really don't want to leave it at the last minute. As there we go, Billy racing down the line and somehow got it into that lip. Arrived late, but planted it down.
Yeah, no, that was a pretty kind of meaty section that he bounces off there. So standing by for that number to lock for Billy Stamman. Looked like he took that one from further down the point, than some of our other competitors.
Oh, look at that shot, Jacko Baker having a look there, mate. I think now he is getting that bit of restless. He's got the priority, but like think of that. You've waited and you've got priority. Now you don't want to go on like a wave that's not that good, and then see one of your fellow competitors racing down on the wave you should have been on.
Yeah, it can be very nerve-wracking, and it's so tricky to use priority correctly because obviously you're not aware of what's coming.
No,
you don't know if there's going to be a better wave a minute or two later, so it is really a bit of a gamble, and I guess you just have to take an educated guess that this is the wave that you're waiting for.
Well, I'm actually thinking I might have to go on the senior title sometime just to surf a heat with priority. I've never surfed a heat with priority. I was talking to another bloke who did it in the Mast, and he said, it's really good because, there's the blokes who are natural competitors and, snake and all that sort of stuff. And he goes, well, that takes them out of it. He goes, but then you get all stressed because you don't know which wave to take. So that's obviously what they're doing. They've had way more experience at it, but that is the problem. It's like, okay, you can have any wave you want, but which wave do you take? It's sort of like, do I go this one? And that's the thing, and there's everybody trying to sell you one as well.
Yes, that's
Looking
right.
Like they're really like, this wave's so good, I'm getting it.
Put the used car salesman hat on. We've certainly seen that one a few times. Billy Stamaine's second score, a 2.75 there for the Surfer in green, so he's in second place at the moment. But here we go. Jacko Baker doesn't decide to pull the trigger there.
Ooh.
So flirting with the loss of priority, but I think he will hang on to it there because there was no real committed effort. So that's what the priority judges are looking for as we see Thomas Cavallo.
Ooh, just hangs on to that one. He probably reduced his score a little bit, but he's got the 2 waves now. Only needed a 0.55 to go to second. So that will lift up his score there, more than likely into second place. And at the moment, well, Jacko Baker's got a bit to do. He's got 7 minutes to get 2 waves, but they're not a big score. He could probably do it in 1 if he gets the bomb.
Yeah, you're definitely right, and I've seen Jacko Baker in the free surfs through the mornings, like I've been mentioning. I've seen him get more than 7 points on a couple of rides.
Oh yeah, I've seen him get 8s, 9s.
Yeah. In particular, yesterday morning. It was yesterday morning. We had it's always a really big kind of free surf, and it's always super interesting to watch. The day one, you see everyone. Some of them might be surfing for the first time at the break in a long time, and Jacko Baker just got this one wave and absolutely blew the roof off it about 5 times. And I was standing there with a few judges, and we were thinking, oh wow, he's looking sharp.
Yeah, I was talking to a few parents over at Strutty that were had the kids in the Pro Junior, say, oh, do you reckon it's worth going down to Burleigh and having a surf before you said with that rock break? 100%. You need to, because it's not just like you can turn up. It's not like a beach you going, yeah, that's it. You sort of got to really know how it unfolds when you're on it. Looks great when you're looking at it, but when you're on the wave, it unfolds a certain way. Thomas Cavallo, that last wave, has moved him into the lead. What did you get there?
So he's locked a 4.90 there, Tapper. So
yeah.
Thomas Cavallo now out in first place with a 4.9 and a 4.6. Sandon Whitaker now pushed back into second. His last score did lock in at a 4.25. He's now looking for a 5.25 to take the lead. Billy Stamane in the green in third now, chasing a 4.25, and Jacko Baker still looking for that 7-point ride that we spoke about earlier, Tapper.
Yeah, wow. Now look, it's 6 minutes to go. It's time to have a crack, I think, for Jacko, but no, he's still playing that patience game. Will we see someone get through on one wave? That'd be interesting to see. I've seen it done before.
We almost had, I think it was Alex Maniatis yesterday, he had a 6.25 and no backup, and up until about the last 2 minutes, it was looking like he was going to be moving on through with just the one wave, but then a few more waves kind of transpired right at the death of the heat. But yeah, no, we were wondering the same thing yesterday afternoon.
The best one of here we go. Look out. As we see 5 minutes to go, and Jackson Baker, he's got this wave and kicks the tail out the back, so there we go. Not sure if it's going to be a 7-point ride, and out behind him, Sandon Whitaker.
Hey Sam, we got Oni for a post heat. Yeah, he's sitting, I can see he's sitting there.
Rightio, 4.5 minutes to go, and
well, I think we're going to be joined very shortly with the winner from the last heat. So, Oni, congratulations on your win, mate. Looking pretty sharp out there. How was it?
Yeah, good. It's fun. Nice day at Burleigh. Lucky there's not much wind. Waves kind of still fun, and I can see that. Just stayed busy at the start and wait for my priority, and then just play it how it is.
Yeah, well, you surfed very well. Some pretty sick frontside air reverses thrown down there, mate. And look, there's been a bit of a chatter around the contest site. Are you aware of any situation as far as the wildcards are concerned for the Keramis Pro coming up shortly?
Yeah, the WSL from Indonesia rang me, like, if you do good in this event, I'll give you a wild card for the Keramis.
Yes, so I was chatting to Will Hayden-Smith from the WSL earlier today, and he was making mention that it goes to the highest rated Indonesian surfer on the World Qualifying Series rankings. Is that what you're aware of?
Yeah, yeah. I try not to think about it as well because I heard it yesterday and then like, oh, I need to stay, just have fun and trying to make some heat.
Well, we've crunched the numbers. We won't tell you where you need to end up to make the cut, mate. But with surfing like you just did in that last heat, you will be certainly going close to doing it. Of course, took out this event in 2016. Talk to us about moving forward in the heat draw and what to expect from the next few days.
Looks like there's gonna be swell coming, so I'm excited for that, and I want to bring that memory back from the last time I won, and just want to back to grommet again, just surf and get excited.
Awesome, mate.
Yeah.
We're very excited watching you, so can't wait to see you do it again.
Yeah, thank you. Cheers, guys.
Thanks, mate.
You.
Rightio, well, Oni Anwar, he's a smiley, lovely young man he is. I saw him yesterday Tuesday, grabbing some lunch in Burleigh Heads. He's at home here at Burleigh Heads. He feels at home, and you can see that he's comfortably wants to be that grommet again. But in the meantime, while we're away, Billy Starbutt, an 8-point ride, has thrown the cat amongst the pigeons. Thomas Cavallo's gone to second. Sandon Whitaker is in third, and Jacko Baker now needs a 5.4. He got a 4.1 on that first ride, so Jacko Baker is second priority. So let's just see how it unfolds here, but not much time left, and he might have left his run just a little too late, and here we go. That's a replay of Billy's wave. Look at him go.
Beautiful projection through those turns, and look at him just hammer that last one shut.
Oh,
I love the
no
stand
claim,
tall.
the no claim.
The no claim there from the surfer in green, and rightfully so. That one would have felt good. Skipping across the rocks now with a minute and a half to go. So that was some pretty impressive surfing there from the Kiwi. And now Thomas Cavallo in second, Sandon Whitaker, Jackson Baker chasing numbers around half the scale, just north of half the scale would do it for both of them. So approaching the final minute, and geez, I love chatting to Oni Anwar. He's got that infectious smile, you know. When you see him smiling, you can't help smile yourself.
Yeah, it is. And, you always see him around, but that's the quality of the man.
Yeah.
You know, he always says g'day. Always, says how you doing, and yeah, got a bit of music in the background. As we have a look here, well, it's 45 seconds to go. Jackson Baker, he is looking for something there. He's praying for a wave, Jackson Baker. He needs something. Thomas Cavallo now, after Sandon Whitaker's last wave of 5.7, Thomas Cavallo has moved into third now. Thomas Cavallo holding priority, 30 seconds to go. He needs that wave right now. So does Jackson Baker. Thomas Cavallo probably in the best spot out of all the surfers to get that wave score. Needs a 5.06, but is Mother Nature going to deliver, mate? I think we're running out of time here.
Wow, so Sandon Whitaker might have just snatched that ticket into round 3 right out of Thomas Cavallo's hands. Things are counting down. Like you mentioned, Tab is sitting in first priority, but from that angle doesn't look like anything on the horizon. So looks like we can make it official. Billy Stermain and Sandon Whitaker moving on through to round 3. Thomas Cavallo, Jackson Baker unfortunately eliminated here in round 2, heat number 4. Unfortunately, therefore, Thomas and Jackson. Thomas just peeped at the post, and Jacko just couldn't quite get his heat going, could he?
He just couldn't, mate. He tried to get it going, but just not the go there. Well, mate.
It sounds like we're going to be going to a quick art break, ladies and gentlemen. When we get back, we'll see you with more action from round 2 of the men's here at the 2019 Gold Coast Open, presented by Flight Centre. So welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here today to the QS 1500, the 2019 Gold Coast Open presented by Flight Centre. Round 2, heat number 5 out in the lineup. My name's Daniel Morsley. I'm joined in the commentary box by no other than Adam Hennessy, or Dimmy as we like to call him. Dimmy, looks like we've got a surfer up and riding already.
Yeah, Samson Coulter up and riding, just tagging away on those first couple of turns. And out the back, looks like the local boy, Matty Job, getting
Matty
to work.
Job up and riding here, Dimmy, jamming it there with that second turn. Beautiful style there on the young man from Burleigh.
Yeah, so I've got a bit of information regarding this heat. It looks like Caius King has pulled out due to sickness. He picked up just a virus he picked up over in Indo. So, they actually were looking for an alternative to go into his spot, but I don't think there was one, as we see a replay of Samson Coulter, a young bloke from Queenscliff Board Riders down on the Northern Beaches, coming through the ranks and doing a great job too. And a little bit of a fun fact, he starred in a movie not that long ago.
I heard about this.
Yeah, and it's pretty sick.
Tessa McKenna told me in the Breathe.
Yep.
Was the movie the Tim? Is it?
Or was it based on a Tim?
Tim someone book.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
And as we see, Dylan Moffat from Northie up at Narrabeen just getting to work on the forehand. Nice little drift on those first couple of turns. But yeah, Samson. I've known him since he was very little, so I've seen him come through our ranks on our beach. Definitely one of the most talented guys on the Manly beachfront, and great to see him actually getting the opportunities in the QS these days, and very passionate about his surfing, and pretty talented. I didn't even know he was an actor, to be honest, and I went and watched the movie and it was sick.
Yeah,
really good.
right. No, I haven't seen it, but I would love to check it out and see how Samson goes. I've heard nothing but good things, and well, speaking of good things, a nice number locks there for Samson, a 6.25 for the opener surfer in blue. So a 6.25 there for Samson. Matty Job not far behind him with a 6.0. So a couple of decent scores there. Looks like Dylan Moffat's opener in now as well at a 4.6. So very nice exchange there. 2 of the 3 scores from the opening exchange going into the good range. Dylan Moffat not far off with a 4.6. 16 and a half minutes still to go in this one as we see Samson, the movie star, up and riding, floating through that first section as he finds a nice little carve for the second manoeuvre and gets a little more radical there on the finish. Incomplete with that final fin ditch though.
Coming unstuck on that last turn, got some work done. I love the way he drives through his turns on the forehand. He's got a really sharp, aggressive style, and he's got plenty of power too. So he loves it when it's big, and he's got a good little arsenal when it comes to small wave surfing. So opened up with that 6.25. Matty Job, the local boy, he's got an amazing read on this point. Like, being from Burleigh, he just knows every piece of sand, every grain of sand, and you saw on that first wave, and we spoke about this yesterday, I think it was with you, where we spoke about his ability to know which wave to take. And the line he takes in each wave is pretty impressive, and locked in that 6-point ride, and we know he's got more. I spoke to him a little bit earlier, and he was definitely keen to advance on through, and he was real focused, and he's been training hard. So Matty Job with a 6. Samson Coulter just locked in a 4.15, so backed up the 6.25 for the New South Wales surfer there, and he's out in the lead. Very impressive.
I'm going to leave you to it, Dimmy. Go and get a closer look at the action, and Tessa McKenna's going to jump in and join you in the commentary booth for the rest of the call on this one.
Yeah, thanks, mate. Doing a great job as we see the boys getting a little bit busy out on the peak, and it is going to be the surfer in green, Dylan Moffat, on that front view. You can see the speed he takes into that first manoeuvre. He's got good flow in his surfing, Tez, and he's starting to get to work. Bit of a quiet achiever, this young guy from Northie, and definitely starting to come through the ranks. But mind you, he's starting to really roll with some serious hairdos.
Yeah, good to be back. I just did a heat on the beach. Gee, I tell you what, the waves are actually pretty fun. What about Samson Coulter? I mean, and both Dylan Moffat, the Northern Beaches locals down from down your way. So both doing very well. Samson came out of the blocks with a beautiful wave there. What was that? A 6.45, I think it was. Yes.
Just a great read, and really nice progressive. Aggressive turns as well. So Samson opened up. It was a really solid little start, because that last heat I was actually on the beach watching, because I'm a big fan of Jacko Baker, and I could hear you talking on on the microphone, and I didn't realise that for 15 minutes Jacko didn't take off. So
No.
it was really important. The importance of taking a wave early in
Yeah.
conditions like this is going to play a pivotal part in those guys trying to progress. So
I know that Jacko can probably almost outsurf anyone in the contest on his day, but I felt like he didn't really contest that first bunch of sets, so that he kind of said, well, you guys move out and then I'll be in first priority and I'll get a set, and the sets never came after that. So it's a real shame for Jackson, but he didn't seem too bothered about it. It's just part of the,
it's
he's
part of the game.
He's a warrior these days, and he's very battle hardened from all the QS action that he's put up with over the years. Here we go with Samson Coulter again. And for those people that don't know, Samson was one of the stars of the movie Breath, of course, a Tim Winton book that was picked up by Simon Baker and turned into a cool little film.
Definitely.
And he and Ben Penny, of course, I think they actually went for the roles as the stunt surfers. And then whilst they were there, they said, hey, jump on camera. And they said, you know what, the camera loves these guys. And this is Matt Job. I love the way Matty Job surfed. She's a great talent. How's the way Bottom turned around that guy as well? That was awesome. Samson was paddling back out. Matty just done a little double pump, so we'll get those scores through. So I believe what happened was Simon Baker said when the kids turned up for the screen test as the stunt surfers, he said, you know what, you guys look really good on camera. He said, you know what, I'm going to keep you guys as the lead roles in that. And they said, you've got to be kidding us. So what happened then was Simon Baker said, it's easier to teach a surfer how to act than it is to get an actor how to surf.
Exactly, and we're going to go down on the beach with Billy Stemman, who I believe got the job done in that last heat. How you going, buddy?
All good. That was a slow one. It was pretty tough out there, and I was kind of on the back foot at the start, and then knew I needed a really good wave, and fortunate it came to me towards the end, and managed to get the score.
Yeah, it's pretty. Like in the situations like that when it's really slow, you've got to make sure you get on that sort of rhythm and on that roll, because we saw Jacko really tough it out towards the end of that heat, but you got some really sick waves and your read was just perfect.
It was really slow, like no one really had huge major scores, and I just, like I said, I didn't have too much at the start, and I just wanted to wait for one really good wave and try and get a really good score, and fortunate that wave come towards the end and I jumped into first. So my boards are feeling really good and I'm feeling super comfortable. Just come off a pretty good result in Cruy, and hopefully the waves get a bit better and bigger, and it should be fun.
Hey Billy, it's Tez McKenna, mate. How you doing?
Good, thanks. Yourself?
Yeah, good, bud. Another great performance, so congratulations. Just quickly, where are you based these days?
I'm based in Raglan. A lot of people know where Raglan is, and this long left-hand point break, so this is a bit different for me, but I've got a cool little place at home, living with my wife and my dog, and just really enjoying my time at home and away. Actually, like I just was in Indo for a week, and I'm now on the Goldie, enjoying it over here, and having a good time.
All right, everything looks like it's all the cards are falling into place for you on a lot of different levels, Billy. So keep up the great work, mate, and good luck for the rest of the competition.
Thanks heaps. I just want to say hello to all the Kiwis at home, and cheers for all the support. A few boys coming up later in the round, and the waves are pretty fun, so keep watching, and hopefully we do well. Cheers.
We wish you all the best moving forward, buddy. Have a good day.
Thank you guys too.
All right, that was Billy Stammen there, of course, from Raglan in New Zealand. Only went over to New Zealand a couple of years ago and to do the contest in Taranaki at Fitzroy Beach, a QS 6000 for the girls it was, and they said, do you want to stay in the house with the guys, or do you want us to get you a camper van in Auckland and you could drive it down here? I went, I'll take the camper van.
Yep.
Anyway, I went and parked it at Raglan for a couple of days. It was really onshore when I was there, but the waves are good. What a great place that is.
We had a couple of guys go over for the annual event they had last week, and a couple of our juniors won the event, which was great, and they just said the waves were pumping, so much fun. But right now in this heat, with just under 10 minutes to go, is Matty Jobs' last wave, a 6-point ride, enough to elevate him into the lead. Samson Coulter a 5.10, so they've gapped Dylan Moffat just that little bit. Dylan looking for a 6.55, but the good thing for Dylan, he does hold first priority, and we've spoken about the lulls that have been presenting themselves during the course of the morning today, so critical to take opportunities when they arise, and definitely at this stage has been Matty Jobs' read on the Burley Point in pretty tricky conditions that has definitely got the better waves, but Samson Coulter very impressed, and as I said, Samson just trying to make his way on the QS, trying to build those points and get himself the opportunities to surf in those bigger events. And for all these young guys, that's what it's about. It's trying to build momentum, and there's a real sort of sequences of events when it comes to professional surfing these days, and you've got to do the hard yards first, isn't that right, Tess?
Yeah, that's exactly right. And I know that Samson and Hinata Zara and a whole bunch of young Aussie guys have been speaking to just outside earlier are all going to head over to Chile. Of course, we've got some cool events coming up there. QS 3000 in Iquique, which is an incredible venue, just so many great waves there. And another QS 3000 at Arica, which is one of the most scary heaving left-hand barrels on the planet. So here we go with White up and riding. Again, Matty Job just fanging down the line. Lovely little rock and roll floater. Snaps it in the pocket. So nice little combo there from Matty Job.
Yeah, definitely. As we see Dylan Moffat just getting a little bit caught up on that first turn, but he's just trying to build on those scores. He's got a couple of mid-range fours, so he's definitely got the ability to get the job done. He's such a dynamic surfer, and like you said, we've spoken about it before, but from a local point of view, Matty Job has just an awesome read on the wave breaks and the angle and the speed he gets out of each turn. He knows exactly where to hit it, and right now he's in the lead. But this is a really tight heat. Unfortunately for Caius King, had to pull out of the event. He actually picked up a bit of a virus over in Endo and pulled out this morning, so no alternative in the spot. So it's basically a three-man heat. Only one will bow out, and at this stage it is the surfer from North Narrabeen who's looking for that score. So, yeah.
Well, in a sense, sometimes, Dimmy, the old three-man heat, even though there's one less person to beat, it's almost
tricky.
like more pressure because you don't want to be that guy in third.
Yeah, that's exactly
There's
right.
only one guy missing out. So whereas, when it's a four-man heat, at least you got someone to hang out with on the sideline. But for now, Matty is getting the job done with a 6.4 and a 6.0. Samson Coulter in second, looking to upgrade a 5.1. He's actually needing a 6.16 to take the lead. Dylan Moffat, 6.55. There's Samson. Samson saying, about the priority, I think he is. He's just saying, hey, excuse me, why am I in this priority situation? I think that's what he's trying to say.
I wouldn't. I'd be going, thanks. I'm in first priority.
Yeah, of course. Well, exactly. What's going on there? So Samson looking to upgrade to 5.1. In fact, a 6.16 would give him the lead, and Dylan Moffat needing a 6.55. So you could almost throw a blanket over a lot of those kids. They're all just tightly packed on the takeoff zone here on the inside of Burleigh Points.
Yeah, pretty cool to see that, actually. On the Elite 2, you probably wouldn't see guys like chatting away like the 3R. They're probably trying to work out who's got priority and why. But right now it is priority with the server in blue. You can see Samson sort of looking in, not understanding what's going on at this stage, thinking, I don't know what's sort of rattling his cage, but right now he's in a good spot because he's got first priority and only needs a 6.16 to take the lead. So it is Dylan Moffat from Narrabeen looking for that 6.55 to move on up into the advancement position, and you can see him going a little bit deeper, Tez, on the point.
Yeah, interesting because, the guys who are above him on priority will just drop in on him when he gets away. But I guess sometimes we've seen people go up the point and sneak a tight one that goes right along the edge of the rocks, and sometimes the guys with the priority out can't even get onto him.
That's exactly right. Those little double ups that have that little corner to them. I've seen multiple heats during the course of the first 2 days where that has exactly happened, where the person with priority hasn't been able to get on to the wave. So, yeah,
I don't mind.
Situation.
Yeah, I like it when a guy who's in third priority goes, I'm going to go and sit on the inside, because it kind of just it grates the other guys who are above him on the priority sequence, and it's just all about trying to unsettle your opponent. At the end of the day,
mind games of surfing.
Exactly. So on screen there, that's Matty Job. A great young Burleigh local, as of course part of the Burleigh Board Riders Club here, has been a member since he started surfing. And I think we mentioned it yesterday, but a smart young man, Matty Job. He's currently at university studying to become an accountant. So he's a bit of a numbers man. Very fit individual, likes to exercise a lot and keep nice and fit and healthy, eats right and stuff. I shared a room with him, so I know all this stuff. When we were down at Manly, I was hanging out with him, and I thought, what a top little bloke, and a really polite little kid as well.
He's a thinker.
Yeah, it's good. And we need more of them.
Yeah, no, he thinks about how he wants to move forward in his career, and he takes it very seriously indeed. But right now, it is the surfer in green. You can see him just scouring the lineup, looking for the opportunity, and you see a little bit of a set. It's weird. I was talking to Maud's about these sets where they look like they're going to develop, and they sort of go in that deep section. They don't sort of come on through on that perfect angle on the inside. So predominantly they're surfing that inside peak right near Rick Shaw's.
Yeah.
And
I
here
think,
comes the set.
Yeah, I think this one's going to be breaking. Here we go. Dylan, exactly what we said. Dylan Moffat on the inside, goes for the big front side air rev.
Wow.
He made that look really easy. I mean, these are pretty common manoeuvre these days. It'll be interesting to see what the judges throw. Here goes Samson Coulter up and riding.
Yeah, Samson on the forehand, driving into that first section, trying to create some down-the-line speed, carves it into the pocket once more, and he's got a nice little section to work with. And can he ride out of that turn? Oh, yes, he does. And the boys from QBC will be cheering away right now because that was a pretty sick turn at the end.
Absolutely. Was it QBC that used to have the Gumby as their team?
They still do.
They still do?
Yes, they surely do. And
So
you can see the replay. He was eyeing off the end section and got some really solid pop out of that aerial manoeuvre. So will that improve on that lower score? And interesting, you were talking about Dylan Moffat. He sat deeper on the peak and definitely created that little bit of space. But I actually think that Samson could have got that wave, but he eyed off the second set.
Gotcha.
He was definitely looking at that second wave more than the first wave.
Yeah.
And Dylan Moffat locked in a 5.85, so back in the game. But will that last wave of blue put him into the lead? Only needs a 6.16.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. I don't think he did a whole lot before that air rev at the end. It's a nice little wave, but I'm not too sure whether or not that's going to be enough. But of course, the judges will work that stuff out. That's what they're on the big money for.
Yep.
So we're down to just on 2 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Again, very good morning to you folks. Day number 2, of course, of this QS 1500. Coming to you live from Burleigh Point here in Queensland. Of course, the Gold Coast Open presented by the Flight Centre underway.
Yeah, sure is, mate. We're flying high down here, and it's been a bumper 2 days. We're looking forward to a bit of an increase from Huey in the next couple of days, mate.
Yeah.
So the weekend's looking good. I spoke to a couple of the bigger bodies in the event, and they're just really focused on getting the job done for day number 2 as they focus towards the weekend. And they know there's waves coming. Always positive when you know there's surf coming, as we see Samson having a look, again, rolling into this wave and flying down the line. Floats her over that section, and that wave, is it going to offer scoring potential on the inside as he sort of negotiates a little bit of an inside rock ledge and kicks out?
Yeah, that's going to be a throwaway score, I believe, for Samson. So
I don't think he improved.
Yeah, he was in a non-priority situation. Okay, now it's going to be interesting right now because we're coming down to the closing stages. That score for Samson, I don't think will go into top 2, so that means that Dylan is chasing a really realistic... Oh, there he is behind Matty Job. So Dylan was in a second priority. Matty Job was in a priority situation, and Dylan tried to reverse off the back of that one. I don't think he's affected the score for Matty Job, but it looked like it was incomplete. That's the bottom line.
Yeah, the bottom line, it was incomplete. And as we spoke about before, the read of Matty Job on these little punchy sections, just perfect lines into the turn. So doing a great job. The local crew, plenty of guys on the promenade supporting this young guy. And as we said, he's spent a lot of time with the Surfing New South Wales guys in the last couple of months working away and sort of building on his career. And it's great to see him actually competing because for the most part, he's been just hanging out with us and working. So putting on a pretty solid display indeed.
It's funny you should say that because when he was, sharing a room with me and that, I thought, I know this kid. I've seen him around. I'm like, how you going, man? He said, good. And I said, what's your name again? He said, Matty. And I said, right, Matty who? And he goes, Matty Job. I went, you're Matty Job? What are you doing here as a little intern helper at the contest? He goes, I just wanted to, try and expand my my skills. Well, he's got the skills to take that one. So Matty Job wins that heat with a 6.4 and a 6.25. Samson Coulter going through in second spot. So great news there for Stevie and the gang, of course, who are watching back home. And Dylan Moffat, unfortunately, eliminated there in the green singlet. So that is a wrap on that one, ladies and gentlemen. And heat number 6 is about to get underway. I believe that we will throw to a commercial break right now. So I'm going to be back with more live action. Nick Squires is going to be in this next heat here, folks. And Nick, of course, is the defending champion of this competition. So don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We'll have more live action from Burleigh Point right after this.
Yeah, welcome back to the Gold Coast Open down here at beautiful Burleigh Heads Beach for heat number 6, round 2 of the men's, Tezza, and the defending champ out in the lineup, Nick Squires. What a heat this is going to be.
Oh, you betcha. So we've got Raul Borman, of course, is from Portugal. The guy in the green singlet, straight to work with the 2.75. We got Liam Mortensen is out there from Avalon. He's in the blue singlet. And Alistair Reginado from the sunny coast is in the white. Again, we've got a heat full of smooth operators. It's going to be a really good one to watch.
Like the song says. So, yeah, Nick Squires, I had a chat to Nick early this morning. He was pretty excited to be the defending champ, and he was talking about the nuances of having to change your mind and your thought processes on a heat when conditions are a little bit smaller. He knows that the waves are going to get better as we continue through the event, but he was just really focused on getting to work early. And we spoke about his performance down at Manly, Tez. It was sort of a bit of a breakout performance for Nick Squires, because he came through some really big heats down in Manly, and it's going to give him a lot of confidence moving forward.
Oh, he is, honestly, for me, Nick is one of the best competitors in Australia. And he is on what might be his swan song year as well. He's already sort of stated it, that he's trying to get in Bolito. If he gets in Bolito, great, he'll give it a good shot, and then he'll go back to Hawaii, of course. And so he's focused on the 6 and 10,000 events, but it's good to see him here having a bit of practice. This is Liam Mortensen up and riding, and I tell you what, this kid can surf.
Yeah, Letty up and out on that one. Yes, he definitely can surf. Coming through the ranks at NASA, at Avalon, and making some solid inroads on the QS these days is Letty. So great to see him competing. Yeah, Nick Squires, what I love about his performance was down in Manly, he had one heat where he just wasn't happy. He got through the heat, and I spoke to him. He said, look, I'm just not happy with the rhythm I'm taking into heats. I need to get that rhythm back. And for the next 4 or 5 heats, he just blitzed it. He did not look like losing at all. So the analytic side of his surfing and the way he analyses each and every heat, it's pretty amazing. And it'd be great to see someone like Nick Squires sort of jump out of the box one year and qualify for the Elite Tour. So that first wave of Letty was a 4.25. Liam Mortensen out in the lead, early doors yet, but yeah, so like you said, a real staple on the QS in Australasia has been Nick Squires, and it would be sad to see him go, because he's definitely got the ability to mix it with the best.
Yeah, I mean, he's in his mid-30s, maybe 36, 37.
Is he?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, he's a lot older than what you think, and he's been
Wow.
around for a long time, but he runs the Illawarra Surf Academy. He's a really good surf coach. He's got a great business down there. He's got all the before and after school stuff going on. He's works with all the local high schools and primary schools. So he's got a really successful business down there, and he said to me that, he needs to, go one way or the other. Of course, Nick has won. I run my little contest, King of the Box, every year. Nick has won that 2 times, last 2 years in a row. Yeah, so he defeated Mitch Dawkins a couple of years ago in some pretty perfect waves. So, yeah, Nick's an incredible competitor and a great bloke as well. Okay, so Letty's got a score in. So Liam Mortensen's first wave, 4.25. Puts him in the lead. Raul Borman from Portugal with a 275 sitting in second. Those scores for Nick Squires in the red or Alistair Reginado in the white. Alistair has been incredible over the last 12 months. He's gone from being just a hot grom to being a full-on campaigner.
Definitely. First laid eyes at him at the ABB, and let me tell you, he was ultra impressive the way he surfs. He surfs way beyond his years, and like you said, he's come out of the grommet ranks and just, exploded onto the scene with some solid performances, and he's definitely going to be one to watch in the future.
Okay, waiting for some action to roll on through. Our major partner, of course, is the gang at the Flight Centre, here to help you with all your travel needs. Try out their electric surfboard competition if you come down here to Burleigh, folks. Otherwise, I want to check out their offering some amazing deals right throughout the event, including Bali for under $500 return. So check out their website, flightcentre.com.au, and we're super stoked to have those guys on board.
Yeah, definitely. You might want to get online and grab yourself a spot in Bali, because the next World Tour event starts on Monday, I do believe.
Wow.
So,
how good is that going to be?
Imagine getting an airfare for $500 to go over and see some of the best surfers in the world do their thing.
Oh, and when you watch a contest in Bali, it's like being on a Hollywood set when they're pretending to run a surf contest, you know what I mean? I went to the Rip Curl Cup in Padang.
Yep.
And I swear it was one of the most incredible and surreal moments of my life.
Wow.
Just perfect waves, great music, everyone's got a beer in their hand, world's best surfers covering it up in perfect 8-foot barrels.
It's really funny you say that because I sort of felt like that when I was watching the Indo event last week because it's just like watching an Indo movie and all of a sudden you go, hold on, these guys got rashes on.
Exactly.
It was incredible. Like even, to watch someone like Mitch Colborne, he was unbelievable in that event. And it was really weird because it's such perfect waves. And you were talking about it like that's exactly what Bali was like 25, 30 years ago.
Yeah, believe me, I was there. I remember first time I went was, I think it was, what was it, September 78. Yeah, I was like 15, I was 16. My mum and dad said, you want a ticket to Bali, return for your birthday, you want to have a big party? I said, see you guys, ciao, I'm out of here. And went over there and we stayed in Legian at a place called Nakula, where all the Maruba guys used to stay at that point, and we were the only losmen in like about a 10-kilometre radius.
Wow.
So it was just driving through the jungle basically, and it's just hectic there now. It's so crazy to see how much it's changed. And I've been going down to Krui for the last 3 or 4 years, hanging out down there at a place called Secret Sumatra, a nice little venue. And and for me, it's like a step back in time. It's like going back to Bali in those early days.
Easy to get to?
It's hard to get to. No, you got to fly into Jakarta, then you go Jakarta to Banjar Lampung, then it's a 6.5-hour drive down to Krui. They are putting an airport into Krui in the next 2 years, and that's going to just destroy the joint. So the thing is that it's uncrowded because it's hard to get to. So Dimmy, you've got 2 years to suss out Krui, buddy, before it goes to the dogs.
Oh, what about it? Just watching that webcast was just surreal how good the waves were.
Yeah, and that's down that end of the coastline. We've got the Sumatran Pipeline and Unchon Bakora, of course. You've got the Menziri Beach Break, some of the best beaches in the world. But you go for another hour, an hour north from there and start heading back up towards Lombok Way. And, oh my goodness, Timmy, there's no one surfing anywhere and there's just perfect points everywhere. So, yes, Sumatra is where it's all happening at the moment. That is for sure. Great to see they're running out some decent-sized contests as well.
Little rumour going around that event next year might be a 6,000
Wow.
event. Imagine that.
Okay, well, we need to talk to the WSL about some commentary.
Yeah, we need to get on that gig.
Exactly, I'm on that one now.
So, talking about this heat right now, 10 minutes gone nearly, and Nick Squires, very much like Jacko Baker, has not got a wave test. So, this is pretty intense situation for a surfer who is one of the top seeds of the event, or if is actually the defending champ and the top seed. So he'd be out there. I don't think he'd be stressing yet, but you want to get off to a start. You said it about the importance of just getting that kick on early.
That's right, and you know what? It's going to be more prevalent now because we are working towards high tide coming up at around about 1 p.m. this afternoon, so we're still quite a way away from that. Like, we're only at mid-tide. Those rocks that you see there in the foreground will be almost completely underwater by the time that we get to the top of the tide. Only the top of that very top one sort of just sticks its head out. So there he is there, Nick Squires, our defending champion. He's on the back foot. As we mentioned earlier, very, very... a very good surfer, a great competitor, and a real master tactician as well, Nick Squires. So he'll be on the hunt. So both he and Alistair Reginardo sharing a neutral priority situation. So, Liam and Raul have already got their waves. Nick and Alistair. Well, here goes Alistair Reginardo up and riding from the sunny coast. This kid's an excitement machine and sets it up through the inside. Nice little carving combo, jams it up there for a finishing move, and he hits that one sweetly. So that, I believe, will be the best wave of the heat there for Alistair Reginardo.
Yeah, definitely, Alistair. Just getting to work on that wave and just trying to create some rhythm and flow in his surfing. Definitely got that, and like I said, a very, slow start to this heat. Realistically, after 10 minutes, we only had a 4.25, which was the highest score, but right there, Surfing White locks in a 6.25, so that is a great way to start, and that will take, a bit of pressure, the anxiety, the nerves will sort of flow out of the body for young Alistair, because all these guys were just sort of like looking for a couple of chips, pitching with a couple of chips, you know what I mean? There was not much on offer. There was nothing really happening, and he sort of made that happen, as we see the surfer in green, Tezza, up on the back end.
That is Raul Borman, of course, from Portugal. Bom dia to all of our Portuguese viewers that are checking out the webcast here today. We've got Nick Squires. Nick's now chasing a 6.26. He's going to have to really... 6.35 is what Nick Squires is now chasing, because Raul Borman just went into second spot with that little score that he got on that wave. Alistair Reginato back down into third, needing only a 0.1 to move back to second. So I think you only have to stand up to get a score like that. So Nick Squires, 6.35. You can see that wind just creating a little ruffle on the wave face. It's the wrong direction here today. It's coming from left to right on your screen, which means that it's coming out of the northern quadrant. We want it coming the other way.
Exactly, and you can see he's going to have to start to step on the gas very shortly and roll the dice on a wave if he's going to get through this heat. So with 7.5 minutes remaining, Nick Squires has not got off to a start.
And this is exactly what happened to Jacko Baker. Jacko looked at a couple of waves at the start of the heat and thought, you know what, there's probably something better than that. On a day like today, I don't think you can look a gift horse in the mouth. Anything that resembles a half-decent score, I believe you're better off just latching onto it. So Nick Squires here with 7 minutes remaining. He's got plenty of time to get the two waves. Only takes about 30 or 40 seconds to paddle back out on a day like today.
Yeah, even someone like Letty locking in a 4.25, he would not have been thinking towards the back end of a heat that he was in a strong position with a 4.25. But such is the slowness of the ocean. That's exactly where he is right now. I mean, he's not holding anything strong.
No.
The only real wave of substance right now is at 6.25, but it is going to be a really intense 6.5 minutes because it's been really slow.
Yeah.
Probably one of the more slower heats of the day.
See where Nick is moving into right here? There's a tiny little cove right there, and if you get on the south side or the right-hand side of the screen, if you get onto the right-hand side of that cove there, it's really easy to get stuck behind. So that's where the point changes angle. You can see it's a pretty flat piece of reef, and then it sort of breaks away and back down to where the time is there at the moment, right on a bit of an angle, like 45 degrees. So
funny you say that, because I watched a couple of heats front on, and exactly that happened. The guy who was deeper should have been able to get the wave, but it was actually the guy up towards North Burleigh who was able to roll into a really nice peak where it actually didn't break deeper on the peak.
It's funny, you know, even with the priority system, people still like to paddle on the inside of each other. So,
I don't get that.
No, well, I mean, they're just doing it by nature. You know, it's subliminal. I think that people are just, we do this in the surf anyway on a regular basis, and we've been doing it in surfing contests, of course, prior to the four-person priority. So interesting to see, but they want to keep in mind that I'm going to get too deep. Here goes Raul Borman, goes for a little reverse, can't pull that one off. And meantime, we've got Alistair Reginato also with a little wave. Okay, with 5 minutes and 20 seconds remaining, I think we look like we're almost set to go with our first interview here with Steph. Of course, Stephanie is from Arica in Chile. It's great to have her on the team, and she's speaking with the winner of the previous heat. So, a very good morning. Buenos dias, Stephanie. ¿Cómo estás? Bien? Okay, Steph, so very good morning to you. Who we got down there? And take it away. Okay, Stephanie, go for it.
Hello, you guys. I'm with the winner of the heat, Mari Job. Congratulations, Mari. This is like your backyard. You already been surfing this wave a lot. Well, tell me, how was it? What do you think about the heat, about the waves this morning?
It's pretty beautiful out there. A little rocky day at Burleigh. It's a little slow, but the northerly's just coming up now. But in the mornings, it's nice and glassy. There's always a lot of talent walking around. All Burleigh. Woo!
Yeah, kind of small. Tell me about the equipment you used today for this morning, for these tiny waves of this morning.
Oh yeah, I'm just loving my epoxy from Matter at MSD, just local shaper in Miami. Going really well. Fitting in the small transitions like a treat.
You want to say hi to your family and friends?
Oh yeah, my dad's probably watching this back at he just moved to Urunga. So hi, Dad. Woo! And Mum. Hey, Mum.
Congratulations for the rest of the contest.
Thank you so much.
we come back to you guys.
Okay, gracias. That's Steph having a bit of a chat with Matty Job, so we'll just tighten that stuff up next time round. We're just getting all that stuff sorted out with the microphone down there, but great to have Stephanie on the team. And as I mentioned, Steph is from Chile, and she's going to be speaking a little bit of Spanish out there. The concept behind this one, Dimmy, is a good one. I'm going to come back and tell you about it because we're watching Nick Squires on his first wave. Here's the replay, and Squiz got a nice little runner. Manages to get himself around that little section, had a little mishap on the way through, and then throws some heat as he comes off the end section. So he had a few little stumbles on that one there, Jimmy.
Yeah, a little bit tricky. It locked in at a 4.40, but it is a start. So that last wave of Letty Mortensen was 5.9, so put him in the lead. So it is blue first, white second, and like you said, Squiz needed to get off to a start, and that wave wasn't perfect, but he needs something to build on, and he only needs a 3.36 test to advance on through. So it's, you know, it's a pretty tight heat, and nothing really stands out just yet.
All right, well, Nick could be really kind of pretty dirty at himself for I don't say messing that wave up, but he had a couple of little opportunities there that he didn't capitalise on. So a little stumble at the end.
Maybe at the high line a little bit on those inside runners, because there's a lot of rocks. When you're on the commentary on the beach, you just see them, and I'm amazed how these guys don't come a cropper more often.
It's crazy. They're literally bottom turning, and you can almost hear the fins clipping. Yesterday we actually heard a guy just go boom, bang. You saw his fin just come out. He just turned his board over and ironically went back out and got his two best waves with only two fins. Here we go. This bloke here is lighting it up. Alistair Reginato from the Sunshine Coast. Great combination surfing there from this guy. He's still a pro junior, so he's really taking on some of the world's best in this one with Nick Squires and Raoul Borman. Those guys are pretty experienced campaigners.
Yeah, definitely not phased by the attention getting sent his way at the moment. So Alistair, I saw him over at the final of the ABB, and he sort of lapped it up. There was a lot of attention on him. There was a lot of hype, and he definitely, impressed everyone with his attack. And right now he's just locked in a 6.05, puts him in the lead with 1:20 on the clock. So it is blue down to second. So it is green and red chasing score. So a little bit more tricky now for both green and red. Nick Squires needs that 5.76, and here we go, surfing green. Tez up and riding on the back end.
Okay, well, he's going to need something pretty special, 6.55 to go to second, and Nick Squires on this one needing a 5.76. Okay, we're just on a minute to go. I can't see Nick really not capitalising on this opportunity. If I had to put money on it, I'll be thinking that Nick's probably going to get the score on this wave without even watching the wave. He's such a great campaigner, and wow, that was a nice combo. I don't know if it's going to get there. 5.76 would make it probably be, one of the top three waves of the heat. This is Liam Mortensen. And a bit of lateral surfing there for Letty. Nice little fin chuck at the end.
Lovely little throw there from Letty. But
I don't think that's going to go into Letty's top two. He's already holding on to a 4.25.
So I wonder if he got a wave out, like a turn out the back.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. And that, of course, is Alistair Reginato. He's going to win the heat. I think that's
a done deal.
Yeah, that's a done deal. The big question mark is who is going to come second in this one. Well, there's the Hooters in the background. So that's a wrap on heat number 6, round number 2 here at the Gold Coast Open. Again, we're just waiting for scores to roll on through for last of red and last of blue. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, well, I'm thinking back to the wave of the surfer in white, the 6.05, and Alistair really went vert on that wave. That first couple of turns of Nick, they were like check turns trying to get into that more, that more top to bottom section.
Okay.
But I mean, compare back.
What about if we compared it to Nick's previous wave, which is a 4.4, right?
So that's the thing. It's got to be way better than that.
I know. It seems like
it's in the scale, but I'm just looking back at the two best waves of the heat, and I don't know. I just thought that the surfer in white was really clinical, very vert, and you can see the guys having a look at this wave.
Well, that's a couple of. That's a bit of a check one. The first one was a solid one.
Oh, is that the 4? Or was that?
No, this is the last wave.
This is the last one.
No, that's the 4. That was early. That was the 4.25. So that gives us a bit of an indication as to what he did on that first wave.
Tez, not enough. I said that 5.15. I just went back to that surfer in whites wave, and it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, good call there, Jimmy. So that's a wrap on that one, folks. We've got heat number 7 about to get underway, so don't go anywhere, folks. You're watching day number 2 of the Gold Coast Open, proudly presented by the Flight Centre. We'll be back with for another little yak right after this break. Okay, so welcome back, everyone. Tessa McKenna here in the hot seat, taking us through day number 2 of the Gold Coast Open presented by the Flight Centre. This is a QS 1500 for the guys and the girls, and well, Burley Point just dishing up a couple of little pint-sized little runners here today as we go into heat number 7, round number 2 of the guys. Wearing the red singlet, we have Taj Watson is taking on Chris Zaffis in the blue. Finn Hill is wearing the white. Taj Stokes is out there in the green. So no scores, no priority. There's a nice little panoramic view of Sin City, of course. That's where all the nighttime stuff goes down here on the Gold Coast, up there at Surfers Paradise. I don't know why they called that end Surfers Paradise. That should have been called like Party Paradise, and this end should have been called Surfers Paradise. But anyways, look at the green rolling hills around here at Burleigh. So when you get this far south of Surfers, you start to get some, the Currumbin Valley out the back there, and Burleigh, of course, has got a lot of nice green, big pine trees, Norfolk pines right along the front of the beachfront here, and it's just it's a beautiful part of the world, and I can see why, real estate prices around here have absolutely gone through the roof. Don't forget, on Sunday, folks, we've got lots of stuff happening here. As we get into our final series weekend at Burleigh on Sunday, we've got 3 awesome Aussie bands playing, the Vans, Donny Love and Tones and I. Tones and I have been selling out venues nationally because of her strong and unique vocal sound. So that's going to be cool on Sunday. Of course, we've got some skate stuff happening as well. So make sure you come on down and check it out, folks. There'll be also some markets as well as part of the whole thing. So make sure that you come on down and check that out. Eco Sisters offering a unique range of eco-friendly beauty products and gifts that are fun and safe and different. They'll have a market stall along with Gemma Wetsuits, are committed to creating beautiful wetsuits that are eco-conscious. Kippy Skateboards, a skateboard company that started on the Sunshine Coast, where all the boards are finished by hand in Mermaid Beach here on the Gold Coast. Luke Workman, of course, is our 17-year-old self-taught photographer from the Goldie. He's going to be having an exhibition of photography. And Barefoot Blonde, local clothing collection made by two really good friends here, designed locally in Palm Beach and ethically produced in Bali. Just a couple of our vendors, of course, as we get into our final series weekend. For now, though, looks like we've got some first wave scores. Finn Hill with a 5.25. So first to white's enough to put him into the lead. Everybody else is chasing a 5.26. So that's the situation right there. Of course, we are live on Facebook Live, folks. Let me just jump into that Facebook feed. Big shout out to Jamie Devray watching the webcast. He's a hardcore WSL webcast enthusiast. Hope you're getting a few yourself, Dev, as we see Taj Watson hitting that one sweetly. Again, just a little ways here at Burleigh, but Burleigh's such a classic point break that even on a 1 foot day you can go to town on it like that guy did in the red singlet. So lovely surfing right there from that man Watson. So right now, 15 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock. So the score's coming through. Okay, Watson's first wave came in at a 6.25. So a great little start there for that man. Ty Watson, of course, from down Culburra Beach way. Ty is in the lead, 6.25. Finn Hill is from Avoca Beach on the Central Coast. Finn's opening wave, a 5.25. Chris Zaffis, having a look at this one. Here goes Chris on this one. Chris is one of the real guns of Australian surfing at the moment. He's really on the cusp of having a big breakout year in 2019. Tic-tacs his way down the line, looking for a nice little finishing move, and just puts the icing on that cake. Taj Stokes in the green singlet assumes priority, and he'll be chasing whatever Chris Zaffis gets. He'll be chasing a little bit more than that. I got a feeling that I don't know. Actually, I didn't see Finn Hill's opening wave. Here's the replay for Zaffis. So Chris just pumping down the line. That's the first real turn on that wave. Another one there. So a couple of sort of like check turns. They weren't real commitment, and then he zeroed in on that end section. And he kind of put the boot into that last little turn. So 3 kind of, I wouldn't say half turns, but we'll see what the judges think about that stuff. Okay, 5.10 just came in under Finn Hill's 5.25. So Red's in the leads. Ty Watson, there he is on screen there at the moment with a 6.25. Got the better of the first wave exchanges so far. Finn Hill sitting in second with a 5.25, Chris Zappis with a 5.1, and that leaves, of course, Taj Stokes in a priority situation, chasing a 5.26. So day number 2 here at Burleigh Heads. You can see a bit of cloud rolling in on the horizon as well, but in general, a beautiful day weather-wise here in Queensland. The Bureau forecasting around about 25 to 26 degrees Celsius. And it sounds like somebody is joining me in the co-commentary booth, and that is, of course, Daniel Maudsley. Mauds, how are you, champion?
I'm wonderful, Tezza. How are you, champ?
Good, mate. Yeah, just noticed that little ruffle on the wave face, that little northerly just starting to kick in, not affecting things too badly just yet.
Yeah, no, I just did the beach commentary for the previous heat, so got a nice look at the lineup, and it's actually lining up like a lot better than it has been throughout the earlier stages of this contest, yesterday included. Like it's hugging the point in the sand a little bit better. So we're seeing maybe some longer rides than what we were seeing this time yesterday, for example. So hopefully that swell direction will continue to kind of straighten up for us.
Sure.
But yeah, a little ruffle on the face, but it doesn't seem to be affecting the surfers too much. Pretty big upset in that last heat, though, Tezza.
Oh, yeah, you betcha. So, unfortunately, bowing out our defending champion, Nick
Yeah.
Squires. He did exactly what Jackson Baker did in a couple of heats prior to that. He
Exactly.
sat he didn't get his first wave until about 8 minutes to go. Jacko, I think, didn't get his first wave until 5 minutes to go. If you're not on that first bunch of sets, you're almost in trouble.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. I mean, we have seen some surfers get away with it. Prime example was Taj Stokes yesterday.
Yeah.
Surfed about a 4-minute heat. But I mean, you've got to be pretty lucky to get those 2 waves, in that such small time frame.
Absolutely. And you know what? Taj, I think, was one of 2 guys that did that yesterday. I can't remember the other guy, but I remember thinking to myself...
it was Alistair Reginato, actually.
Yeah, it was. Actually, it was
Yeah.
Alistair Reginato. Good call. So both those kids left their run super late and got through, whereas everybody else had a real keeper in the first 10 minutes and then a real keeper in the second 10 minutes. I mean, there's only about maybe 4 to 5 really good waves coming through every 20 minutes. So that means that someone's going to get 2 good ones and everyone else is going to have 1 good one and then just are going to get through on their backup wave. So a lot of different tactics playing out here today, folks, at the Gold Coast Open. We'll try and get a bit of a roving camera around throughout the day and have a look around the actual site here, because Surfing Queensland have done such a great job of creating a festival-type atmosphere.
Yeah, no, it's really cool what Dev and the gang at Surfing Queensland have done here on the hill. We've obviously got the nice official setup there. We've got the athlete area. Of course, in conjunction with that, we've also got other things such as the skate ramp in there, which is going to be put to use very shortly, I'm told. We've got the Flight Centre mechanical surfboard, the Air Asia athlete area as well. So it's all happening. And, yeah, no, it's a really cool event, and the setup is world class, that's for certain. So it looks like we might have Alistair Reginato for a post-heat interview. So we'll throw over and hear from Alistair.
Hello, you guys. I'm here with Alistair Reginato. Congratulations. He's from the Sunshine Coast. But you know already this wave. You've been here many times. Alistair, tell me, what do you think about this morning conditions?
Actually, early this morning looked really fun. It's probably the best it's looked all week, but I think right now it's pretty tough. It's like right on high tide, not many waves. But when the waves come through, they're really fun. Burleigh's always a good wave to surf. Just got to pick the right ones.
Did Did you use some particular strategy to win the heat?
Kinda. I think I just, similar to my last heat, I just waited for a wave that I knew I could get some work done, and it didn't show up till 10 minutes to go, but yeah, I got it done in the end.
What are the next plans, for this year, the next contest?
After this, I'll be going down to Shoalhaven for a Pro Junior in a couple of weeks, so yeah, that's next for me.
Well, congratulations and very good luck for the next heat.
Thank you very much.
We come back with you guys.
Gracias. Of course, Stephanie there from Arica in Chile, doing a great job, and of course, we're bringing a different kind of a flavour to the posties now, with Stephanie joining the webcast crew. I got a chance to work with Stephanie in Arica over there in Chile, and she's a great young girl, and she'll be going back to work with us on the QS3000 over there at Arica coming up at the end of next month. So. She's also going to be speaking Spanish a couple of times as well to try and talk to the Spanish-speaking audience. You know, the concept behind it is pretty cool, because if we just talk in English all the time, we're really not expanding the contest into new regions. So to get some new audience and to tell people how awesome the Gold Coast is, we've brought in Stephanie there to speak Spanish, the second most popular language on the planet.
Yeah, no, it's pretty cool to have a bilingual post-heat interviewer, isn't it?
Sure.
And yeah, hopefully it'll be cool to see when she gets the opportunity to talk to someone who is, who is Spanish speaking,
yes.
And yeah, we'll get that cool little, I guess, translation. It's always interesting when you have an interview with an athlete who maybe, English is their second language.
Sure.
It's hard to get kind of an insight into their personality. So really looking forward to seeing Stephanie, give us the opportunity to get maybe a little deeper into some of the minds of these surfers.
Maybe Marco Fernandez coming up in heat number 11. He's Brazilian, but of course they understand, Brazilians also understand Spanish as well. And I think Stephanie from memory might speak Portuguese. Here we go. This is Stokesy into this one.
Yeah, Taj Stokes up and riding the young Sunny Coaster. Skipping down the line on this one, carving through the opening turn, and looks like he'll slam it shut there with a snap off the oncoming section.
Okay, so Chris Affis in the lead with a 5.1. You little beauty. Have a look at that. That's a classic.
Unreal.
What is that all about?
Looks like someone's just taken their plane for a leisurely Friday morning stroll. And
that's all time. Normally it says, like, marry me, Margaret, or something like that. So Taj Stokes, first most scores coming through for green. Nice little combo. Everyone's got the small wave boards out today. They're all working really good. They look so loose and fast under the feet of all of our surfing athletes here. So heat number 7 is currently underway. Coming up in heat number 8, going to see Ethan Ewing taking on Toy Tanaka, Jacob Bartholomew, Kai Tandler. Wow, that's a tough heat.
That's a good heat, that one. Very excited to see those 4 surfers take the lineup, because of course Ethan Ewing, a former event champion here, Toy Tanaka surfing very well as of late. Jacob Bartholomew, of course, put on a pretty impressive performance yesterday, and Kai Tandler, one of the young superstars here on the Gold Coast. So really entertaining heat, that one. Looking forward to seeing those 4 gentlemen do battle out in the lineup.
Okay, big shout out to Ebony Watson. She's watching the webcast at work. Nothing better, Ebony, than using the boss's broadband to watch the old WSL webcast. Thank you very much. Jump onto that Facebook Live feed and share it first and foremost. We'd love you to get it out there as we see Chris Appers pushing this one down the line. And while you're there, leave a little comment and tell Maudsie and I where you're watching from, and it'd be great to hear from you.
So just on 6 minutes remaining here, looks like Finn Hill up and running, of course. He locked in a 5.25 for his opening ride. And he's got really nice projection there, Finn. He always finds a way to get those fins up and over the coping. And the finish turn on that one, no exception.
So standing by for that last score.
Also have Malik Hussain, I think, is on there. We're all aware of how small the waves are here, buddy. That's pretty obvious. Heathy Askew is online along with Adam Smith, Etchamed and Ryan Pittman. Just a few of the people that are on the Facebook Live feed. So if you are on the Facebook Live, jump into the comment section. Let us know where you're watching from. There's 5 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. And that score came through. Are we still waiting for that score? Or there it is there, 4.60. Taj Stokes. So Taj is left lingering in 4th position, but he only needs a 1.66.
Yeah, so very tight heat at the moment. Interesting kind of situation, whereas
pretty much all four of the surfers have a wave that's, a decent score. Taj Stokes being the lowest, he's got a 4.6, but all four surfers with a score in that kind of 4 to 6 point range at the moment. So it's going to really come down to who can get the better backups, as we see Taj just over-rotating there on the opening turn. He will go down inside the final 5 minutes of this one now, though, Tezza.
Okay, so we're watching heat number 7. Coming up in heat number 8, as we said, is going to be a really cool one. Ethan Ewing taking on Toi Tanaka from Japan, Jacob Bartholomew, and Kai Tandler. So we'll be powering on through. We're going to just keep trucking on through to heat number 16 of this round and try and wrap up the guys. Then we'll have some girls' heats here a little later on this afternoon. Okay, Finn Hill up and riding from Avoca.
Yeah, so a surfer in white, Finn Hill, got bumped back into 4th position after Taj Stokes' last 2 locked in. So Finn chasing a 5.21 to get himself up into one of those top 2 progressing spots. And worth noting, last score for Ty Watson locked at a pretty nice one there, Tezza, a 6.30.
Oh yeah, that's a couple of good scores there for Ty Watson. So 6.3 and a 6.25. Chris Zaffis in second with a actually hold the phone. Last wave scores. Finn Hill came in at a 5.60. So Finn Hill goes into second spot. That's going to bump Zaffis down into third. So Chris is holding priority. So good timing for that. And he'll be looking now for a 5.51 to go to second. Taj Stokes with a 6.25 to go to second.
Yeah, so we are getting down towards the close of this one. 3.5 minutes still on the clock. So Chris Zaffis and Taj Stokes, it appear, would have some work to do. So like Tezza mentioned, a 5.51 needed for Chris and a 6.25 there for Taj. So we'll see if anything comes their way. Worth noting, priority sitting with the man in blue. So he will get first choice if something nice does enter the lineup. So, like we spoke about earlier, you can start to see a little bit of a ruffle on the surface of the ocean now that northerly slowly starting to pick up. So our contest officials keeping a really close eye on it. Our head judge, in conjunction with our event coordinator and contest director, just making sure that the conditions remain contestable. So we do have a full day on the docket today, but of course that is subject to change. And if we do reach a point with the conditions where the powers that be are not satisfied that the competitors can continue to surf and get basically a fair shake, then we will look to go on hold and come back tomorrow with another full day as we see Finn Hill up and riding. Tezza.
Yeah, nice couple little snaps on that one. And this kid here is a real powerhouse, kind of in the same mould as Wade Carmichael. Comes from Avoca, surfs a lot like him. And skipping into a little reverse there for Chris Zaffis, and he lost a bit of momentum at the end of that one. Little free surfers hanging out at the back there, just enjoying a couple of waves here on the Gold Coast. There's an old mate on his pink Malibu. Nice one, buddy. Just getting a little wave in the background. So 2 minutes remaining, and we'll get those scores coming through, and we'll see if that changes the situation. At the moment, priority looks like, well, here's the replay for Zaffis.
Yeah, so here's Chris's last ride. A really nice turn there. And you can tell at this point he realised the wave didn't have much else to offer, so that's why he went into that kind of ollie to air reverse there, but unfortunately could not quite ride clear, so judges won't give him much love for that one, I don't think.
Okay, so Taj Stokes up and riding, 6.25. Taj is going to have to take a couple of risks on this one. As they say in pro surfing, you got to risk it to get the biscuit, and Taj tagging, wow, and getting really busy. And how much did he lift the work rate on that thing?
Yeah, wow, that wave when he first took off didn't really look like it had much to it, but he obviously saw something down the line and it walled up quite nicely and rifled off a few turns. We'll have to wait and see. A pretty solid requirement, though. He was looking for a 6.25, Tez.
Okay, so Finn Hill had the priority in that situation. Zaffis had to get off that thing. Finn Hill builds up a bunch of speed, throws the reverse at the end, and that was perfectly executed.
Yeah, really nice technique there from Finn Hill. Great compression on the landing, and didn't look like he was in danger of not completing that manoeuvre at any point. As we see now, our current heat leader, Ty Watson, just skipping on out of that one. 45 seconds to go, Tez up.
Okay, so great performance here from Ty. He's got his hair all cut short now. I can hardly recognise him at the look and thing. Is that the actual Ty Watson that we all know and love? It certainly is. And, 30 seconds left on the clock. Competitors for the next heat starting to make their way out. Nice little reverse on the end section there for Finn Hill. It was really well measured given the fact that it was such a flimsy little section. And Finn is a pretty big kid as well. I reckon he'd be pushing, 75 kilos. Maybe 80. He's a pretty big lad. So to get that kind of speed and control, here we go. Chris Safford's chasing 6.1 on this wave. And Chris, well, a couple of lateral turns. Nice little carve. And I don't know, has this got 6.1 written all over it?
He's going to have to get something pretty substantial on the inside, I think, here, Tezza. And skipping on through. He's going to probably look to go to the air. Throws the fins instead. So we will have to wait for a couple of numbers to lock in before we make this one official. Looks like Touch Stokes' last one into the 5.05, Tezza.
Okay, well, you can hear the music coming up underneath. It's like the Academy Awards when it's time to
just
stop
start
talking. Exactly. There's going to be a big hook come out from the side of the stage and just pull us off. Okay, we're going to come back and give you the actual official results of that one, folks. That was heat number 7, round number 2 of the Gold Coast Open. Let's stick around. We'll have a yak when we come back after this ad break commercial.
So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the action here at day number 2 of the Gold Coast Open, presented by Flight Centre. My name's Daniel Maudsley. I'm joined in the commentary booth with the voice of Australian surfing, Tezza McKenna. And Tezza, a pretty fun heat on tap here. Round 2, heat number 8.
Oh,
and
yeah.
One of our former event champions, Ethan Ewing, taking to the lineup.
Oh, I love Ethan is like a combination of all my favourite surfers into one surfer.
Give me those names.
Andy Irons, of course,
Yes,
the very
that's
first
the,
one.
That's the obvious comparison.
Yeah, a little bit of Mick,
Yeah,
maybe.
I can see that.
Yeah, tiny bit of Mick in there, and I don't know, maybe I don't know, just just a great surfer to watch, and he qualified on that first year so seemingly so easy. I don't know if he was actually prepared for a big year like that. I feel like he's more ready for it now.
Yeah, I think you're right there, Tezza. It was almost maybe a little bit too soon for Ethan when he qualified there, but really excited to see him kind of mature, not only as an athlete but as a young man. And I think next time that he graces the World Championship Tour, they're going to be in for quite a shock. So with 18 minutes to go in this one, very early days, no numbers on the board just yet, it doesn't look. But of course, Ethan is joined by Toy Tanaka out there in the blue, Jacob Bartholomew in the white, and Mr. Kai Tandler in the green. So rich history at this event for the Bartholomew family. And I'm very excited to see Jager's 2019 campaign continue here. And speaking of the surfer in white, his opening ride, a 3.50. So a 3.50 there for Jacob Bartholomew.
Oh, look like we got the drone out as well.
I love this footage.
Yeah, so do I. And it's just a little stilted too, which for some reason makes it even cooler. So 17 and a half minutes on the clock. So Toy Tanaka, 3.25. A man by the name of just Jay got a 3.5. Who is that?
Jay is none other than Jager Bartholomew.
Of course it is. He only needs to be just called Jay. I mean, here he goes. He's got more swagger than Jagger, the actual real Jagger. And just kicking out of that one, he's a full man-child now, isn't he? I don't know whether they're feeding him like self-raising flour.
I didn't see him for about 6 months, and then I saw him and I just couldn't believe it.
He's a big
I
human.
was like, wow. He went from a boy to a man in just... in the space of like 6 months.
Wow, what's going on with that? Ethan Ewing, there's a nice shot up the point there, and you can only imagine on a big southerly swell when those right-handers wrap around here. This is like one of the world's best waves. I was saying yesterday that I really feel that like Burleigh for me is probably the most substantial wave on the whole Gold Coast. Like it's a heavy wave, and when it's barreling and it's solid, it's a below sea level barrel.
Yeah, it may not be the most consistent wave on the Gold Coast, but I think as far as wave quality is concerned, when it's on, there's very few waves that are better, as we see Kai Tandler up and riding, Tez.
Yeah, nice little combo from Kai there as well. So we're getting a nice little intimate look from the drone there of the point here at Burleigh. It's going to be great having an eye in the sky, because we'll be able to have a really good look around the competition site as well. So for now, Jacob Bartholomew is sitting in the lead. Toi Tanaka is in second. Ethan Ewing's holding the priority card. Let's see if he falls victim to the same problem that the other boys have. And this is what happens when you get guys that surf a lot of bigger rated events. They tend to be even more patient than your average QS scrambler. And sometimes in a situation like that, it can work against them.
Yeah, that's a good point, Tezza. Sometimes the more experienced QS campaigners can get a little bit too complacent holding priority. I mean, we saw an example of that earlier with Nick Squires, just sitting there basically waiting for a wave that didn't come, and didn't leave himself enough time at the back end of that heat, and unfortunately did not make it through to the third round.
Well, it looks like we've got a little friend of mine from Chile. Of course, Estefania, or Stephanie as we like to refer to her, is with the winner of the previous heat. Take it away, Stephanie.
Thank you, Tessa. I'm with Tyson. With Ty Watson, from the South Coast. He's the winner of the last heat. Congratulations, Tyson. We were talking about my country, Tessa, because he went to Arica. You were talking before about the next contest that are coming, and he was there. Congratulations, Tyson. How was the heat here?
Yeah, thank you. It was a pretty slow heat out there, but my aim was to stay patient and just get two scores, and pretty much all I did. And then apart from that, all I had was a 1. So, yeah, slow heats, but there's still some fun waves.
What do you think about this point, about Burleigh heads? You're from the South Coast. What's the difference between?
Yeah, well, point breaks up here, whereas down home we just got short little beaches and reef breaks and stuff like that. But I love coming up here, stay at my brother's house, and just kind of feels like I'm at home anyway. So it's good fun to get away from home and get some good waves.
Amazing. Well, we were talking about, I was telling to you that he went to Chile, to El Gringo, that is the next contest that is coming. We hope you can come again this year, Ty.
Yeah, hopefully. I'm not sure if I'll get there this year, but I'm trying to focus a bit more on the 6,000 events and the primes if I'm in there. So hopefully I will get back there, though. I love that place.
Congratulations and good luck for the rest of the contest.
Thank you.
And well, for the Latin people that it's watching us now, I want to say some words in Spanish. Quiero invitarlos a todos a que vengan a visitar esta hermosa ciudad de Gold Coast. Yo estoy viviendo hace un mes acá y es realmente maravilloso. Está lleno de olas por todos lados, un clima perfecto, así que están todos invitadísimos a este maravilloso lugar de Australia a disfrutar de estos días lindos. Thank you. We come back with you.
Okay, muchas gracias. And she basically said that she's living on the Gold Coast. It's a great place to stay and play, and come over here, is Spanish speaking, enjoy the Australian lifestyle. That was it in a nutshell. So pretty cool there. And again, what we're doing here is opening up the competition to anyone beyond English speaking, which I think makes a lot of sense. Great move from Dev, of course, our competition director from Surfing Queensland.
Yeah, no, awesome to have Stephanie on the commentary team. We're here for the 2019 Gold Coast Open. And, well, looks like a couple of more numbers are locking in for the current heat in the water. Look at this replay of Jacob Bartholomew from the sky, Tezza.
All right, well, look straight through that beautiful clean water, and you can see how close the rocks are to Jacob Bartholomew's fins when he's bottom turning there, Dan. And that is some beautiful slow-mo action. And we are really starting to take the webcast up to a whole new level there. And Jager just busting the fins out on that last manoeuvre. That is a great little angle from the drone.
Yeah, pretty cool stuff there from the man in white, Jacob Bartholomew. Kai Tandler has dropped a couple of big scores in quick succession, though. A 5.25 on his opener and a 7.25 there on his second ride. So the surfer in green has now taken the lead. Jacob Bartholomew pushed into second, chasing an 8.35 to regain first. Any improvement on a 3.5 helps his two-wave total. Ethan Ewing is opening score locked into the 6.50 Tez, so he's now looking for a 1.15 as we see a replay of one of Kai Tandler's rides here.
Wow, great combination of manoeuvres. Wow, Kai Chandler, not Ty Candler. That'd be funny. Kai Chandler just going to town with a 7.25. Gee, that was a lovely combination of frontside hits on that one. And speaking of lovely, there's a great view from the drone there, looking up the point here at Burleigh Head. See that last block of units on the right-hand side, right up the top there? Yeah, just up there. That's where I stayed last year on the second floor of that unit, and I had the best view of their contest ever. It was awesome.
Commentate from your living room.
Almost, mate. Yeah, the cordless microphone probably would have made it there. Look at the round rocks at Burnley, though. I tell you what, they are some of the slipperiest rocks that you'll ever try and negotiate in your surfing life.
Yeah, no, I have certainly been had my fair share of slips on the Burleigh rocks over the years, and we've seen a couple of good slips. Actually, Jacob Bartholomew in the heat in the water, we saw him making his way out for, I think it was one of his pro junior heats earlier in the week, and Jager had a bit of an unfortunate slip. Luckily, he managed to escape, fairly unscathed and keep his body and equipment in reasonable conditions.
Okay, so we're coming down to just on 10.5 minutes left on the clock. Heat number 8, round number 2. What about this one coming up next? Stewie Kennedy will take on Nick Vasicek, Benny Hucker, and Riley Leng. There are no such thing as an easy heat in this second round of this competition here at Burleigh.
That heat is absolutely stacked. Really excited to see Stuart Kennedy out in the lineup. I feel like I haven't seen Stewie surf in person for a while, so I'm really excited to see him, because he's just one of those surfers, because he's so smooth and his rail work is so impressive. You know, he's almost one of those surfers that watching them on screen doesn't almost do him justice.
No, that's right. You know what? I feel like Stewie's one of the guys on the world tour that has probably his equipment dialed up almost more than anyone. He just looks so comfortable on the boards that he rides. So awesome stuff there. For now, though, it's Kai Chandler with a 7.25 and a 5.25 holding the lead. Jacob Bartholomew is sitting in second spot with a 4.15 and a 3.5. You got Ethan Ewing with a 6.5. Sitting in third, only needing 1.15. Those CT guys, or former CT guy for Ethan, really know how to choreograph the heats perfectly, don't they? They, you know what I've found with those CT guys, they always leave it with like 10 seconds remaining. Yeah. They're paddling into a wave that they need to score on. For some reason, they just get it right every time, and it's not by chance. And then you got Toi Tanaka, who's one of Japan's finest, with a 3.25 and a 3.0 chasing a 4.4. So the tide's coming in, the wind's turning a little bit to the northeast. We've had a really good run here this morning. Unfortunately, the conditions are starting to deteriorate a little bit during this one.
Yeah, looking at the conditions at the moment, I don't see us getting any further than the completion of round 2 of the men's, and even that obviously is tentative at this stage. I don't think we will see the second round of the women's take the lineup this afternoon, like we had, hoped. As we see now, Jager Bartholomew up and riding. Just a quick one there for Jager. Had a very interesting one with Jager the other day. Noticed he was free surfing before. I think it might have been the opening day of the Pro Junior, and it looked like he had a sticker on his board that resembled very much of a quite a famous surf brand.
Right.
So I thought, Jager's obviously picked up a new sponsor.
Sure.
So I said to someone in the tent, and I said, I see Jager got picked up by so-and-so.
Yeah.
And then they said, no, wait till he comes in. So he's then come in, I've had a closer look at his board, and he's actually got the outline of the sticker, and then written "not yet" next to it.
That's good.
I said, mate, you should have the real estate up there. It's good advertisement.
Yeah,
it was pretty funny.
Is he a real estate agent?
Oh no, I just mean you want that big white nose there when he's making it through all these heats.
Of course.
Down all these big numbers, but yeah, it was just funny when I.
That's funny though. He's putting a bit of pressure on the sponsors to say, come on. So I guess whoever's thinking about sponsoring is probably listening. So there you go. He's a great young surfer, and of course, following his footsteps of his classic old man Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew, the 1978 world champion. We'd like to thank a couple of quick local sponsors. Thanks to Bohem and Body and Ematheni. They've teamed up those two. Of course, Bohem and Body in Miami and Varsity Lakes provide a fresh and fun yoga and wellness experience. It's a wellness centre, effectively. And Ematheni is one of Burleigh's best cosmetic clinics, offering a wide range of anti-aging and beauty treatments. They're actually giving away a $3,500 makeover this weekend. So to be in that draw, you just have to be in Sunday's yoga session. So thank you very much to Bohem and Body and Ematheni, a couple of great little businesses here on the Gold Coast, showing their way behind the competition. great to see businesses like that realising that there's some some good exposure in a competition of this magnitude.
Yeah, no, it's great to have the local companies get behind this event, and of course a big thank you to all the locals here at Burleigh for lending us this world-class contest venue for the 6-day event.
Yeah,
we really do appreciate it, and it can be irritating when a contest comes to your home break, but the positives far outweigh the negatives. We've seen a lot of their local competitors just absolutely blowing up in the event so far. The likes of Matty Job, we've got Liam O'Brien coming up soon, Hanada Ozawa putting in a good showing, so Toi Tanaka, of course, a Burleigh local, so it's great to have the support from the local board riders club as we see Toi up and riding here, Tezza.
Okay, so Tanaka just getting a nice little combo again. Woo, he's had a little mishap at the end of that one, so that's going to be a pretty costly mistake there for Toi Tanaka. And you can see the free surfers just enjoying themselves down the beach. People still swimming. The water temperature here today is around about 22, 23 degrees. Very balmy in the drink at the moment. About 20 or 21 where I am from back in Newey, so it's starting to cool down pretty quickly down south. Of course, up here on Gold Coast, as they say, the old cliche, it's a beautiful one day, perfect the next. Look at this drone footage. Lovely little hack in the pocket there. From right above the wave here, you get a really intimate look of the angle of attack, and you can see the fins coming out through the back on those turns there, Dan. It's good stuff, isn't it?
This is absolutely awesome. The Fresh Air broadcast team just on fire as always, as we see Kai Tandler, the current heat leader, a man who's always on fire. Nice little slide there with the fins, and look at that. Ditches the fins almost to reverse for a second, but can't quite right out of that final manoeuvre there, Tezza.
Okay, heat number 8, getting down towards the pointy end of this one, folks. So just on 5 minutes remaining. A big shout out to all of our friends who are watching on Facebook Live. If you'd like to push that share button and share it with your friends, it'd be much appreciated. Just try and get some more eyes on this thing. More eyes means more sponsors next year. It's a pretty straightforward situation. And Ethan Ewing, wow, what a combo. Ethan was in 4th position, but Danny only needed a 1.15. I'm not a professional judge, but I think he's done it.
Yeah, I think you're definitely safe in making that assumption there at 1.15. Very small score required there, so we will see Ethan Ewing move up into 2nd position. When that score locks in, so that means Jacob Bartholomew, Toi Tanaka, their requirements are going to grow. Kai Tandler out in the lead at the moment, still waiting for his last number to lock. Unlikely to improve on his top 2 scores, though. So a few numbers to drop in, and there it is. Ethan Ewing locks a 4.75. So as expected, the brave call from Tez McKenna, well clear of the 1.15. Ethan Ewing up into 2nd. Jacob Bartholomew, Toi Tanaka 3rd and 4th, and Toi up and riding, now looking for a 7.75, Tez.
Yeah, he's got a bit of work to do, Toi Tanaka. Great little surf. You mentioned earlier that he lives at Burleigh, is that right?
I'm fairly sure.
Right, okay, well that's cool. I wondered how come I kept on seeing him popping up at all the events, so that makes a lot of sense to me. Jacob Bartholomew right now on the back foot, chasing a 7.1. He's got the priority. 3.5 minutes left on the clock. He's looking pretty focused there too. Look at him, he's just staring out at the horizon. It's Kai Tandler, our current heat leader.
Yeah, so Kai up and riding on a bit of a smaller wave here, under priority, so just trying to maybe keep his feet in the wax. Nice little hook through the lip there. Goes for the air reverse on the inside, but that one just not having enough juice to allow him to get the completion there. 3 minutes to go, though. And Kai Tandler, Ethan Ewing holding down 1st and 2nd.
Okay, so that means Jager and Toi Tanaka holding down 3rd and 4th position. Jager Bartholomew right now requires 7.1, and Toi Tanaka is chasing a 7.5. So those kind of scores would be up there with the best waves of the heat. So let's see if that's going to happen. 2 minutes and 40 seconds left on the clock. And a big shout out again to the Flight Centre. They've been really supportive of surfing here in Australia. Of course, our major partner can help you with all your travel needs. You can try out their electric surfboard if you come on down here. They've got a mechanical surfboard.
The mechanical surfboard. Tapper and I were chatting yesterday. We think the only thing that travels to more surf comps in this country than you, Tazza, is the mechanical surfboard.
I guess so. You betcha. So thank you very much to the Flight Centre. They've been awesome, and they're offering some pretty amazing deals throughout the event. You can check out their website for details, flightcentre.com.au. Okay, so 2 minutes remaining, and it looks like Jager up and riding.
Yeah, so very important ride for Jager, needing a 7.10. Good connection on the opening turn. Does well to keep his momentum down the line. He's going to go big on this end section if he wants the number. Kicks the fins to fakie, and not sure that's going to be the 7.10 that he's looking for. And
you can kind of tell from the body language there of Jagger, he doesn't think that's the number either.
Yeah, it's pretty clear. You know, they say that 70% of all communication is non-verbal, and if that's true, then Jager Bartholomew was yelling out something there that we probably can't repeat. Anyway, 1 minute 25 seconds left on the clock. Kai Tandler nailing this one with a 7.25 on his top score, and then you got Etho with a 6.5 on his top score. So they're out there. Then you go back down through the numbers. You know, Toys had a 3.75 on his top one, and Jager with a 4.15 on his top score. So again, as we move towards that high tide at lunchtime here at Burleigh today, now what we're seeing is really there's only like 2 or 3 really good scores in each heat. This morning we was talking about maybe 5 or 6.
Yep. Yeah, no, we've definitely seen that, well, just I guess you'd say a downtick in consistency. Some issues as a little bit more water starts getting underneath them now on the higher tide. So I believe we hit a low tide at about 6:30 this morning. So we are going to see that tide continue to push in, and it's really interesting sitting on the point itself. The difference in the tide is really obvious as a result of all of the rocks. You can tell almost immediately by looking at it where the tide's sitting just by how many rocks are exposed. As we see now, Ethan Ewing up and riding, slicing his way through his opening turn with 20 seconds to go. Let's see what he's got on the inside. Just another nice little carve. Doesn't really look like Ethan out of second gear at this stage in the contest with 10 seconds to go. Looking pretty safe to book himself a spot in round number 3 and, well, keep his hopes going of getting another Gold Coast Open title alive. But hold on. Toy Tanaka was up just in the nick of time, Tezza.
Yeah, and he's got this last wave needing a 7.5. I don't think that's going to happen. No, definitely not that he's fallen. So Kai Tandler, Ethan Ewing rolling through heat number 8, round number 2. Of course, we're watching day number 2 here at the Gold Coast Open presented by the Flight Centre. Looks like we're going to go to a bit of an ad break here, folks, so don't go anywhere. We'll have more live action on the other side of this break, so stay with us.
So ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to day number 2 here at the Gold Coast Pro, presented by Flight Centre. You are watching round 2 action of the men's side of the draw. Out in the lineup now, we do have heat number 9. And of course that is Stuart Kennedy in the red, Nick Vasicek in the blue, Benjamin Hucker in the white, and Riley Lang in the green. So very fun heat ahead of us. Stewie Kennedy, of course, very well known on the competitive circuit. Nick Vasicek, bit of a local legend around the corner at Snapper Rocks. Benny Hucker and Riley Lang, 2 young, hungry competitors. So very excited for this one to get underway. Conditions are starting to deteriorate a little bit. We are starting to see that wind feather up a bit, as we see now Stewie Kennedy opening up his account, jamming that opening section, running down the line, doing a really great job to just keep that momentum and picking his spots nicely before he will call it a day on his opening ride. And on that note, I will welcome into the commentary booth yet again here this morning, Dimmy. So Good morning, Dimmy.
Good morning, and good morning everyone out on Webland. Yeah, definitely conditions starting to deteriorate a little bit, but there's still plenty of walls available. And you saw Stewie Kennedy with that proxy board just flowing through those turns, looking very sharp indeed. In fact, I had a chat to Stewie Yeah, a little bit early, and he was talking about how he was feeling a little bit heavy yesterday. He said he'd been fishing the day before. It felt a little bit heavy, but this morning he said he had a free surf and just felt amazing. So he was looking forward to this heat and looking forward to the event as we see. It's like Benny Hucker up and riding the young man from the Central Coast, formerly of DY. So he's got a really stable backhand, hasn't he? He's a real tradesman-like in these performance levels on the backhand. He has that really nice projection, keeps nice and low centre of gravity, and out the back, this guy was impressive yesterday, mate. Riley Lang.
Yeah, so Riley Lang, a bit of you can almost call him a big wave specialist, but as you can see, you can still get the damage done here in the smaller stuff as well. Look at that beautifully put together wave there from Mr. Riley Lang. And now Stewie Kennedy, just with, looks like he's getting his second ride on the board quick. Probably not a bad tactic considering what we've seen in the last couple of heats, some consistency issues plaguing some of our competitors.
Definitely, these guys would have been watching the last couple of heats and analysing each and every heat that has been taking place, and it's definitely slowed up. So Stewie opened up with that 6.5, a really nice little grower for him, of someone of his standard, and that board looks nice and responsive at the moment. And like I said a little bit earlier, he's really looking forward to this event. He'd love to take it out, and you can see the boys getting busy out there as well. So those early doors are important. We saw guys like Jacko Baker get punted out of the draw, basically due to the fact that they were over patient.
Yeah, we saw the same thing with the defending champ,
yeah,
Nick Squires. So, yeah, it's a really tricky kind of balance to strike on a day like today. Obviously, you want to try and be on the best waves, but sometimes you might find yourself in a position where you're waiting for a wave that never comes. A few scores in though. Stewie Kennedy's opening ride a 6.50. Riley Lang not far behind him with a 5.50. Looks like Benny Hucker dropped a 4-pointer as well, so good start for those three surfers.
Yeah, Nick Vasicek out there patiently waiting for his opportunity. Yeah, so it is the 6.5, and that last wave of Stewie was a 3. So these 20-minute heats are a little bit tricky with that incoming tide. The ability to find the right waves are key in performance levels out there today. And like you said, Stuart Kennedy, a former World Tour surfer, a guy with a lot of ability, and pretty much grew up on a point break. So Stewie knows the deal with these point breaks, even with a little bit of a northerly wind blowing in. And he'll be confident out there right now. So it has been officially announced that we're only going to be running through the completion of the round of 64 of the men's day. So the women will be in the water first thing tomorrow morning. And still a bumper afternoon. It's going to be pretty tricky. These guys are going to have to really negotiate each and every bump on the ocean as that northerly tends to kick in. And it's due to actually really bump up this afternoon. So the powers that be, as you see the drone shot, how good is that?
How good is this? The boys at Fresh Air Broadcast, absolutely on fire. Sam Norwood and his crew, beautiful stuff. And look at this, look how awesome this setup is here at this event. You'll see the Flight Centre mechanical surfboard there. We had the big half pipe as well in, and you could also see the bottom corner, I guess, of the officials' tent. So pretty awesome stuff. And yeah, what an awesome way to go through the 2019 at Gold Coast Open. And on that note, it looks like we have the winner from the last heat ready for a post-heat interview. Let's hear from him.
Yeah, thank you guys. I'm with Kai Tandler, local from Kulangata, from Snapper Rocks. Congratulations, Tai. You have a best score 7.25. The conditions are not so good at the moment, but tell me about the strategy that you used this morning.
I just tried to get a good first wave, and I got that 5.25, and then knew I had an alright score, so I sat there with priority and waited for that 7, and yeah, didn't really get another wave from there.
What do you think about the conditions? Maybe it's a little windy now. In the morning was more glassy, more clean, but now it's a little difficult, right?
Yeah, it's a bit tricky, and yeah, like I said, you just got to sit there and wait for the best waves, and if you get the best waves, then you're going to get through.
You want to say hi to your people at home?
Hi, Mum, Dad, everybody else watching.
Okay, congratulations and good luck for the rest of the contest.
Thank you.
We come back with you.
To hear from Mr. Kai Tandler there, one of the real kind of fiery up-and-comers. He's a phenomenal competitor, always does what he needs to do out in the lineup Very rarely see him drop a bad heat. Up and riding now, though, this man, very experienced, Mr. Nick Vasicek.
Definitely power puncher from the Goldie. And Nick opening up with a couple of solid turns. And talking about guys with power, Stewie Kennedy just locked in another solid little number. So growing on that two-wave combination. So he's, like we spoke before, he's got that strategy. He wants to get those quick waves, off the bat and then build on the performance. We talk about building house as a competitive surfer, and Stewie Kennedy is sort of a master of that. So locked in a 6.5, backed it up with a 5.75, and Nick Vasicek just opened up with a 4. So all these guys are finding their feet. How good is that drone shot? It is amazing.
Unbelievable. Absolutely love it. So Stewie Kennedy's top 2 numbers, like you mentioned, Dimmy, are heat total growing a 6.5 and a 5.75 on his most recent effort. Opening score for Nick Vasicek locked in at a 4.0. So a 4-point ride there for the first of Surfer in Blue. Of course, Nick Vasicek, a very proud Snapper Board Riders member. I'm pretty sure. I think
D-bar. Is it Snapper or D-bar?
D-bar.
Yeah, they did. They split about. How long ago did they split?
Yeah.
About 10 or 12 years ago?
Well, I don't even know if it would be that long ago. But so he's been surfing in the Board Riders comps. I remember when I was younger, I'd always watch him surf at the like the Board Riders battle style events.
The Kira teams.
Yeah, the Kira teams and all those types of events. And
I remember from a club level, we'd look at him and go, oh, no, we got fast. He's going to smoke us.
He's just a phenomenal surfer, and particularly on the backhand, as we see Benny Hucker up and riding.
Wow, lovely first turn. And what about how low he got? That low centre of gravity, very impressive. He's definitely improving that contest. Arsenal is Benny Hucker, so a great little 2-punch combo for Ben Harker there, and like I said, I love the way he drifted that first turn, able to get that board with plenty of speed and flow, a 4.5, so he does elevate himself up on the replay. You can see it, nice low centre of gravity, lines it up there and jams away, and you can see him stand tall. So building on his performance level so far in this heat. This is heat number 9, round 2 of the Gold Coast Open, presented by Flight Centre. And next up, having a look through some of these heats, there's some big heats. Ross Harley up next, taking on Sheldon Simpters. Josh Boyle and a couple of guys yesterday who were pretty impressive. Alex McGuffin. So it's another solid heat coming our way. We're going to run through the completion of heat number 16. We have been talking about it for the last day or so, that predicted change in the weather pattern, mate. So probably a right call from the powers that be to offload those 4 extra heats this morning, because we've got plenty of time. We actually had a big day yesterday, 28 heats, so maybe it was the correct decision not to run the women this afternoon.
Yeah, so of course Dimmy is just making reference there. Sounds like we have had the official call as far as cancelling the opening 4 heats of the second round of the women's that we were hoping to get underway this afternoon. Looking at the conditions, still contestable at the moment, but we do see that they're probably going to continue to deteriorate into the afternoon, so we're going to get through the next 5 heats, hopefully, and then we're going to pack up shop for the day and give ourselves a bit of an early mark.
Yeah, we might head out to the skate ramp and break a leg or two.
I might go and have a beer at the Burley Pavilion, and watch you break a leg or two from the Pav.
That's a smart move, and that is going to be one of the more popular places in the next couple of days, as we see Riley Lang just rolls into a nice little edge on this wave, and you can see just the work he does. He's got good flow and rhythm, and connecting the dots on this one, and trying to build on that first wave, made a 5.50 for the first of the Surfer in Green. So 8 minutes to go. These just fly by, don't they?
Yeah, they really do. And Riley Lang, like you were saying, a 5.5 in his opener, only looking for a 3-point ride on that one. So going to go close to getting the number. We'll wait for the official score to lock in, as we see there. Another beautiful drone shot. So that big white tent, that's basically half of that is for the officials, and the other half is the athlete area. You'll also see the Air Asia umbrellas there off to the off the stage left of the officials tent, and pretty awesome setup here. Look at that panning around, seeing the inflatable surfboard there, the big half pipe, and as you can see down on the bottom there, bottom right of your screen, that's where our judges are sitting. So they're sitting at the bottom of the point today. So our head judge Ty Connigan made the call before day 2 of the Pro Juniors. So what's that, about 3 days ago now?
Yep.
That he wanted to be on the bottom of the point if they're continuing to surf the sandbank that they
Smart
are.
move too.
Yeah, no, look, Ty's really switched on. He's the head judge of WSL Asia for a reason, and great to have him on board, making some good calls and just making sure that these judges get the best possible perspective when they are throwing down these numbers. And speaking of numbers, Riley Lang's last in at a 3.70, Dimmy.
Yeah, put him up in the second, and that drone shot, pretty amazing to look at the amount of rocks and the amount of that shapes this wave. We've seen it a lot, guys having to do the high line, and from the view from the land looking in, you don't really get a good observation of how many rocks and how dangerous it looks out there for these guys if they come a gutser, really. But it's a very famous break Burley Heads, and those rocks formulate and they produce some really good some of the best barrels in the world, really, don't they?
Yeah, we were having a good chat earlier, me and Taz McKenna on the broadcast, about all the amazing waves that are around here on the Gold Coast. And we're talking that, Burley might not be the most consistent wave on the Gold Coast, but when it's on, I think it's pretty fair to say that it's probably the most world-class wave that we have.
Well, Terry was actually saying to me that Burley, when it's really solid Burley, is one of the scariest, most hollow tube rides in the world, let alone in Australia. So he said when it's on, it's just an amazing. We saw that cyclone swell not that long ago. And I don't recall if people were paddling in. I don't know if
a few people tried, yeah.
Did they try?
Yeah, a few people tried to get out. Terry Tapatis was informing me that a couple of people made it out, not many though. So
I was going to say pretty tricky, but I saw the boys really deep, getting towed into some just amazing tube rides, like some of the longest tube rides I've ever seen. So it's an amazing setup here, and like you said, not always the most consistent wave, but the quality of wave when the swell's in the right direction and the wind's good, it is unbelievable.
Yeah, no, a very good wave, world class on its day. Unfortunately, not giving us that sort of impression today, but as you can see there, the rocks beneath the surface with 5 minutes remaining at the heat in the water. Stewie Kennedy holding down the lead, a 6.5 and a 5.75. Riley Lang in second, looking for a 6.75 to challenge for the lead. Benny Hucker third, a 4.71. I'll see him in a second. And this man, Nick Vasicek, chasing a 5.21. And just getting some damage done here on the backhand, bottom to top surfing, as always, from Vass. And he will kick out of that one with 4.5 on the clock.
Yeah, definitely very strong through the lower body is Nick Vasicek, the way he surfs. He surfs with that really direct, powerful punching style, and I've always loved the way he surfed as a grommet, and now he's an open. It's great to see him still doing the QSs and having a shot at it, because he's definitely one of the more talented surfers to come out of the Goldie. And I noticed these days no sponsor, but still doing the QS, which is great to see. And we'll wait for that score to lock in. We're just under 4 minutes to go, and I was just observing him a little bit earlier, more that on that bank, it's a defined bank, and if you get a little bit too deep on these waves, sometimes you can't get into them. And it's Terry said there's a little gap out there. There's a little opening in the way the sand's based and the way it formulates on the bank, that sometimes if you get deep, even though the wave runs across the bank, you can't actually get into it properly. And those guys who are drifting a little bit further down are catching the edge of those really good top to bottom waves.
Yeah, positioning's super important on that bank at the moment, and we've really seen a masterclass from a lot of the local surfers, such as your Matty Jobs, who surfed really well in his earlier heat. Looks like we've got Liam O'Brien coming up shortly, and Tui Tanaka surfing very well. And you can really tell that the local knowledge really helps with this sandbank, because we have seen a few people get lost at sea here this morning.
Yeah, we definitely saw Matty Job position himself in what looked like strange positions, but were actually perfect setups for his rides. He had a couple of rides in the 6 range, so Matty Job pretty focused, pretty happy to get through on his local break, and he's just looking forward to the weekend, where it looks like the forecast is saying that it's going to get a little bit bigger, which is great.
So 2.5 minutes remaining. Nick Vasicek's last score of 5.30. So his situation changed there. The surfer in blue now into second, looking for a 6.95 now to move up into the lead. Riley Lang. That means he's pushed back into third place. Now looking for a 3.80, and Ben Hucker in the white in fourth position, chasing a 4.81, Dimmy.
Yeah, so plenty of opportunity there for Ben Hucker to still get the job done. We've seen numerous heats go down to the wire, and we've seen guys really struggle early but come home strong. So the only problem for the guy in white, Ben Hucker, is he has third priority. So it is the heat leader, Stu Kennedy, out there with first priority, and Riley Lang in second priority. So Riley only needs a 3.8 and Ben needs a 4.81. So last wave of Nick was a 5.30, so built on that first wave. So Nick Vasicek into second position, Riley Lang down to third, but there is still a minute and a half on the clock, and that is enough time to get the job done.
Yeah, so it looks like Riley Lang signalling to our beach announcer wants a time call. That's the classic signal, the hand touching the opposite wrist. So Riley will be informed by our beach announcer that he's got just over a minute to try and find himself a 3.80. So time is really off the essence. Not too bad a positioning as far as where he's sitting in the priority scheme. Stu Kennedy holding down first priority. Riley Lang in second priority at the moment. So he might be able to get a wave here. Looks like Stuart Kennedy is actually going to pull rank, and he's now up and riding up and over the first section. A little more aggressive on the second turn. Stabs that foam for his third manoeuvre, and he'll just make his way through into the inside and see what kind of finish is available for him. He's looking pretty relaxed out there at the moment with 30 seconds to go. Would take something pretty crazy to see him not make it through to the next round at this stage. As we see Riley Lang finish off a wave and do the look back.
That'd be interesting to see what happened on the outside bank on that last of green, but I love Stewie Kennedy's approach to these little waves. Pretty sick, keeping nice and tight to the power source. And as we see, here we go, the Riley Lang. We didn't see this because we're watching Stewie, but
so a 3.80, the required score, Dimmy. Couple of flatter turns at the start, but pretty nice connection there towards the end.
It's definitely going to go close.
Yeah, it's going to be close. Not quite sure whether which way it will go.
See what the judges think, but yeah, even with that little bit of bump on the face, that board of Stewie Kennedy, you can see the replay. It's just got so much pop and so much flow to it. And he's been riding those boards for quite a number of years. He sort of changed over. He gets it, isn't it Dan Thompson who shapes those boards for him?
Yeah, so Dan Thompson has been shaping his boards for a fair few years now, and of course he turned a lot of heads in his performance at the Gold Coast Pro a few years ago with a semi-final finish, I believe it was, as a wild card.
As a wild card.
So on the championship tour.
And easily could have made that final.
And it looks like all scores are coming in. And at this stage, it looks like a 3.70.
Wow, 4 short.
Was the last of Riley Lang. I'll just wait for confirmation on that. But at the moment, it's looking like it will be Stewie Kennedy and Nick Vasicek moving on through to the next round. Just trying to see if the judges have locked in that last score. Of course, Stewie Kennedy just looking really sharp out there. It's a really nice performance from him for his opening round. Of course, he got seeded straight into the second round, so this is the first time that he's put a rashie on here at the 2019 Gold Coast Open, presented by Flight Centre. So standing by there for confirmation on that result from the last heat.
Maybe they're looking at a couple of waves, but 3.7. I don't know if Riley Lang did enough on that wave to get the score required. It would go close, and but we'll get those official results. I know one thing, Stewie Kennedy actually lit that thing up. So a solid performance first up. I was saying before, he felt a bit heavy the last couple of days. He went out fishing, and he said he felt heavy yesterday, but felt a lot brighter this morning. And he said he had a free surf around the corner and really felt like he was in the groove and in the moment. So good to see Stewie Kennedy getting the job done as we head into the next heat, mate. And it looks like an all Aussie affair here with Harley Ross from Curl on the Northern Beaches taking on Sheldon Simpkins, Josh Boyle and Alex McGuffin. So a really stellar way to bring in another big heat. These 20-minute heats, they just fly by. Of course, the organisers have the ability to extend those heats as we get towards the business end. And I do believe, mate, we'll be going man on man from quarters on. Is it man on man quarters on in a 1500?
Yes, that is correct, Jimmy. So we'll have basically a round of 16, which will drop into then man on man quarters, man on man semi-finals, and a man on man final. So yeah, official results from that last heat. Stewie Kennedy and Nick Vasicek moving on through. Riley Lang and Benny Hucker unfortunately eliminated, as we see the young man from Snapper Rocks, Sheldon Simkus, down the line, and beautiful stuff from the surfer in blue.
Wow, that was amazing. That first turn, seriously, you can see, coming from a point break, you could see the flow and the projection in these little onshore conditions from Sheldon Simpkins there, just lit that thing up. And if you watch the replay of this turn right here, bang, you could just see him unload a lot of water, and just the flow on those final manoeuvres. Exceptional surfing.
Yeah, no, excited to see where that score drops. But at this stage, I think we are going to cut to a quick commercial break. And when we come back, we'll have more action from round 2 of the men's division here at the 2019 Gold Coast Open, presented by Flight Centre. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. More day 2 action coming at you here from the beautiful Burleigh Heads. Of course, you are watching the Gold Coast Open presented by Flight Centre. My name's Daniel Maudsley, and I'm joined with Adam Hennessy, or Dimmy as he's better known, here in the commentary booth. We're going to talk you through the action. And speaking of action, Dimmy, looks like Harley Ross getting things started.
Certainly is a really talented young guy from the Northern Beaches. But talking about getting excited, what about that first ride for the surfer in blue? Sheldon Sim just lit that thing up, an 8.75. So very familiar with the point breaks here up on the Goldie, and you could just see the timing. It was just amazing flow, but it was just the connection of the turns and the way he was able to hold his line into those manoeuvres. Really well judged wave, and rewarded with an 8.75. So that is one of, if not the biggest score of the day, one of the biggest scores, single wave scores of the event.
Yeah, no, so Sheldon Simkus, just when we were starting to question the conditions, shows us that there's still some pretty nice waves out there to be had, and yeah, pretty impressive start there for the man in blue. Up and running now, the surfer in green, Alex McGuffin. Not a whole lot eventuating there. Harley Ross's opening score also locked in, Dimmy, at a 5.0.
Yeah, definitely. So what's your opinion on the backhand to forehand out here when the waves get a little bit onshore and a little bit bumpy, a little bit more tricky? You can see the flow on the forehand of these guys. They tend to be able to climb those sections, and you see the pop and the turns. Sheldon's doing on this wave is pretty impressive. And finishes off with that exclamation point. So style, class, flow, he's got it all. But yeah, with these a little bit of a bump on the face of the wave, I think it's going to be a little bit more tricky for the goofy footers.
Yeah, I 100% agree. As we see Sheldon Simkus, a replay from this might be his first ride. Yeah, it is. There's that beautiful little drop while it snapped.
Look at the drift.
Love that layback as he drops the back arm into it. So that was the 8.75, and Judge is quick to lock in his second score. A couple of points shy of his opener, a 6.75. So Sheldon Simkus off to a flying start in this one. Combo land population surfers in red, green and white. So he's put the field in combo land there, Sheldon Simkus. And I definitely think you're on the right track there, Dimmy. I think that once you get a little bit more bump on the face, the goofy footers are at a slight disadvantage. The natural footers just have obviously a better view of what's coming on the wave, and they can probably negotiate those bumps a little bit better as they can react maybe a little bit quicker than the goofy footers can.
They definitely get an easier read on the wave. And like you said, it just tends to be that floating, that flow they get, they generate that down the line speed. And even though, and the thing with the backhand too out here, and I spoke to a couple of the juniors about it, you've got to be very careful about where you put your board after your turns, because you can't really turn right through your turns, because you actually lose the pace to get to the next section. So you've got to actually put it where you can get it down and back into another turn. So very important on the backhand to negotiate each and every turn properly, because if not, you lose the speed, the down the line speed, and that's key to a big score.
Yeah, definitely. We've seen a lot of competitors, fall victim to potentially overcommitting on turns earlier in the ride and then losing that down the line speed, and obviously cutting their ride shorter than it potentially could have been. 13.5 minutes remaining for the heat in the water at the moment, so 13.5 minutes to go. And Sheldon Simkus just looking very sharp out there. An 8.75 and a 6.75. Harley Ross with the aforementioned 5-pointer. And it looks like Alex McGuffin's opening two numbers in at a 3.5 and a 1.5. So early days at the moment, still just over 13 minutes remaining here in round 2, heat number 10. Out in the lineup next, you guessed it, it'll be round 2, heat number 11. And we're going to be looking for Marco Fernando in the red, Shane Holmes in the blue, Darcy Crump in the white, and Hinata Aizawa in the green. So pretty fun one on tap there for heat number 11. Excited to see Hinata back out there, of course, local Burley boy.
Yep.
And Shane Holmes was on an absolute tear through the QSs last year. And excited to see what he's got in store for us here at the Gold Coast Open. Marco Fernandez, I can't say I'm too familiar with Marco, but Darcy Crump put in a pretty impressive performance in round 1 yesterday.
Definitely one of the better performances from Darcy Crump at the QS level. Really solid, just had some great rhythm with the ocean. And as we talk about great rhythm, the surfer in blue with that 8.75, the pace, the tempo, the speed in that ride was incredible, and a well rewarded for his efforts, as we see Alex McGuffin sort of rolling the dice on that wave, and you can just see the disappointment as he's paddling back out. You can get the body language, and you can get a good read on the athletes as they progress through their heats. And it's about staying mentally strong and just focused on your performance. I always say that negative energy is not a good thing for any athlete. You just got to stay in the moment, and because in this sport, you're always in the game, no matter how much time's left on the clock. I've seen so many big heats on the World Tour, get turned on its head very quickly in a shorter space of time. So I'm sure Alex will be looking to build and get himself back in the game, as we see Harley Ross up again.
Yeah, so the surfer in red just heading down the line on this one. A bit of a foamy face there, so probably couldn't get the connections he was hoping for, but he'll make his way back out in the lineup. Still 11 minutes remaining with the heat in the water, so 11 minutes still to go. And Josh Boyle yet to open up his account. So sitting out there in first priority as we see Alex McGuffin on potentially what's going to be one of his healthiest scores. Does well to get that nose up and over the whitewater on the finish. And look at that stylish little board flip on the way out to protect the fins.
Yeah, pretty sure he's riding a chili, isn't he? He looks like a pretty spicy little piece of equipment there. And they score locking in for the last of red and waiting for the last of green. So Harley Ross at 2.9, waiting for the last of green. Of course, Harley Ross from his junior club is Curl Board Riders, which is Cuba. And he's had to put up with Matty Bemrose through his whole junior career. So Matty's been a bit of like a mentor to a lot of those curly guys. Definitely Harley was one of the pick of the bunch, and Matt does a great job. He's still coaching these days for Volcom, and but he's a prankster. I don't know if you've spent too much time with Bemmy, but he's got me so many times. He's sent me to therapy about 100 times in my
Oh,
life.
Christ.
But he's a good man, and he's helped out Harley a lot during his junior career, and he's a very talented guy, and he's still, I know these days he hasn't got a sponsor, but he's still pushing on to the QS, which is great to see.
Yeah, some valuable real estate on the nose there of Harley Ross's board. As we see Alex McGuffin go down. Looks like his ride prior to that one locked into 3.65, so still in third place, but now looking for a 4.26 to try and challenge Harley there for second. Sheldon Simkus just looking comfy as can be out in the lead, and his nearest rival, of course, being Harley Ross, who is still more than a 10-point ride away from him. So Josh Boyle still sitting out there with priority, and I was talking, we've been talking all event, about how long is it acceptable to wait to take your first ride with that priority, and you've got to imagine when you get into the back half of the heat and with no numbers on the board, alarm bells will start going off.
Definitely, especially when you got the guy in second with a 5 and a 2.9. It's not like he hasn't got any scores on the board, so
Yep.
Josh is going to have to start to get to work very quickly indeed. You can see him sitting deeper on the peak, and I said just a little bit earlier, from the beach you can see the little shift in the way that the wave breaks, but he's definitely going to have to get to work.
Yeah, he's in an interesting spot there, a little bit deeper than the rest of the field. So we'll see. Hopefully Josh can net something in the next couple of minutes and get his campaign rolling. Oh, look at this one.
Yes.
Over the rocks. Alex McGuffin will get out of there to make sure his equipment doesn't get damaged. So with just over 8 minutes to go in this one, Sheldon Simkus, well, he is absolutely on fire in this one. An 8.75 and a 6.75, and since then he's just kind of been hanging out. Hasn't been looking around the lineup too much for anything else.
Been nice and casual.
Yeah, just knows where he's sitting. And it was really interesting, actually. I had a quick chat to Matty Job after his heat, and he got a fairly convincing heat win. He was locked in a couple of, I think, sixes quite early on in his heat. And he mentioned to me, I said to him, it was a very well-served heat. Congratulations, all of the above. And I said, got those first two waves and just kind of hung out. And he goes, I basically got those first two waves, realised that I had a pretty good lead and just didn't want to get interference.
Good call. Smart. Yeah. Very good strategy there for the young bloke from Burley, and he knows his job. And pretty sure we've got a post-seat interview about to take place. Who we got?
Throw to Stephanie, and she's got none other than Mr. Stewie Kennedy.
Stewie.
Yeah, thank you guys. I'm with Stu Kennedy from Lennox Head, who take the last hit. Stu, congratulations. Not so good condition at the moment, a little windy, but we still have some pretty good waves. What do you think about the hit?
Yeah, it was pretty hard work out there, but I just wanted to start quick and got the 6.5 first wave, which made it a lot easier. Took the pressure off, and I ended up hooking Nick up a wave, which was pretty cool. We had a final at Bells in the Pro Juniors about 10, 11 years ago, so it was good to have a heat with him again and get through it together. So yeah, it's good.
You have to change your equipment because in the morning the conditions were very different. What kind of board do you use for these days?
I have my model. It's a 5.7.5 Firewire. It's a SKX model, which I use in most conditions. So yeah, it's feeling fine out there, and yeah, I didn't really get here until just before my heat. I only live down the road, so I came up this morning, dropped my daughter at daycare, and then shoot up here.
What are the plans for the next context? Where are you going? What are you planning to do after this?
My next event's 10,000 in Belito in South Africa, and yeah, that's obviously my main goal is winning those events because I want to get back on the main tour. And this is it's up the road from where I live, so pretty crazy not to do it, especially if the waves were pumping. And yeah, you never know, you might win the comp and win some money and a couple of points.
Congratulations and good luck.
Cheers, thanks, bye.
We can come back with you guys.
Stewie Kennedy, how good is Stewie? Did you knows how he referred back to Vass and that Pro Junior 12 years ago.
Of course he's
he does never forget a thing, Stewie Kennedy. He'll go, oh no, I had him this day. But that was sick, and those guys came through the junior ranks together. We had a solid foundation of junior surfers when Stewie came through. Guys like Wilco and Julian and Owen, and it's just amazing how they transfer back of days past as we see Harley Ross up and right in on his forehand. But great to have Stuart in the event. Stewie is a big supporter of Australian surfing, and he always does all the QSs, which is great to see.
Yeah, no, it's great to have him here for the 2019 Gold Coast Open, and he's just your classic Australian larrikin, isn't he, Stewie Kennedy? Great to hear from him there in the post-heat interview, and thanks to Steph for interviewing our heat winners at the moment. It looks like Josh Boyle opens the account here with just over 4 minutes to go. Pretty nice start, but he's not going to be the 9.25 he needs, so he's going to need to get back out in the lineup and try and net another number as we see Sheldon Simkus just making his way down the line, looking cool as a cucumber. Still got the field in combo land. Harley Ross, his ride previous to his last came in at a 4.25, so that has slightly bettered his two-wave total. As we see now a replay of Sheldon Simkus's last wave.
Sort of had a bunny hop over Josh Ball as he was paddling out. So if you watch the little inside replay, I think this might be it here. But he's just got such a direct flow in his surfing, just exceptional performance so far in this heat. Like you said, he's stamped his authority. He's basically comboed the field. So waiting for that score for Josh Ball to lock in. I like the way he surfed, but like you said, very, very, you're testing the waters if you're waiting for till 4 to go to get your first wave. You're really putting yourself behind the 8 ball. And look at that, a 6.60.
Wow.
So he only now needs a 2.65 to get through.
Jeez.
But the thing for Josh is he hasn't got priority.
Yeah, so it's tricky. Sheldon Simkus also furthered his lead in that last exchange. A 7.25 lock there for the man in blue. So very interesting little finish to this heat. Like you mentioned, Dimmy, priority sitting with the surfer in green, Alex McGuffin, still chasing a 5.6 to try and take second. And Josh Boyle sitting in third position. And, of course, Josh is going to need a 2.65. So sitting in third priority, I should say. Sorry, he's in fourth position. But a 2.65, a pretty small score. But Harley Ross does have priority over him. So interesting. It's going to be interesting to see where Harley positions himself, and right on cue, there he is, right next to Josh Boyle. He's going to stay nice and close there to the man in the white.
Yeah, you know that Harley's a pretty experienced campaigner, and I can guarantee you he will be following him big time to make sure that he doesn't get the opportunity. So even though he hasn't got first priority at the surfer in red, you can see him there, but he does have second priority. So as you see, Mords, he kept Josh Ball off that wave. So will this prove a winner for Harley Ross? He starts to really attack that inside little wedge from our angle. But yeah, pretty smart move to hold him off because he doesn't need a lot to get on through.
Yeah, it's likely that Josh Boyle would have been able to net a 2.65 on that one. So good call there from Harley Ross. Great use of priority, and we'll see if that can potentially improve on his 4.25 and maybe make things a little more difficult for the surfers in green and white. It looks like Alex McGuffin also finishing off a ride on the inside, of course. Prior to that, in third place, chasing a 5.6. So here's the replay here of Alex. A 5.6, the requirement, and the wave size probably going to let him down a little bit there. 3 turns, potentially might go close, but I don't think it's going to be the number. Harley Ross drops the 4.35, so slightly furthers his two-wave total. Still in combo land as far as the lead is concerned. Alex McGuffin, the requirement now stretched to a 5.7. Josh Boyle, a 2.75. But first priority with the man in white.
So you see Harley Ross there, what he's trying to do, he's actually trying to better that second score, because even with fourth priority, he's really under the pump here because Josh Ball only needs a 2.75. So the actual requirement only went up by the barest of margins with 30 seconds to go. And for Josh, here he goes, up and right in 25 seconds.
Eyes on Josh Boyle. Jams it once there, nice and tight. If he gets a second turn, and he spins it into reverse. So that 2.75 is a formality at this stage. Harley Ross will likely need another score Dimmy, only 10 seconds on the clock, though.
Yeah, I'm not a judge, but I'm telling you right now, he has sealed the deal with that wave. So even though he played the game, it's come out. I'm pretty sure it's going to come out in his favour. But that was really, really tricky for the surfer in wide. That first turn, nice pop out of the first turn, comes around, and you could see him desperate to control that final manoeuvre.
That takes some confidence, you know. A lot of people would have just climbed the suds and, you know, put the nail in the coffin essentially, but Josh decides to kick it to reverse, locks a 4.20, and we can make it official. Sheldon Simkus takes that one out, moving through in second place. Will be will be Josh Boyle, Harley Ross, Max McGuffin, unfortunately eliminated from competition. And on that note, we're going to throw to a quick ad break. And when we come back, round 2, heat number 11 will be in the water here at the 2019 Gold Coast Open, presented by Flight Centre.
Welcome back to the Gold Coast Open down here at beautiful Burleigh Heads. You can see the weather has started to deteriorate a little bit this afternoon as we head towards the end of day number 2. We are going to be running right through to the completion of 16 heats around to a men's. The 4 heats of the women's have been put on hold until tomorrow morning. So pretty smart move by the Powers, and good to see such a stellar lineup for the afternoon session. We are into the Heat 11 with Marco Fernandez out there in the red, Shane Holmes in the blue. Darcy Crumby was on a bit of a tear yesterday in the white, and out there Hinata Osawa out there in the green. I'm pretty sure it's happy. Is he from this beach?
Hanada Ozawa is one of our young juniors here from Burleigh Board Riders. Well, not a junior now.
He's an open.
Yeah, I think he's just cracking the opens now. He's a great little surfer. Helps out with we've got our Burleigh Super Grom training.
Yep.
We've got about 70 kids under 14. And Hanada, a qualified coach, and him and Matty Job and a few other kids come down and do some coaching for our young kiddies there. So great to see that, you know, putting back in as well. So
definitely, that's really important for those guys who are getting experience on the main stage and on the QS to give that, you know, that experience back to the Groms. And if you can start them really early, they find that really solid rhythm, and they get comfortable in contest surfing. So great that you know, Burleigh Board Riders has the ability to utilise the quality, and as you see, talking about quality, he's up and riding. He's just got some really solid drive down the line, this young man, and like you said, coming out of the junior ranks, starting to perform well in the QS.
yeah, he does it. I tell you what was really awesome to see from our young Burleigh Board Riders, when the Volcom Pipe Pro was on, as we see Marco Fernandez, look out, getting some powerful turns in there, young Marco, racing down the line, and a nice opening wave. Of course, Sheldon Simkus in that last heat, fire up. he was on fire.
Yeah, his third ride was probably the third best wave of the heat. So he just was in sync with the waves and just put on such a stellar performance. Basically comboed his fellow competitors. And what about Josh Boyle leaving it to the last seconds of that heat, locked in that 6.60 and then finished it off with a 4.2 to get through that heat. But he would have been chomping at the bit to try to get that second score. As we see Marco up and riding, just really flowing attack on the forehand and finding those little edges on those corners of those waves too, Tapper.
He certainly does, and he's really locked into that one. And yeah, what I'll say before about, well, pretty proud of the Burleigh Border Riders. The Volcom Pro was on, and here's all this Instagram footage coming back of 4 of our young blokes at pipe getting waves for a start.
Wow.
You know, and young Toby Mossop, of course, charging all over the shop, and Hanada knifing pipe, and Nick Callister as well. And of course, Liam O'Brien, you know, Liam firing up. He'll be coming on in another heat.
He is very impressive indeed, Liam O'Brien. As you said, the experience of being over in Hawaii, mashing it, getting in the water with those Hawaiians, and you know, pipe is one of the most, if not the most dangerous, but one of the most dangerous places in the world. And it's a real apprenticeship for those young guys to get over there. You know, I've spoken to guys where they've told me that, you know, they've been out there and they basically have sat in the lineup for 5 hours and got one wave, and they've just watched those guys who are pipe experts just do their thing, because it's all about the entry into the wave and all the little elements that go with it. So great that you guys have the ability, and your guys were over there just really tapping into that.
Yeah, well, that's it now. You know, like we've had guys in the past surf, you know, like Jay Bottle Thompson,
Yep.
he was on tour. But, you know, now to have that number of kids, or, well, they're men now, but, you know, going to Hawaii from the club, you know, and regular North Shore visitors. Matty Job, too, he's regularly over there as well. So these kids are having a crack, and it's great to see. I tell you what, good heat this one. Shane Holmes from North Shelley. Now, Holmesy is a power merchant. He's one of the best solid wave surfers. He surfs a 2-foot wave as he would a 20-foot, or not 20, but 10-foot wave. But not really the best conditions for Holmesy out there.
No, but he's definitely got the power and he's got the finesse, and he knows how to serve a heat. Shane Holmes, the closest thing I can say about Holmes is he reminds me so much of Drew Courtney. The way he attacks the wave, it's like he's trying to just belt it and just explode and kill it. Yeah. I remember Courts used to be exactly like that when he was on tour, and he'd need a 3 and he'd just try to kill the wave, you know, just try to explode for the wave. And Holmes reminds me a lot of Courts, the way he surfs, and he's been such a staple in Australia. It'd be great to see him get the opportunity on the world stage, but it's good to see him at a QS level, as we see Marco, who opened up with an 8, getting to work. And I love the fin drift in that final manoeuvre, Tapper.
Yes, a nice fin drift there, mate, and really ripping in. Marco Fernandez, he's making every post a winner so far in this heat. And well, it looks like we might have an interview coming up shortly, but Hanada Azawa, another way for Hanada, and getting busy on it. He knows this rock break pretty well. Hanada, actually, I've seen Hanada out in some like when he was about 15 out at Burleigh, when it's as big as you could get and hard as you can to get out there. And look out who's out there, Hanada. It took him a couple of paddles. That's something I actually... Sonny Garcia and John Shamuka came to our club once, and the kids are asking, how hard is it to paddle out in Hawaii? And easy. And Sonny Garcia actually said the hardest place to paddle in the world is Burleigh Point. But I believe we've got an interview about to come on with Sheldon Simkus. Head over now.
Yeah, I'm with the winner of the heat, Sheldon Simkus from Snapper Rocks. Congratulations, Sheldon. You have one of the best scores of the day, with maybe not the best conditions, but tell me about your strategy.
Yeah, it's conditions have really deteriorated in the past hour or so, and I kind of just was like, the waves have kind of been pretty small and onshore lately, and I just like, I'll be stoked if I get a couple good little waves, you know. So I managed to get them pretty early in the heat, which is kind of nice. It's always good to get that first heat out of the way, so made it fun getting them earlier in the heat and kind of, getting a couple good scores.
Well, you're from Snapper, but you've been surfing here the last time you were telling me. What do you prefer, snapper, burley? What's the difference between this wave? The conditions have been very similar.
Yeah, I mean, I grew up at Snapper, it's just down the coast. It's a world-class wave, and Burley, they're kind of similar. They're both obviously right-hand point breaks. I do prefer Snapper, just going up there, and I'm in Snapper board riders, but Burley's still like a world-class wave. I come up here all the time, and lucky to get a few waves off the boys. And funnily enough, this year, like, there's been a really good rocky bank, so I've been surfing it a lot over January, February, the summer months. So I felt a little comfortable out there. Like, I'd been surfing there a bunch. It felt good.
What are the next plans?
After this event, no plans, which is kind of nice. I really like Indonesia, so I'm going to get over there at some point and hopefully get some barrels. But yeah, it'd be nice to get a few heats going here and then see what happens afterwards.
Well, congratulations and good luck.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Come back with you.
Rightio, well there you go, Sheldon Simkes. What a great little heat he had, mate. He was just fired up, and that board he was riding looked really good under his feet. It was just flying and flowing, as was Sheldon, but it just seemed to look really comfortable and really, I'm pretty sure that'd be an epoxy, that one.
Yeah, it looked like, didn't it? As we have some waves in, Holmesy, we spoke about it's not his, prime conditions, but such is the competitor that Shane Holmes is. He's locked in a 6.75, so great start for Holmesy. We have Marco Fernandez just out to a bolter at the moment with an 8 and a 6, so the surfing red leading the way at the halfway stage. I was saying before to Moores that how quick are these 20-minute heats? They just like rapid fire. You're sort of thinking, oh, these guys got plenty of time, and all of a sudden you look and you go, wow, it's only 7 minutes or 8 minutes to go.
Well, that was in that last heat. Got the wave with like 5 minutes to go. It was right on the 5-minute mark for his first wave. So he basically had a 5-minute heat. That was White in that last
Josh
heat.
Boyle.
Josh Boyle, yeah, he did. Basically had a 5-minute heat. He could have just paddled out with 5 minutes to go, had priority, and goes, yep, okay, I'm starting my heat now.
You risk a lot doing that at the moment with the tides, and you can see the bump on the ocean now. And we were just saying, there's got to be a point in a heat where your strategy, you have to have,
a backup,
a plan B.
Yeah.
As a coach, you tell your athletes, go out there with a strategy. If it's not working, you got to change it up. You got to adapt with the ocean. You got to adapt with the conditions, and you got to adapt with what's going on. Because sometimes you can paddle out there, it's perfect waves, and all of a sudden, southerly hits.
Yeah.
There was a famous event. I think it was Newcastle where. Someone went out there, I think it was Ockie, went out there and sort of blew up early, and someone waited, and all of a sudden it went onshore half a foot, and he'd actually got a phone call, a couple of hours earlier saying that was going to happen, and whoever he was against just sat there and went, oh, I've got nothing.
Well, what about that famous final at Bells Beach where the surfer actually knocked himself out, was carried out, and the surf went flat, and the other surfer had no one to surf against?
I'm pretty sure was that Richie Collins?
Yeah, Richie Collins, yeah.
Yeah, there you go, yeah. The web. Remember those things?
The webs, yeah.
The webs.
Yeah. I always say anyone who's got those has to have a Batman utility belt and a Batman outfit if you're going to use
was
those.
that Potts that happened to? Was it Richie Collins versus Potts? But yeah, like
I think it might have been.
There was 9 minutes to go,
and
all he needed was a small score, and it actually didn't break.
Yeah, and they actually, Richie Collins actually got stretchered off the beach.
Oh, so heavy.
In hospital. Oh, by the way, mate, you won.
You can bring the bell into the hospital at Geelong Hospital, and you can ring it from the hospital bed. But we are down to 7.5 minutes remaining. So you're playing in our sport. It's a very unique sport because you're playing with not only the athletes, but the elements that are offloaded in front of you. So yeah, it's pretty funny, that one. Richie Collins winning bells, and Potts would have been thinking, massive chance here, and didn't even break.
Yeah, that is really heavy. Now at the moment, I've noticed a lot of these heats. When I've been sitting on the beach there with the beach commentary, the surfers who get going early generally are the ones who win the heat. And Marco Fernandez there, he got going very early in the heat with that 8-point ride. But now the second place, the Blues on for second between Hanada Zawa, Shane Holmes. But Darcy Crump yet to get a wave. Yes. 6.5 minutes to go. But we saw Josh Boyle do it before, so it's not all over for Darcy Crump. He's got priority. He's just waiting. He knows he's waited this long. He's got to get the bomb.
That's exactly right. And the thing is, you talk about differences in heats. Yesterday, he was a standout. He just had that flow, the rhythm, and he was in complete connection with the ocean. And unfortunately, in this heat, it's been really slow. But we were speaking about Josh Boyle in the last heat, how he waited. And it was about this time, too, that Josh went, I'm going to have to roll the dice and have a crack at one of the waves. He got a 6.6, so it's definitely doable, but it becomes a little bit more tricky when someone like Shane Holmes is in third and he's still only sitting on he's sitting on a nothing as his second score, and he's got a 6.75, so that makes it a bit more tricky, because you've seen heats today that guys who are second and third have only got dropped a couple of threes.
Yeah.
But if Shane Holmes actually gets himself a solid backup, it puts Darcy in a combo and a real problem situation for the guy in white, because he's going to have to get 2 scores.
And I've noticed there are Hanada Hazawa not in the picture. I'm thinking that Hanada's probably a bit further down the line, waiting to seagull a wider wave that comes through. There he is. There's young Hanada. He's probably looking to seagull one by himself. He's in 4th priority, so he's not going to get a wave if anyone else wants it. He's got to pick up the scraps, but sometimes those ibises, they pick up the scraps.
Yeah, and sometimes those scraps become big scores, as we see out the back. I'm pretty sure I saw Darst. Here he goes, up and right. He's got a nice little corner to this. Nice first attack on the backhand. Comes around. He's trying to keep himself nice and tight to the power source, and you could see the flow on the backhand. It's tough on the backhand because you cannot overcommit to a turn, because you lose that down the line speed, don't you?
And particularly when it's like this with a bit of chop on the face, because it is harder to penetrate. When you're on your forehand, you're up, you're running, and you're really driving along, and you can, on your backhand, a bit harder, because you've got to, after you come out of that turn, you've really got to drive into the next one straight away. Now, that's Darcy's first wave. Well, a 3.65, so he's... Tell you what, now he's back in 4th priority, 4 minutes to go.
Tough position to be in.
Yeah, well, I know Shane Holmes, he's in 2nd priority there. He's just waiting, and the bloke who doesn't need a wave has priority, Marco Fernandez.
That is always the way, though.
Yeah.
It is always the way. Surfing is a lot about rhythm and flow, and sometimes you just don't find that rhythm out in the heat, and sometimes you just... everything falls in your lap. So right now the Surfing Red with an 8 and a 6 in a strong position, and you can see Shane Holmes not getting eggy, but you can see him starting to look and think about this last 4 minutes, thinking, you know what, I only need a 2.5 and I don't want to leave myself short. So he'll be on the search right now for a backup. And I know you do I listen to you a lot I love Rebel FM, and I listen to Rebel up here when I'm up here. And what's the forecast for the next couple of days, mate? What's it looking like?
Mate, as we see Darcy Crump here, he's got another wave there, riding out right, dry docking on the rocks there. Mate, the forecast looks all right for tomorrow. Well, tonight we've got a big southerly change coming through. Now, a lot of times we get a southerly change, it blows away all the swell. Evidently, from the forecast, it's supposed to hang in about the same size, this easterly ground swell. And then on Sunday, the swell increases up to 1 metre to 1.5 metres. A little bit of south in it. There's a bit of a low pressure system in the Coral Sea, so a bit of a squeeze going on there.
Wow.
So, I think we could get some really good waves for Sunday. Saturday, it's going to be about the same size, but it's going to be clean and offshore. So hopefully that swell comes a little bit earlier. So for Saturday Arvo, we've got some quality, but it's going to be all right. It's going to have a little bit more size, but it will be this same swell. So it's not dropping evidently anyway.
Yeah, I was saying to Maud that it's been really good up here lately. I haven't surfed a lot, but I've been watching a lot of the boys out on exactly where these guys have been positioned, and when the swell pops up, they've got some great little double ups on that inside, as we see the Surfing Red, Marco Fernandez up and riding and flying down the line, probably trying to find himself a little bit of a section to punt with, and not liking that wave, so kicking out. So looking good for the weekend, and looking good definitely for finals day. And I spoke to quite a number of athletes today about their focus point was, okay, the waves aren't the best, but the quality of the bank's still good, and it's just about getting through today as we look forward to the weekend. And I'm sure Holmesy would be thinking the same thing right now.
Well, Marco Fernandez has done Holmesy a real favour with 1 minute 40. He's caught that wave, and now Holmesy has the choice of any wave he wants. And here we go. Looks like Shane Holmes having a look from deep on the rock break. Did he go? Yeah, he has gone that. It's only a little one, but Holmesy knows how to throw it around. He's a powder keg on legs.
Yeah, so very smart tactic, but is that... I mean, it's a very low score, 2.5, but he might... It's going to be in the ballpark. It's probably just over, but he was probably thinking, look, I've got to go. I've got to get something on the board to get me up. And there it is, a 3.55. So smart move from the man from the Central Coast, from North Shelley Board Riders Club. Very smart indeed for Shane Holmes. So gets the 3.55, puts Surfer, the local boy, in a position where he has first priority and he only needs a 5.56. So he is definitely still in the game, Tapper.
He's in the game, but that's a big score to get in these conditions. You're going to need the wave that's got some size to actually do it there, or the length of ride anyway. Not so much that they're judged on length of ride, but the chance to throw those big major moves in. And I think, it's not going to be if it's a one-move wave, it's going to be a really big move to get that 5.56. So time's running out now. Holmesy thought, well, here we go, I'm going to bank another one. And racing down towards the inside. And, getting another score. Don't know if that'll be better than his previous wave, but we'll see. But, look, the time's ticking away. I think it looks like Shane Holmes, he's surfed a pretty smart heat in the end, and looks like he will progress through. Oh, no, Hanada Zawa getting a wave, so look out.
Wow,
Hanada coming in right at the end. We didn't see the start of that one, so the heat's over. But, wonder what that wave of Hanada's was like, whether that is going to be enough.
Hanada coming in hot at the end of that heat. We're just talking about Holmesy, that Shane got a little wave towards the back end of the peak, and that'll be interesting because Hanada ended up right on the beach. So if he's got that from out the back, he might be in contention to get that score. So we'll see if we can get a replay of that last wave of green, and we'll see what the judges think.
Okay, well, let's pay a few bills first and return to a break with more high-octane action here at the Gold Coast Open, presented by Flight Centre.
Welcome back to the 2019 Gold Coast Open presented by Flight Centre. We are into heat number 12, round 2 action. Kalani Boy out there in the red. The young Aussie, the young gun who's been on quite a tear in 2019. Very talented surfer from Oz, taking on Callum Robson, Tully Wiley and Shin Fujimoto. So that is the next heat in the lineup. Just had to wait for that to go up on the screen. But yeah, 20-minute heats. Best two waves ridden, and been speaking about how tricky the waves have been since they are onshore has sort of started to kick up. The positive is it was actually supposed to be a little bit more blowy than this, and hence the reason that they have decided to offload the last 4 heats of the day and keep them for tomorrow morning, where the conditions are supposed to be pretty much pristine. So it'll be pretty good day tomorrow. The swell's going to be a little bit bigger than today, but the finals day is when we're looking, and we're really focused on the forecast for Sunday and finals days. We see Surfer in white up on the backhand, and little tricky section to negotiate there for the Surfer in white. We spoke a little bit earlier about the different nuances in the bank and where to position yourself as we see Kalani Ball on a bigger wave. Look at the nice little corner of this wave, attacking on the forehand. Good drift in the tail, sliding into that second manoeuvre and connecting the dots on that final turn. So some really good surfing being laid down by Kalani Ball there. And we'll see what the judges think of that last wave of the surfer in red. Just had really solid tempo. The speed and the flow of his surfing netted that 7-point ride. So great way to start for the young Aussie. Mixing up the different elements of the criteria, that progression, the flow, the power, the speed. As you can see the replay, you can see that good little corner. And kept that board going and really finished off strongly indeed. We are at Burleigh Heads, as I said, for the WSL 1500 QS event for both men's and women. So a keeper in the look. When you look at the qualification stakes, a 1500 could be a vital, element to your overall score at the end of 2019. So we've seen so many guys drop late on the ratings by not having that keeper at the end. And you see guys with multiple big numbers towards the start of their 5. They basically get 5 events to lock in, and that's where you get your situation for your ratings. And a 1500 points would do really nice as a solid backup to some big results to get yourself on the main tour. We've had so many events at the start of 2019. This is the 6th event on the Australasian side of things, and it's great to have so many events in our country and all these guys coming from all over the world to be a part of the World Surf League, doing some great work. And 2019, I do believe, is going to be a real eye-opener for the women's, because I do believe they're going to get some 10,000 series events, so huge points as we see Kalani just flaring on that final manoeuvre, and out the back it is, the surfing white up and down, very tricky on the backhand for the goofy footer there, just trying to get that down the line speed. And here we go, Callum Robson rolling into a nice little wedge, so gets that first turn, climbs across that session, comes around and jams it in the pocket, keeping that board nice and loose. And you can see that really good rotation on the forehand, driving through that turn and kicks the tail on that final manoeuvre. So a nice combo for the surfer in blue. Yeah, so going back to these vital points, so there's two sides of each coin. There's those guys who are really in contention for the World Tour, and there are those guys who are trying to come through, just establishing themselves on the QS2. So these points in these, these smaller events play a critical part in the outcome for the next year for an athlete. So if you basically get in the top 100, you're going to get yourself entry into the 10,000 series, and that's where the big points come up for grabs. So there's a lot of importance on these events for the younger gen, the guys trying to get themselves into the main event so they can actually qualify for the World Tour. So there's quite a process to go through for each individual surfer as they build in their career. They come out to the junior ranks, onto the QS, and at times they don't get the opportunities in the bigger events. So we're going to flip it down for a post-heat interview, I do believe, with Marco Fernando. So, Stephanie, take it away down there.
Thank you, guys. I'm with Marco Fernandez from Brazil. Congratulations, Marco. He was telling me that he's been here since December training for the events that are happening here in Australia. Congratulations, Marco. Well, tell me, what do you think about the waves here in the Gold Coast? What's your favorite spot?
Yeah, first, thank you. Yeah, I've been here since December. I've been training this wave kind of like almost every day. And that's why I decided to do this event. So, yeah, the conditions like a little bit hard right now. There's a bit slow. Yeah, but I managed to get, I think, the best weight of the heat. That was the best set. I decided to go all the way in the back, go and sit deep. So, yeah, I think worked. And hopefully this swell come a little bit more. Like maybe I think Sunday's gonna be a good day. I don't know how it's gonna be tomorrow, but yeah, just wanna keep doing my job and see what's going on.
You did a very good score, 8 points. Tell me, did you use a specific strategy for this heat with this windy day?
Yeah. As I say, it was a bit slow, and I tried to start the heat with a good wave, and that works. So my boards as well is really good on my feet. DG is making amazing boards for me. Also, I'm training with Marco from South Performance. I want to say thank you everyone that helped me, especially my coach who's here with me, Andre from Hype Surf Coach. Yeah, it's been really nice to be here in Australia, surf good waves, and now doing this amazing contest.
You want to say hi from the people that it's looking you from home?
Yeah, I want to say hi to everyone in Brazil. Can I say it in Portuguese? Valeu, galera. Acho que tá um pouco tarde aí já para vocês, mas continua assistindo aí. Valeu pela vibe. O mar tá bem difícil, mas vamos continuar trabalhando que vai dar certo. Valeu.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
We come back with you guys.
Or they're very dangerous on that inside section with the rock. So they're not only negotiating the bumps on the face of the waves, they're also negotiating that little inside rock ledge and those thousands of rock that's formulated down here at Burleigh. As you see, Surfer in Blue really looking spicy out there, and just having to make sure his equipment's intact. So solid indeed for the Surfer in Blue. So it is the young Japanese surfer who is looking to get off to a start. So a real kind of formula has been on tap today. You can see quite a number of surfers have really struggled early to get waves, to find waves, get into the rhythm of the ocean, and it's sometimes it can be a real hindrance to one's performance out there. We've seen a couple of guys being able to roll the dice and get lucky, but realistically you want to get off to a good start in these heats if you're going to advance on through. So right now we're waiting for Shin Furumoto from Japan to open up his account. It is the Surfer in White. Tully opened with a 2.6 and a 2, so a couple of minor scores for the Surfer in White. It is the Australian Kalani Bohr from down south with that 7 and a 5 leading the charge right now. We have 9 minutes to go, so quick 20-minute heats these are. They'll start to be extended towards the back end of the event. That's normally what would happen at a QS level. But right now, you've got to really find those gems, to find the ones that open up, and it's getting harder to do, definitely with the onshore and the waves sort of starting to fade away. But as I said earlier, it's great to see that we're going to get a little bit of a bump in the swell over the weekend. Looking forward to that. There's plenty to see and do down here at Burleigh Heads. If you're online today and you're planning to come down and visit us on the weekend, get down here because there's music, yoga, plenty of food stalls, just a beautiful landscape to work with, and just one of the most historically prominent venues when it comes to professional surfing. So great to be down here at Burleigh Heads for the Gold Coast Pro presented by Flight Centre. So with just over 8 minutes to go, it is Kalani Bohr out in the lead. Coming up next, it is going to be Liam O'Brien, local boy, taking on Mitch Parko, Corbin Hutchins and Noah Munro. So that is going to be one hell of a heat to be watching as we see the Surfer in White again trying to find that groove out there. And out wide, here it is, Green, up and right in, floating across these sections, got good speed and power, and shouldn't really opening up on that third manoeuvre. You could see him eyeing off that section, and he just went to work like a tradesman on the inside. So the young Japanese surfer off to a start. It's been very, very slow indeed in this heat. This is Heat 12, round 2 men's action. It is Kalani Ball with first priority, meaning he can operate on any wave he chooses. And that is a great position to be in for the Aussie because he actually has the lead with a 7 and a 5. So his lowest score is a 5-point ride. He'd like to build on that. And I'm going to welcome in Terry McKenna as we head towards another beautiful day down here at Burleigh Heads.
You betcha. Thanks, Adam. Appreciate it, buddy. Sorry I was running late. I had a little live cross to do with Triple M radio station. The boys have got Triple M lined up. So I work with Austereo, who own the network. So just a couple of little crosses around to stations up and down the coastline. But for now, we've got 6:45 on the clock. What's happening in this one, mate? Bring me up to speed.
Yeah, Kalani Ball just really finding his groove early in this heat. So it's basically been red and blue getting the job done. The young Japanese surfer just locked in a 4.75, but very similar to a number of heats we've seen today, Terry, where athletes have struggled to find a good wave early, and he's basically had to wait 13 minutes to get off to a start.
Yeah, and you can see here the scores reflecting that exact concept there, Timmy, with the Kalani Ball with a 7.0 and, of course, Robson with a 6.25, and then you go all the way down to a 4.75, and then you're into the threes. So really, realistically, with 6 minutes remaining, there's only been 2 high-scoring waves come through this one. This is heat number 12. I honestly thought that, we were talking about it earlier. I thought heat 12 might be the last heat of the day because I thought we won't get past this point. But for now, we're going to sort of soldier on and push forward to heat number 16. I think we'll get away with it. Just enough power in the waves. Here goes Tully Wiley. And again, everyone's got the, the small wave boards out, the little flatties, the lightweight epoxies are coming in very handy today.
Definitely, and as Terry was saying, the guys who run, the contest directors and the head judge have the ability at any stage to say, look, this is uncontestable and we're going to pull the pin. So at this stage, we're looking to get through to the completion of heat number 16. They've already basically pulled the pin on the last 4 heats of the day, which were going to be women's. So I'm sure that they'd be looking at Ty, the head judge, would be analysing each and every heat. But, I mean, honestly, there's still been waves in the good to the excellent range in every heat we've had. So it's more about the amount of quality waves coming through more than the lack of swell. The bank's really good. The setups here are really good. But as you said, they have the ability to pull the pin at any time. And we've got plenty of time left in the waiting period.
Yeah, that's right. Tomorrow looks kind of similar. It's going to be cleaner for sure because the winds are switching around to the southwest overnight. Up here at Burleigh, that's dead offshore. I don't know about the swell tomorrow. It's a little bit of a worry. But on Sunday, the waves are going to really crank up. It's not going to be epic Burleigh, but it'll be 3 foot Burleigh, which is going to be nice to see, and it's going to be a great way to finish. So for now, though, we're in the final 5, and we're going to continue on with the competition. So no women here this afternoon, just pushing through to heat number 16 is the plan. So Kalani Ball, that's him on screen. Great young Aussie surfer, isn't he, Kalani? I mean, when he first turned up on the scene in the cadets even, I mean, he was already a little champion right there. And that's the thing about champions. They're champions from an early age, aren't they?
You see it, if you've been involved in the junior process over the course of the years, you get a good indication very early of the guys who you're going to watch coming through. I remember when I first laid eyes on guys like Wilco. Wilco did an event in Manly and he had a little gaffer helmet on and he was like a 10-year-old child, but he surfed like a 14-year-old. And then you got guys like Owen and Stewie and you just know there was an X factor. They talk about X factors, and there was definitely an X factor with those guys. And as they progressed through their career, very much similar to Kalani Ball here. You knew from the outset that he had the talent, and it was just how he was going to develop through the years.
That's right. Yeah, well said, mate. I remember years ago as a pipeline over there watching the contest. A friend of mine, Jason Bitzer, is probably watching, came along and said to me, hey, I want to introduce you to this little kid, this little 10-year-old kid who had a baseball cap and some cool little mirror sunnies on and his little curly hair sticking outside. And I said, g'day, mate, what's your name? And he said, John. I went, John? What, you're that good they called you John twice? I remember saying that to him. And then my mate says to me, he's going to be a world champion one day. And I went, oh, good on you, mate. You're going to be a world champion one day, are you? And he goes, yeah, I am. And so there we go. That was John Florence, first time I ever met him. Was a 10-year-old in the Yuki Beach Park there at Pipeline. What a classic.
Yeah, pretty funny that you say that because on my first experience to go I was in Hawaii filming. We did a movie called As We See the Surfer in White, Up and Riding. We were shooting a little video that we'll shoot in, and it was like about 8 or 10 foot. And Toby Martin, who's a former World Tour surfer, said, "Check this out." And there was these older guys pushing this little kid in a wave.
Right.
I was like,
at 10-foot biplane.
Yeah, like it was at least 8 foot. It was massive, and then he was paddling into a couple, and he was getting flogged and getting barreled off his head. And I was sitting up at Jamie O'Brien's house shooting, and Jamie O'Brien's dad is actually an Aussie.
Yeah, sure.
Right, and he said that kid.
Yeah.
Is going to go all the way, and it was
Wow.
John John.
Yeah, there you
go. It was
go.
little John John, and the worst thing about that is that I offloaded that footage. Because I just went,
no.
I had a few waves, but I was shooting other guys, and I just
Sure.
taped over, and I was like, forever I've just been like Devo, because I thought, imagine having footage of John John at like age 10. He was sponsored then, I think, by O'Neill.
Yeah.
And getting pushed into waves and paddling into little waves.
What
and,
a classic.
But he just had the read already at a young age. So, funny story. We both got a little John John story in our kit bag, and yeah,
And
amazing.
it comes back to the original conversation saying that, champions shine at a very early age.
Yep.
So, well, we got, what do we got? Just over a minute remaining. We saw some nice WSL replays just a moment ago. So thanks to Fresh Air for that one, guys. We were sort of talking all over the top of it. But Callum Robson got himself a great wave. It was 6 point something. Took him into the lead. And then Kalani Ball moves down into second spot. Tully Wiley sitting in third. This is Tully up and riding in the final minute of the contest. And, wow, Tully's a great little surfer from down around Torquay Way, of course, in Victoria. Saint Fujimoto, well, he's hurting for a second wave. He needs the 7.25. And, again, a big shout-out to all of our friends who are tuning in over there in Japan.
Yep.
Ohio.
Yeah. I love the Japanese culture and how passionate they are about surfing. It's pretty amazing, and it's not going to be that long before we're going to see multiple athletes from that region starting to make their way in the sport.
I have no doubt about that,
No
mate.
doubt.
I'm sort of surprised that they're not there already, but you know what? After the last couple of ISA World Games, they proved that they're up there. You know,
Yeah,
you've got
100%.
Hawaii and America and Australia and Japan. They're all sort of right around that point in there. So that's the wrap on that one, folks. It was heat number 12, round number 2. So Callum Robson takes that heat ahead of Kalani Ball. Unfortunately for Tully, he's just fallen short on that last wave. Tully Wiley will bomb out here, and so will Saint Fujimoto. We'll have to say sayonara to the guy in green. So hope you're enjoying the action as much as we are, folks. And we'll be back with heat number 13 right after the break, so don't go anywhere. Okay, so welcome back, everybody, out there in Webland. My name's Taz McKenna, taking you through heat number 13, round number 2 here at the Gold Coast Open, proudly presented by the gang at the Flight Centre. Liam O'Brien, Lob as they like to call him here, is in the red singlet. Up and riding in the green singlet is Noah Munro. Great heat, this one. Corbin Hutchins is in the white, and Mitchell Parkinson is wearing the blues. So we've got an incredible heat full of smooth operators. It's going to be a real good one to watch. So just watching, there's Hutchins on his opening wave. And prior to that, of course, we saw Noah Munro getting a nice little wave as well. So if we missed any action, of course, the guys at Fresh Air will bring those waves to us. And up and riding at the moment, Liam O'Brien is the Burley local in this one. And, Liam had a little stumble. Great recovery, though, and he'll kick out of that one. With plenty of time remaining, just on 18 minutes left on the clock. So if you just tuned in, folks, welcome along. Here's Mitchell Parkinson up and riding. And for my liking, one of the most naturally talented surfers on the planet. And Mitchell just makes it look so easy, doesn't he? Just boosting off the end of that one. So I was up at the Palm Bendel Memorial a couple of weeks ago. Mitch Parkinson took the top honours up there. And great little competition at Moffat's Reef in Caloundra on the southern end of the Sunshine Coast. Big shout out to all the gang at Winded Sea Surf Club who put on a fantastic job as we welcome back a man from up that way is, of course, Dan Maudsley. How are you, champion?
Great, thanks, Tezza. I just caught the tail end of Mitch Parkinson's ride. How sick was that air reverse on the finish?
Yeah, he makes it look so easy, doesn't it? I mean, and it's not a one-trick pony either. I mean, the thing about Mitch Parkinson, he's got a great rail game. He's got a great variety of repertoire. Got a great variety of air moves.
Yep. Maybe even one of his best elements of his surfing is his tube riding.
Absolutely.
The man can thread the needle like a very few.
Well, I mean, have a look at the, DP. I mean, he's old man, the king of the barrel.
King of the barrel.
So Daryl Parkinson, of course, a bit of a legend, living up your way these days. Of course, I think he was originally from the Gold Coast, wasn't he? Yeah, maybe back in the day. But anyway, and of course, Parko himself, Joel Parkinson, was, of course, up Sunshine Coast originally.
Yeah, so he was originally from the Caloundra area.
Okay.
So every year, his major sponsor put on the Parko's Grom Stomp.
Gotcha.
Which is there at Caloundra every year. So
okay, cool.
Yeah.
That makes sense now. I wondered how that all worked. But one of the things I noticed about Caloundra is that there's a lot of reefs down that end of the southern part of the coastline.
Yeah, there is. Ann Street is one that we quite regularly hold events at.
Uh-huh.
So it's a really fun. It's kind of like a peaky. It's a shorter right with quite a long kind of maybe a little bit fatter left.
Uh-huh.
So you got the short steep right on one side, but most of the scoring opportunity at Ann Street does come from the left.
Gotcha.
Then we have also got I hear you were introduced to Moffat's.
Yes.
And it can get pretty can get pretty awesome there when you get the right well.
When it all lines up, I mean, there's some gaps in the reef and stuff, but when it lines up, I can imagine it'll be insane. And then there's a crazy big left reef right out in the middle of nowhere. I don't think they even have. I think they just call it the reef.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah. I think they just call it the Caloundra reef.
Yeah, that's it. So when that thing's like Chopu on it, so I saw some pretty incredible photos of that while I was up there as well. So yeah, really cool part of the coastline. A big shout out to Terry Landsberg, all the gang there at the Marpar Bendel Memorial. It was a competition that's been going for 45 years here in Australia.
Awesome,
so it's super cool to see that kind of tradition. But first wave scores are through. Mitch Parkinson 8.50. Corbin Hutchins with a 5.25 sits in second. Liam O'Brien with a 4.75 in third, and Noel Munro with a 4.75 also in equal third position. So yeah, that's the situation update for that one. Heat number 13 is currently in the water.
Yeah, so I've been really looking forward to seeing Liam O'Brien compete in this event. Obviously, took a few WQS victories last year, a couple in Indonesia, I believe. Took either 2 and might have even been 3 wins at some 1000s over there. So great to see Liam get some good results. And obviously, here on the home court advantage, a very proud Burley board rider and one of the favourite sons out here on the Burley Point. So really excited to see what he's got in store. He's always been a really fun surfer to watch. I've always really enjoyed watching him. He's got that nice, silky, smooth style. Never looks like he's kind of too stressed on a wave.
No.
Never looks like he's forcing the wave. And I think a lot of that comes from his impeccable timing.
Sure.
So his maneuver selection, and his timing just, I don't know, he just works waves so beautifully, and really psyched to see him out here today.
The other thing I really noticed about Liam, and I've been calling his heads for a fair few years now as he came through the junior ranks, is that Liam O'Brien has a really good demeanour for a pro surfer because he never looks flustered.
Yep.
He's always really super relaxed, and that helps him to surf at his at the best level. So also on screen there, we've got Noel Munro, great little surfer, right next to Liam, of course, in the white. Guernsey, that is
Corbin Hutchins.
Yeah, Corbin Hutchins, great surfer. Corbin originally from New Zealand.
New Zealand, yep.
Yep. And Mitch Parko, of course, a great one there. Parko looked like, the funny thing about Mitch Parkinson, it's very similar with Uncle Joel. they just almost look like they're not trying. I'm
Yeah,
sure they
yeah.
are trying, right? But they make it look so easy that sometimes it almost works against them, right? Because they make the things that an average surfer struggles to do just look like, a walk in the park.
Yeah, isn't it funny, Mitch and Joel have such kind of similar styles. So you kind of gets you wondering, it's the old nature versus nurture argument. How much of that is looking up to Joel when he was younger and how much of that is genetics.
Uh-huh. I think there's a bit of DNA now, just quietly.
Yep, I would agree, Tezza.
So heat number 13 is currently underway. Coming up, heat number 14, former winner of the event way back in 2015, Mitch Cruz will take on Takehu Butler from Mount Maunganui in New Zealand. So big shout out to all of our kia ora to all of our Kiwis watching. I don't know if too many people say that over there, but anyway, I'm just busting it. Caleb Tancred and Alex Maniatis is as well.
Yeah, no, that heat is going to be super stacked. That might be the heat of the round, I reckon.
So, okay, looks like we got Stephanie is, of course, going to be doing a bit of a live interview with the winner of the previous heats. Let me just go through the draw and find out who that was. It was the bloke in the blue suit.
Mr. Callum Robson.
Yeah, Callum
I'm
Robson.
here. Exactly, Callum Robson. Tessa, I'm with him now. He's the winner of the last heat. Congratulations. Well, tell me about it. The conditions from today. You're not from here. Have you been surfing, training here at Burley?
Yeah, I've been training a bit at Burley the last few days, just getting ready. Knew it was going to be small, so just trying to get the small wave board ready and stuff. But yeah, it's very slow out there, so you just got to be patient and just not let the nerves get the better of you.
The board that you're using, you told me that you bring your board for the smallest wave. Tell me about the equipment.
Yep, that's a super brand surfboard, Sparrow Shaper on the Gold Coast. Thanks for the board, Sparrow. It's an epoxy. It's a little bit small, a little bit shorter, a little bit wider. And just using some future fins for the speed out there because you need all the speed you can get.
Very good performance today. It seems like the waves are getting better on this weekend. What we expect to see from you here in the water?
Hopefully the waves get better, and if the waves get better, I'm sure everyone's going to start surfing a lot better. So it should be great to watch coming the weekend.
What's the next for you? The next event?
Next event after this, I'll see how I go in this event, and then just kind of judge the rest of the year from there.
Congratulations.
Cheers, thank you.
We come back with you guys.
Okay, muchas gracias, Stephanie, and nice little interview there. Of course, Steph is from Arica in Chile. You'll be able to see her at the QS 3000 event at the Maui & Sons Pro. That is coming up in about 3 or 4 weeks away from now. Of course, 2 events in Chile. That's why we've got Steph out here. We're doing a bit of promotion, and occasionally you'll hear Steph talking in Spanish to the Spanish audience, basically saying to them to come to the Gold Coast because it rocks. It's a good concept.
Yeah, no, it's awesome to have Steph on board and doing a great job with our post-heat interviews. Looks like some scores locking for Corbin Hutchins here, Tessa. 6.75 for his last ride and backing up that 5.25. Liam O'Brien also locking a 4.75 and a 4.7. So LOB sitting in second at the moment. A 7.25 at Ian Chance for the lead. Mitch Parkinson sitting third, but probably in the best spot out of all the surfers at the moment. Holding that 8.5, only needs a 1-pointer to move up into second as we see the replay here from the surfer in white. And this is, of course, Corbin Hutchins just ripping this one down the line. And didn't probably get as good a connection as you would have liked on that final section, but got some damage done before it and rewarded with a pretty healthy score.
Yeah, and sitting pretty in first position right now, Liam O'Brien is chasing a 7.25. That's a pretty solid score there for Liam to be chasing. Mitch Parkinson down into third spot, needing less than 1 point to go to second, and Noel Munro needing a 4.71 to go to second. And it looks like we've got Corbin has found another little inside wave here for the Kiwi as he gives it a little hit on that first section. Sets it up through the inside, a little bit of frothy coping to work with. And, that might be just a bit of an insurance policy in the back pocket, that one, for Hutchins. I don't know, but it's a nice, clean little ride, but it's pretty small and it's pretty flimsy. I'm not too sure that's going to eclipse the 5.25 on his second best score. Don't forget to grab yourself a little snack pack tonight, folks, and head on down to Burley. It's a free movie night tonight, and, of course, it's... the classic movie Surf's Up. Oh my goodness, talking about Surf's Up, Liam O'Brien is up.
Wow, so moving a lot of water there, unfortunately, just the commentator's curse. Liam goes down, but it's got some pretty serious damage done prior to that. Was probably on his way to netting that 7.25. Not sure where that score is going to fall now as a result of the fall. Of course, judges, very critical when it comes to surfers that don't complete their waves. That's something that the judges really look for. They want to see you complete the final turn and basically ensure that you're riding out of it with control. And Liam, unfortunately, it looked like just the back foot slipped off when he was coming out of that carving manoeuvre there, Tezza.
He's such a great surfer, and his body position is always perfectly balanced, always looks like he's in control. There's Mitch Parker there. I don't think Mitch will be too concerned. He only needs a 0.95. I don't know if that wave went in the top 2 for Liam. I think they're maybe still discussing it, but he did a couple of turns prior to falling off. But yeah, maybe they are just that, like you said, that's going to really shave off a few points on the overall score with non-completion of the ride. So Corbin Hutchins, he's smashing it with a 6.75 and a 5.25. Liam sitting in second, again needing a 7.25 to take the lead. Mitchell Parkinson in third, needing less than 1 point, 0.95 for little Parko. And, speak of the devil. Actually, that's White.
Our current heat leader here, Tazza Corbin. So ditching the fins over the coping there, but only the two-turn combo available. Looks like now a surfer in green up and riding.
Okay, so Noel Munro throws it up there. So again, we're just getting away with these last couple of heats. We're pushing through to heat number 16, and that's where we're going to pull the pin. Nice little finishing move there for Noah. And with a name like Noah, you'd think that he's going to have a good association with the ocean, or with just in water in general. If you believe that one. Okay, so just on 7 minutes remaining. And, priority is back with Mitchell Parkinson. So let's see what happens here. So Mitch, looks like Liam's second last score went in as a 4.75. It raised the bar a little bit for Mitch Parkinson, now chasing a 1.55. And, that's the story. Corbin's in the lead. Liam is in second. Parko in third. Munro in fourth.
Yep, so it looks like Liam's last one was actually the 5.3 there, Tezza.
Oh, okay.
So the 4.75 was his opener. So
gotcha.
Judges still liked the damage that Liam got done. So, yeah, I think if he did maybe finish that wave off, he probably would have got the score he needed to get the lead.
Yeah, because he was chasing that 7.5 right now. That has been reduced to a 6.71. Big shout out to all of our friends watching on Facebook Live. Great to have you on board as well. And, of course, what a great platform that is. If you just want to push that share button and just share it with all your friends, and their friends would be much appreciated. You know, the more eyes on these webcasts, the more money the organisers get, the more more talent comes next year, and we're all in this together. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay, so just on 6 minutes left on the clock. Coming up in the next one, what's going on, mate?
I can't believe this next seed. This is ridiculous. Mitch Cruz, former event champion, he's going to be in the red. Mr. Kihu Butler from New Zealand will be in the blue. Caleb Tancreed will be in the white, and Alex Maniatis will be in the green. That heat is absolutely stacked, Tezza.
Oh, isn't it what?
That might be the heat of the round here, on paper at least. Mitch Cruz, of course, a former World Championship Tour surfer. Kihu Butler, one of the real bright stars coming out of New Zealand at the moment. I think he's a real hope to get on tour in the future and represent New Zealand on the world stage for surfing. Caleb Tancreed has been putting in some serious work on the QS this year, some good results at some pretty highly rated events. And, of course, Alex Maniatis surfed very well in his opening round yesterday, and he's now representing Greece and falling back on that second passport, as you say, Tezza. Looks like Mr. Mitch Parkinson up and riding, sprinting down the line on this one. Pedal to the metal and throws the air reverse. That was pretty tidy.
He has just got that move on a string. And, as I said earlier, I mean, you get guys who, just bust the same move over and over and over again. And, we like to refer to those people as one-trick ponies. But Mitch Parkinson here, just building up a bunch of speed. Again, riding the top third of the wave. That's how you do it. And it just gives you a little more power when you bottom turn halfway up the face and busting off that little reverse on the end section there. And that's enough to take him into the lead with a 5.75.
Yeah, 5.75 there from the judging panel. So Mitch Parkinson, our new heat leader, Corbin Hutchings, now looking for a 7.51 if he wants to regain first. Liam O'Brien now in the danger spot in third, looking for a 6.71, and Noah Munro in the green in fourth. chasing a 7.25, Tezza, with 4 minutes to go. Well,
Okay.
Liam O'Brien, Noah Munro could be in a spot of trouble here.
Yep. And this is what happens when you're, I see this so much around the world. Local guy, finally the contest comes to his home break and
Pressure.
stuff. And Nana comes down. He's Uncle O'Brien, and next minute it's just too much pressure. And, the waves aren't there today anyway. But look, I think Liam has actually got the skills to get that 6.71. He's got 3.5 minutes to get it on average. The set's coming around 3 to 4, every 3 to 4 minutes the set's coming. So I think that we'll probably see Liam, and Liam probably realises that he'll sit and wait for something that's got a bit of substance, and all he's got to do is just do what he normally does, and he'll get that score.
Yeah, that's right, Tez. He's got to do what he's done out here countless times before. Put in a lot of hours at Burleigh over the years. 3 minutes to go, and worth noting, he is holding first priority. So
yeah, and Corbin's actually in second priority, which is interesting. This is Noah Munro trying to explore a couple of little ones in a non-priority situation, but Noah needs a 7.25. So again, when you're hurting for, you need almost 2 good waves really. Here we go now. So Liam O'Brien, look at this one.
Liam likes to look at this one. Up and riding now is straight away, foot down and the accelerator on. Couple turns there to kick it off and ditching the fins there for the finish. Not quite sure if that's going to be what he's looking for, Tez.
Yeah, I don't know either. As we see Mitch Parkinson.
Parko
again, he's going to take to the skies. There he goes. A nice little floater. Sets it up with a little snap on the inside. And he goes, that's a classic poo man if I've ever seen one.
Oh, he's a larrikin, isn't he?
Isn't he what, He's a classic. It's so funny. Here he goes. He's a funny kid, Mitch Parko. I reckon I like being around him. He's got a lot of good energy. Okay, so just on 2 minutes left on the clock. And let's. I'm interested to see.
I think he
the
was
score.
going in then too. Oh no,
he
he's
was.
coming back.
Yeah, he thought, hang about 2 minutes. I've got plenty of time.
That's enough time for another couple of reverses.
Of course it is. The big question mark here is around Liam O'Brien. Right now we're watching Corbin Hutchings up and riding. Little snap in the pocket on that one. He's really kind of trying to manufacture the speed there, and that wave's not going to go in the top 2. Noah Munro, meantime in the green. Bangs it up there. Great surf for Noah Munro, but wave selection has been his issue in this 20-minute heat here at Burleigh Head. So there goes Mitch Parko over the back. And I'm really interested to see the score from Liam O'Brien. I think the judges will talk about that one for a little while.
Yeah, doesn't look like it's been locked in just yet. And also now Liam back into first priority. So a kind of fortunate little turn of events there for Liam in the sense that all the other surfers caught waves. And, still waiting for that score to lock there for Liam O'Brien as we see Mitch Parkinson showing his versatility there. Drops the layback, but that one will go down incomplete. Inside the final minute now, Tezza, and all eyes on the local boy, Liam O'Brien.
Okay, so did we get the score for that one?
Not yet.
Okay.
No, I don't think.
So 671 is the magic number. I don't know, he had a couple of little checkies in there, and then he sort of had to almost, really get a big deep bottom turn, and just to get the speed to hit that last little section. For me, it just didn't have it written all over it. Anyway, let's wait and see. Did it just come through? Was it a 6.1? Was that the wave or no?
Yes, so that would have been the score there for Liam O'Brien, a 6.10, so just shy of what he needed, Tez.
15 seconds to go. He's not giving up by any shot. There's Liam on screen, around about 10 seconds remaining. He needs a 5.91, and unfortunately for the local kid, is he going to get this little one here? Couple of seconds remaining, and, you can see him there. He's just bitterly disappointed. God, he's put a lot of, hard work into the lead up of this competition, and sometimes the cards just don't fall your way, do they?
Yeah, it's a bit of a heartbreaker there for Liam O'Brien. You feel for him out there at his local break. He was hoping for a big result. Not the result he wanted there with the round 2 exit. But anyway, Tez, I think we're going to cut to a quick commercial break. And when we come back, we'll have round 2 Heat 15 action here for the 2019 Gold Coast Open, presented by Flight Centre. Yoga, mate. You know what they're doing on screen. Yeah, it's you. Nice. Dude, this next heat is
behind the hotties with the when the downward dogs are going down. Yeah. Fucking looks like an ad for Big W or something.
Branchley, do you see Branchley is down on the beach before? He just popped and say hello, and he goes, fuck, how's this win? And I go, yeah. He goes, this is a pub win.
Pub win, that's all I need.
Straight to the pub.
How you doing, folks? Welcome back. It is, of course, day number 2 here at the Gold Coast Open, a QS 1,500 event here at Burleigh Heads on the Gold Coast of beautiful Queensland. It's day number 2 of the competition, and my name's Des McKenna. Joining me in the booth, of course, is Daniel Maudsley. And, Dan, we've got a cracking heat on our hands here, mate. Have a look at that for a lineup.
Yeah, this might be the most stacked heat of the second round, Tezza. Mitch Cruz, Kihu Butler, Caleb Tancreed, and Alex Maniatis. So here's some action that we missed during the break. Sorry, just a quick one there for Alex. Did see Kihu Butler get a pretty nice ride there as soon as we came back with you. So it looks like that number locked in at a 4.75. So a 4.75 there for Kihu.
Yeah. Just in case you might have missed Mitch Cruz's paddling style, we just got a little replay of that one there for you as well. Just in case you liked it. Anyway, it's Kihu Butler, 4.75 and a 0.75. Alex Maniatis with a 3.0. No scores there for Cruzy or Caleb Tancreed thus far. Looks like Caleb having a look at this one. This kid is a super talent, isn't he?
Oh, he is. He really is, Tezza, and just so professional in his approach to heats. And I know he wasn't super stoked with his result at the Pro Junior earlier this week, so he's fired up, and he's out looking for blood.
Okay, well, that style there is one of my favourite surfers of all time, Mitch Cruz. I just love the way that he surfs that kind of crouched over style, and he's got so much power and so precise. Got the good air game, and just just an all-round great surfer to watch, Mitchell Cruz. I got to spend a bit of time when he was a little bit of a grommy. Me and him and Mitchell Ross actually used to hang out not a little bit, just at some of the contests and stuff. So, I got to see Cruzy when he was a grommet. His first wave scores coming through. We got Caleb Tancreed with a 1.90. Alex Maniatis with a 3.0. You can see Alex just checking his watch there. And Kihu Butler with a 4.7.
So, I'm sure he's looking to try and back the good start that he's had up with another, solid performance here at the Gold Coast Open.
Okay, so right now it is Kihu Butler in the lead. 7.25 on that good score and a 4.75 backup. Caleb Tancreed having a look at this one. So he goes the Super Grom from Avoca. He doesn't like to look at that. Caleb's small low score is 1.90, so he really does need to upgrade that wave. Cruzy right now. I think this is Caleb taking a tumble. So Mitch Cruz right now chasing less than 1 point to go to second, and Alex Maniatis only needing a 2.91. I think it's a great surfer, Alex Maniatis. He's been very unlucky last couple of competitions that I've been to. He's been getting pipped at the post and stuff. Yep. He's always been in and around there, so I think he's got great talent. He's one of those guys that needs a good result so then he can believe in himself. And I mean, how many times have we seen that?
Yeah, exactly. You just want to get that self-belief and that momentum. Momentum is such a strange thing in professional sports, but it's so important. You see it all the time, no matter what sport you're into, whether it's surfing or in rugby league, whatever game, whatever heat you're watching. It's so common that you see one person get a good result in an event, and then all of a sudden everything just kind of falls into place, and
that's right.
Those results just can keep coming.
Well, it's like when if you cast your mind back to when you're a grommet, and for me, I remember I couldn't do 360s back in the day, right, when 360s were like a hard move to do. Anyway, and I remember the first time that I did a 360, and then I could do a 360 easily any time after that. So what it is, there's like little landmark moments in your brain, I think, where it goes like, I can. It just sort of changes the whole scope of it. So for me, Alex Maniatis just needs a good result here, and I reckon his career will skyrocket. Of course, he holds a second passport. He's representing Greece here at this competition, so I can imagine he'll be up towards the top of the Greek selection team for the Olympics. Here he is up and riding on this one.
Yeah, so here we have Alex Maniatis racing down the line here. Beautiful opening turn there from Alex, and he will stab the foam once more. So 2 turns there on Alex's second ride, as we see now. Cruzy up and riding, and down the line he goes. A couple nice speed turns as he sets up. Big turn there as he ditches the fins, and once more a tidy little finish there for the man in red.
Yeah, beautiful. I'll tell you one thing I've noticed about Mitch Cruz's surfing. I've been keeping a close eye on him, is the angle of his front foot compared to the stringer on the board. So it's almost at 90 degrees. Like a lot of people surf with their foot, like more like 45 degrees kind of thing. Cruzy really turns his toes right in. His foot's like really square to the stringer. Let's see if we can see it again.
That's a very interesting observation.
Yeah, and what it does is it just gives him a lot of heel-toe action. He can really rock the board from heel to toe. Not a bad kind of concept. I sort of just picked up on it on that way, but I've been watching it for a couple of years now, and I thought to myself, keep an eye on Cruzy, see if he's still doing that thing with the front foot.
Yeah. Right.
So it's an unusual kind of a way to stand on the board, but it really works for Mitch Cruz, and we've got a score coming through for his second wave now. Here's the replay. So see the angle of that. He's just straightened it up a bit when he went for that little last manoeuvre. But when he's actually surfing from top to bottom, his foot is almost at 90 degrees to the stringer, which is a little bit more. It's more acute of an angle than your average surfer.
Yeah, no, very kind of unorthodox foot placement there. That's an interesting observation there, Tezza. And Mitch Cruz netting a pretty healthy number there, a 6.85.
There you go. So that's a great wave there. And Cruzy into the lead. Kehu Butler now sitting in second, leading a 5.1. Alex Maniatis picked up a 4.4 for that wave. So he's sitting in third, chasing a 7.6. And Caleb Tancred needing an 8.0 for the Super Grand from Avoca. We're down to just on 8 minutes left on the clock. So you're watching the 2019 Gold Coast Open presented by the Flight Centre. We look like pushing through to heat number 16 here today, so 2 more heats after today, and we'll be able to wrap up what's been a great day of competition.
And I've just been looking at Caleb Tancred's results so far this year on the QS. I mentioned that he's had a really great start to 2019. Of course, a finals berth at the Carve Pro, finished second to Connor O'Leary to start the year off, and then a couple of 9th place finishes at the Burton Automotive Pro and the Ichinomiyama Chiba Open. So
wow.
2 6-stars there going down to Leonardo Fioravanti and Hiroto Ohara. Okay. So pretty big results. He's sitting 45th on the QS at the moment, which
not
is
a bad spot.
Pretty good start to the year for the young man from Australia. So excited to see what this year's got in store and see if he can just keep that roll going,
Yep, I think he can. So let's see what he can come back with. Right now, priority is with Kehu Butler. Second priority is with Caleb Tancred. And then you have Alex Maniatis on screen at the moment in the green singlet in third priority, and Cruz is down there in fourth priority. So that's a bit of an update on the priority situation. 6.5 minutes left on the clock. Coming up next, we'll see some more great heats coming your way. 2 more heats remain. Elliot Prada-Reid from New Zealand will take on Dave Lugg, Dakota Walters, and Micah Marginson. So that's going to be a cracker. And then we're going to wrap up with Dion Atkinson. Kyan Martin from Sweden will have Micah Madonna and Eddie Hamilton out there as well.
Yeah, a couple of good heats there to finish off. Well, it's been an action-packed day 2 of competition here at the Gold Coast Open, presented by Flight Centre. We've had some real fun bringing you the action, so we hope all of you in Webland have enjoyed it as much as we have. 6 minutes to go, this heat and water, and former event champion Mitchell Cruz holding down the top spot. Kehu Butler second, Alex Maniatis and Caleb Tancred with some work to do. Both chasing scores well near or over 8 points. And with 5.5 minutes to go, time starting to tick down. Both Alex and Caleb have been locking some pretty big numbers so far in this event. Of course, Alex had a great showing yesterday, and Caleb was on fire in the Pro Junior earlier this week. So it looks like now we have our surfer in blue currently in second place. Let's see whether he can make some sort of run for the lead here is Kehu Butler. And look at this section. Beautiful turn there, and showing a heavy back foot, really driving through the last couple of turns on that one. So Kehu looking to improve on a 4.75, Tez, and that's not out of the question there. Could could certainly go into his bank as his second highest scoring ride.
Yeah, that's right. So just on 5 minutes remaining. And again, you're watching day number 2 of the Gold Coast Open. This is a QS 1500 coming to you from Queensland, of course, in Australia. For day number 2 of the competition, we've got the big final series weekend coming up. It's more than a surfing competition here at Burleigh Heads. It's a real festival-like atmosphere. Got the half pipe has been set up today, so we'll see some pretty rad skate action across the weekend, and we've got some other stuff happening in and out of the water, including they're setting up a little bar out on the hill out here. You'll be able to have a couple of beers in the afternoon and stuff. It's a very cool place to run a competition here at Burleigh.
Yeah, no, big shout out to all the Surfing Queensland crew who have been responsible for most of the setup here at this event, and it's been a tough few weeks for Dev and the team, so a big thank you to all of them for putting on another fantastic event here for the 2019 edition of the Gold Coast Open, of course, presented by Flight Centre. So with 4 minutes remaining, Kehu Butler's last to 5.60, so did go into his top 2 and did actually push him up into the lead. So now holding a 7.25 and a 5.6. Mitch Cruz in the red now pushed back to second and looking for a 6.01 to regain a first position. Alex Maniatis and Caleb Tancred, well, they are sitting third and fourth respectively, and their requirements have grown. Tezza, Alex now chasing a 7.95 and Caleb now looking for an 8.35 or better.
Okay, well, it's going to be another one of those heats for Alex Maniatis coming up against, people like Takahi Butler and Mitch Cruz. Very tough heat, this one. And, of course, Caleb Tancred, well, he's got the skills to get an 8.35 on one wave. He's got 3 minutes and 15 seconds to find it. And Alex, for the record as well, has got the skill to get a 7.95. But and he's in second priority. So as far as priority and positions are concerned, Caleb and Alex are in a pretty good position priority-wise, but as far as scores go, they got their back against the wall on a day like today. 8.35 for Caleb and a 7.95 for Alex.
Yeah, it's always kind of interesting when you get to this point in an event. Usually it's not this early, but we've just got such a stacked heat draw. It seems kind of, you almost get sad. You don't want to see surfers as good as Alex and Caleb, exit the contest. But then you look at who they're up against and you're thinking, oh, Christ, I don't want to see Mitch Cruz or Kehu Butler exit the contest either. So it's just one of those heats, isn't it, that all 4 of these guys are on fire, and they've all drawn the short straw with each other's names on it, as we see Alex Maniatis, just a quick one-turn wave there, not going to be the 7.95, so Caleb Tancred still out in the lineup and holding it down first priority.
All right, well, he looks like he might have spotted a little something out wide there as we check out Caleb Tancred up and riding. Nice little high line pump here. A little bit of coping to float over. Back out on the open face. Again, hasn't really done a major manoeuvre yet. He's going to have to bust something big at the end, and he hasn't got the speed to do that kind of manoeuvre. Maybe, he's still a bit of a grommet, the old Caleb Tancred. Maybe that one there was a little bit of grommy coming out of him just quietly.
Yeah, no, that wave, he just couldn't really find a section to connect on until that final section. And to his credit, he did the right thing going for broke because he knows he needs a big score.
Sure.
Didn't really have much in the back with those first 2 kind of speed turns. So looked like he went for a double grab air reverse, which is a pretty rare grab when you go for the air reverse with that rotation. But yeah, obviously not going to be anywhere near the 8.35 that he's looking for, Tez.
Okay, so Cruzy, here's the little replay of this one. This is Takahu Butler throwing his weight around.
Yeah, so this was his 5.75. So his wave that is now his second highest score, I believe. And yeah, as you can see, just really putting a lot of power into those turns towards the end of that ride. As we get a little glimpse there of Caleb's most recent wave. With 1 minute remaining, though, looks like Alex Maniatis and Caleb Tancred in a spot of trouble here, Tez.
Yeah, one little thing I noticed about Takahu, about his style too, we've spoken about Creasy and foot placement and stuff, but Takahu Butler, it's his back arm. It's like a real pendulum. You watch it when he surfs, he really uses it to help him to pivot around, I guess.
Just build that momentum.
Yeah, exactly, but he really uses it. I mean, even cut your arms off and chuck them on a weight scale. I mean, there's a fair bit of weight there. You go throwing those things around in the wrong direction, it's going to be pulling against the grain, when you're surfing. So if you can get the arms and legs and everything working in unison, it really helps.
Yeah, no, I saw Kehu Butler kind of playing a bit of footy with his friends, warming up for his heat, and he's a pretty solid young man, and not a bad pass on him either, the way the New Zealand Warriors are going. I might give him a call.
Absolutely. So with just a couple of seconds remaining, it looks like it's all over. There's Takehu Butler, again the Mount Maunganui local, building up a bunch of speed. Incredible young surfer, this guy, and you can find it pretty easy to see why Red Bull have put a sticker on that kid's board. I mean, they've got a good eye for talent, Red Bull, and they'll be, they've made a great choice there in Takehu Butler from Mount Maunganui, New Zealand, taking that one. Mitchell Cruz will move on through. We must say au revoir to Alex Maniatis, and also goodbye to Caleb Tenkry, great young super grom. That's a wrap on heat number 14. We're going to take a short commercial break. Be back with more live action from Burley Heads right after this, so don't go anywhere. Okay, so welcome back, everyone. The Gold Coast Open, presented by the Flight Centre, continues here at Burley Heads in Queensland, Australia. A QS 1500 event, of course, on the World Surf League. My name's Tez McKenna. And, that looks like David Vlug there. Vluggy just ended up on the rocks on his opening wave. We've got Micah Margetson. Remember Brendan Margetson, or Margot? This is his young son, who's an Australian junior champion. Oh, so Vluggy, I think Vluggy might have broken a fin. So it looks like we've got a damaged board there. Yeah, Pluggy's already asking for his spare board. So that's our first casualty of today that I've seen. Anyway, yesterday we had two boards that broke their fins out. And it happens when you're surfing right in front of the rocks here at Burley Heads. So Vluggy trying to stay pretty positive about the whole switcheroo. And let's see how quickly he can get that done. His opening wave scores come in at a .50. So it was only half a point right there for Dave Vlug, so he'd be blowing up. He's ended up with a .5, and he's busted a fin out of his board on his opening wave. So Micah Margetson opened up with a 4.0. Not a bad way for the guy in green. Elliot Parada Reid is wearing the red singlet from New Zealand. There's a nice little change over there from the boys, so they get that happening pretty quickly. Pull one fin out, put the other one back in, and that's the beauty of that FCS2 system. It's just clip and go. And as we welcome back Adam Hennessy.
Yeah, thanks, Tez. There, Vluggy, unfortunately, I caught up with him before the heat. He's so pumped up and so excited. He said, look, a little bit onshore, but the waves are really fun. And he'd be disappointed with that first one because it's cost him a bit of time, but not too much.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of Dave Vlug surfing, particularly his backhand.
Well, he was, as a junior,
yeah,
he was unbelievable, honestly. It's great to see him back because he had a few years off. He had some injuries and stuff, and when he said, I'm going to go and have a crack on the QS, I always thought, that's a good idea because he always had the talent. He was such a powerful kid in big waves, but he also had a really solid groundwork in small conditions as a junior as well. So great to see him back on the QS ranks.
Yeah, absolutely. And as I said, one of the probably one of the top three backhand surfers that I've of all time. So Vluggy, when he gets going, is a real machine. Really fit individual too. I remember when he first turned up and said, I'm going to have a bit of a comeback, because he got crook right, and then he got himself really fit off the back of that sickness. And then when he turned up, he was just ripped, man. He was ripped. He would have had like 2% body fat. Yeah,
definitely. And you got to remember, he comes from a really solid base down there at North Narrabeen, and they do a lot of work with their surfers. And Vluggy has been a really solid member of their club for a lot of years. And like you said, when he came back after illness, he looked so trim and so fit and ready to roll. And like I said, as a junior, he was a machine. From our regional point of view, he was a leader. Like, he just had so much power. So great to see Vluggy on deck in the QS, but he's got a really tough heat because Dakota Waters, what about his performance in the Pro Junior, let alone in the QS? But he's just been making every post to win it. So great to see him out there. Elliot Parada-Reed and also Margot's young bloke, for, next-gen kind of surfers.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, well, Dakota's dad is called Jeremy Walters from up at Angari. So he was a great campaigner there for a long time. Fantastic surfer, good bloke as well. And, of course, Micah's dad, Margot, the man himself. So, yeah, here we go.
One of the world's most famous free surfers of all time.
One of the
led that sort of that genre, didn't he? Really?
Well, yeah, I think the very first free surfer that I ever saw get paid to not do contests was Gary Green.
Wow.
So Greeny was number 2 in the world, I believe, and he walked away from the world tour. He just had a gut full of it.
Yep.
Or number 2 and number 3. Anyway, he was up there, right? He was right up the top of the rankings. He had a shocker somewhere, and he apparently just took his came in halfway through the heat, took the rash off, and said, "I'm never going to surf a surfing contest again." And then who was sponsoring him at the time said, "No worries, man. Just let's send you to G-Land, a few other places." And he became, for me, I was good friends with Greeny at the time. I thought that he was kind of unofficially the first really paid free surfer on the in the world, really, at that point.
That's a great story, and like you said, he just chose to go down that path, and Margot definitely did that. Like, you saw so many great movies, the Billabong movies and stuff, and Margot was leading the charge. And even as an outsider looking in, I didn't really know Margot, and you'd come to the Goldie and he'd just be lighting this place up, and you just think to yourself, wow, how isn't he on tour? But he just chose a different angle.
Yeah, and what a great route to follow as well. I mean, there's been so many guys that are following in his footsteps, and Micah Margetson, I reckon he surfs a lot like his dad too. It's good. He's got a really great rail game. He's got a couple of airs in there. He's got a lot of inventiveness and originality. So, great to see those second-gen surfers following in the footsteps of their dads with just on 13 and a half to go.
Yeah, we're going to swap over to our post-heat interview there with Stephanie, mate, and take it away for winner of the last heat.
Okay, go for it, Steph. Okay, so we're going to throw to Stephanie now.
Yes, I'm here with Kehu Butler from New Zealand, winner of the last heat. Congratulations, Kehu. You know how to deal with the heat from the beginning. Maybe mid-cruise make the fight sometimes, but you know how to handle. Tell me about it. Tell me how you feel in the water and what was the strategy.
Yeah, now I'm feeling pretty good. I've been staying with a couple Kiwi boys from home, so yeah, now we're just cruising, doing our own thing, and yeah, my game plan was just to like fit into the sections of the wave and try and do a couple slices and throw a bit of spray. Like guys like Caleb surf so good all the time, and I knew he was going to be ready to go, and Mitch as well. So I just had to be prepared, and ended up on top. So I was stoked.
You've been preparing for the Aussie waves. You told me that you were here training for a couple of months.
Yeah, no, I've been here. I've been going backwards and forwards from here in New Zealand because it's close as, and just been training with the bro Brody and just behind Burley there. And my cousin lives here, and we've just been practicing out here. Heaps of the Burley crew been real welcoming, giving us a couple waves. So enjoying it now.
What are your plans for the next contest after this?
Going to go home for a month and spend a bit of time with my family back in New Zealand. Haven't seen them for a while, so I'm getting a little homesick, but then just chase the queue pretty much, and just do the same thing, eh?
You want to say hi to your family at home?
Cheer to my boys Trent and to the bro Carlos back home and all the whānau watching, so yeah.
Congratulations and good luck.
Cheers, thank you.
We come back with you guys.
Bro. To Kiwi Butler, what a ripper he is. Kiwi surfs a lot round here. He's good mates with Kaya Horn too, who's a young bloke in Burley Board Riders. Kiwi surfs quite a lot at the point, so he really loves it. As we see a bit of a replay here from our surfer in the red.
Yeah, Elliot up and riding, looking nice and spicy, but that wave just ran away. So, it's happened. We've got through it. We're nearly into the final heat of the afternoon. Of course, conditions still very contestable, even though that wind has sort of kicked up, but it hasn't kicked up as much as we thought it might. And you can see by the scope of the score has been laid down by the surfers that there's still really fun waves if you can get them.
Yeah, and Dakota Walters taking up where he left off, winning the Pro Junior. Poor old Dave Vlug too, losing a fin. First wave.
Yeah, poor old Vluggy. He was that excited before his heat. Had a bit of a chat and he really was excited about surfing in these conditions. He's like, mate, those waves are fun as. So, unfortunately, lost a fin, but still with 10 minutes to go, he's a little bit behind the 8 ball. But as previous discussed with all the commentators, in these slower heats, you're still in the game right to the end.
Oh, definitely. Well, we've seen a couple of surfers not get a wave until 5 minutes to go in the heat and still get through. So there's plenty there. But Dakota Walters, look, the kid's in form. He's won the Pro Junior. He's younger. He's lighter. And I tell you what, he's going to be pretty hard to beat in this heat, I reckon. He's already got a 5.75 and, he's just going to have to he's got a while to wait till he's got priority, but I reckon he might sneak in another quick one.
He's definitely made every post a winner. I haven't seen a lot of Dakota, but I watched a few of his heats towards the back end of the Pro Junior, and I was like, wow, this is another one of these young guns who have got the ability. And as we speak, without priority, the young Dakota Waters is up and riding. So, Tapper, this is an element of pro surfing that's pretty interesting, that sometimes it's a positive not to have priority.
Yeah, because you just go and grab.
You just
whatever
go and
you
grab.
can. Yeah.
You see Medina and those kind of guys do that a lot, where they just scope the lineup without priority, and sometimes it's where they jag their best scores.
Yeah, definitely, because there's those waves that don't. Well, we've all had it. When you go surfing, you go, oh, I'll go this little one, and next thing it doubles and triples and grows, and it's the best wave you've ever had, and you weren't expecting much from it. So the same thing can happen when you're in a heat. This wave that you don't expect much from, all of a sudden, hello. Winner.
Yeah, because there's no disadvantage to just having a crack, because the positives outweigh the negatives. And as you said, sometimes with our priority, surfers can overthink the situation, and they wait for a bomb, and all of a sudden it's the wrong angle on the swell, and it's just a closeout. So pretty smart move by Dakota. Even though it was at 0.90, I like the thinking of it. He was just thinking, I need to get a backup for that 5.75, because so many of these heats have come down to that second score. And the young man, like you said, he's been on song during the course of this event. He's had a really solid run, and he will be hard to stop. He might be one of the youngest guys around, but he's also one of the most talented.
Well, a couple of second-generation surfers there in this heat, and here goes Dakota Walters, of course. His dad, Jeremy, just a great surfer from the Yamba area. And spin me round, baby, right round like a record. Oh,
remember that song?
Yeah, I know, mate. Yeah. Dead or alive. I do trivia nights, mate.
Yeah, I know.
Use that one.
You're the king. I like that stuff. But yeah. See, Dakota really been smart in the way he's actually put this heat together already. As we see, David Vlug, one of the most powerful backhands you'll ever see. So Vlug had a bit of a tricky start to this heat, but trying to work the inside section on the backhand. But yeah, Dakota Waters, a 5.75. He's going to lock in on another score, and that's the thing about those young grommets. They fear nothing. They just go.
Oh, yeah, totally. And it looks like that might have been Micah Marguson flying across. Speaking of another second-generation surfer, of course, Micah winning the Australian Junior title as well.
Yep.
Last year, I think, or this year, maybe. Oh, no, last year.
Last year.
Yeah, last year. And, seen Margot, dad there coming. He's just knocked off work and had a quick look. Thought I better come down and watch a young bloke. And I remember as a young bloke sitting on top of the Burley shed watching Margot in, I think, one of the last stubbies, and just hitting the roof and floating for so long. It was one of the longest floaters I've ever seen.
He was definitely one of my favourite. He just had the X factor about him, because he was this one guy who was just the free surfer.
Yeah.
When I was coming through, he was like the god, because you'd see him in the movies and you'd see him everywhere, but he wasn't competing. He was just this absolute machine when it came to good waves. And
an animal.
Imagine the kind of waves he's got to surf in his career.
Pretty
Holy
awesome.
dooly.
Yeah, he was one of the pioneers for all those other young kids around that are just going surfing and making video parts now.
Yeah, Tesla was talking about that before, saying that the first person to really do that was Greenie, where he was like in the top 3 in the world, and all of a sudden one day he just threw his rashi halfway through a heat and said, I'm not doing this anymore, and his sponsors actually paid for him to go around the world. So Margot was that like a leader of that charge of free surfers and paid free surfers, and yeah, it's great to see like the next gen definitely, and even seeing Rabs hiding around the back, you know, watching Jaga and all these different, you know, parents who have been there and done it. As we see Dakota Waters just raising the board across that foamy section with ease. But yeah, it's great to see that next gen have a crack.
It is. How's the light frame on the kid too? Just really ripping in as we see Elliot Parada-Reid now coming through this section. He's racing through. Seen Elliot surf a lot of heats. A lot of these guys throughout Australia I see at the Kira Teams Challenge every year when they're surfing for their club, and you know it's amazing the spirit and how good all it. Like you think that's one of the events I really like, because it can be Joe Blow, the best surfer at your beach, gets to surf against like this year, Mick Fanning or Danny Wills, or you get to surf against the legends.
This is the Kira Teams has been probably the most predominant teams event over the course of the last 25 years when it comes to history, right? Yeah. So our club's been going to that event since 1998, as we see Dakota just... Oh. What about the pop out of that turn?
Yeah, it was just like you're kidding.
I wouldn't even be able to get forward on that, let alone be able to produce that. But yeah, the Kira Teams, it's amazing that you say that, because we're in a position to win one year. And this is a good little intro into that story. Was I think we'll come in first or second at the time, and Richie Lovett, who was a World Tour surfer at the time, literally only had to get third or second or better to win us the event. Well, Rich went out, sat right on the corner near the wall, and I was already counting with chickens, thinking we've got this for sure. And he basically got beat by three people I'd never heard of before.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's what that event does. The passion, and all of a sudden you just see these guys just come out from nowhere, and this is where these guys have all developed from, you know what I mean? They've all, like Vluggy surfing North Narrabeen for years.
Yeah.
Either as a junior or an open. And yeah, the Kira Teams, definitely the event that sort of puts you on that stage. And most of these guys love the fact they get to surf against the Micks and the Joels and everyone, because if you take something like that down, like a scalp like that, it's something to put in your kit bag forevermore.
Well, yeah. Well, I got one.
Yeah. What do you got?
I beat Joe Engel 3 weeks after he won bells here.
Oh, there you go.
Once.
Was that a Kira?
No, it was here.
Oh, was it here?
Yeah.
Wow. There you go. That's awesome.
And it was onshore all day, and for our heat, it went offshore in Crystal. It was so good.
I love it. So Dakota Waters locked in a 6.65 and a 6-point ride. There's 3 minutes to go. Morgan Margerson out in second, and it is the surfer in red and blue. So Elliot Parada-Reid and David Vlag need scores. So a 5.11 required by red and a 6.05, and Priority's out there with the surfer in green. So yeah, the Kira Teams, every year they come from everywhere, and it is our club's never won the Opens. We won the juniors last year for the first time ever, and the excitement level in our camp was just amazing, because that is a true test of a club's ability, because there is multiple surfers. You got 8 surfers, and so you got to be consistently on the money all the time.
Well, I think Narrabeen won the year before last, and they were just stoked. They've been going in it for 30 odd years, and the same thing. But you know what was amazing? I was talking to North Stratty boys.
Yep.
And they won last year. Point Lookout board riders.
They won on the last surfer, didn't they? Last wave.
And every surfer in that team went to Dunwich Primary School.
Wow, that's amazing. As we see David Vlug up and riding, kicking out. You can see he's trying to get to work. There's 2 minutes to go. He's climbing across those rocks. So, yeah, Point Lookout. I did watch a lot of that last day, and the Noosa boys.
Yeah.
I was cheering for the Noosa boys. We've had a great association with Noosa board riders over the years, and we actually both were nominated. Both of our clubs were nominated for the Surfing Australia Club Award for this year, and saw Chucky and Dean Brady and the boys up there getting reward for a lot of history in that club. But yeah, it's where that starts for these guys. You at a club level, and you come through the juniors, and you get to compete at a club level, and yeah, there's a lot of passion in Australian surfing at a grassroots level for sure.
And it is, and that's where you surf your first heats in 100%. Your club event. My first one happened to be against Rabbit and Peter Lawrence, but in 1978.
That's pretty fair. I mean, even now, like at a board rise level, we got guys who are former World Tour guys, and they're pretty funny out of the water, but when they get in the water, they're all into each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, so classic. But right now we're down to just under a minute to go in this men's round
Well,
two.
looks like the
heat.
young blokes have stirred up the pot
Yep.
there.
You
Micah
did say
and Dakota,
that.
yeah.
You did say that. And rhythm and consistency plays a big part in all sports, but surfing, definitely that confidence that you build as you go through events. And Dakota Waters has probably surfed about, 8 times, I reckon, or 6 or 7 times.
Yeah, so he'd know what's going on out
yeah,
there.
he'd know where the sand is and where the good waves are coming through. But yeah, that ability to serve multiple heats really plays a part as well as we head down towards the final 10 seconds tap.
Yeah, well, that's about it. It looks like I can't see much motion in the ocean there to come on through. So I'd say by the looks, we're going to count this one in. Yep, she's all over. And, well, looks like a good win there to Dakota Walters. Continue on his roll. Wonder if it's possible if he could win both. Imagine that. I'll tell you what, I wouldn't put it past him. The young bloke serves pretty well.
Well, I've actually seen that happen. Matt Bantin won a 6, the pro junior at Manly.
Yeah.
In the first ever one, and then won the hurling like this.
Wow.
7 days later, so he won both juniors and opens. So I think we're going to go off to an ad break and.
Right, well, back after the break. Stay with us here at the Gold Coast Open, presented by Flight Centre. Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Gold Coast Pro. It's Terry Tapatis here, and I'm here with Adam Dimmy Hennessy. Mate, I tell you what, nice heat to finish up the day. Dion Atkinson, Kean Martin, Mikey McDonough, and Eddie Hamerty.
Yeah, great way to finish up another epic day down here at beautiful Burleigh Heads as we see a bit of a replay surfing wide. Looks like Mikey up, is it?
Yeah, Mikey McDonough.
One of the up-and-coming stars, and out the back, look at that, Eddie just releasing the tail and good drift and good flow through those couple of turns. So Mikey McDonough off to a start of 3.25. Dion Atkinson, of course, former World Tour surfer and renowned for his power and finesse in the way he surfs. He's got really just one of the most secure surfers on the planet, but I can tell you right now, people don't really realise how good he is in small waves. He actually won the QS at Manly in pretty much tiny waves, Dion. He
seems to be that
everyone.
regularly at Manly. It's sort of tiny. I know you get good waves at Manly. I know you get good waves.
Mate, North Stain, best wave in the world. When it's on. It's never
when it's on.
when it's on. The funniest thing is I've always said for that Manly event, I don't know how, because Manly can literally not break for like days on end.
Yeah.
And that event goes for solid 9 days of like 10 hours a day. And they've never, ever missed a day during the 6 events they've had there.
That's pretty good.
It's pretty good. In fact, the year that I think Jules won, Julian Wilson, was it Julian Wilson who won? But it was literally some of the best waves I'd seen in years there. So, yeah, Dion doing the job down at Manly a couple of years ago, and it's great to see him here. A 4.5 opened up with Eddie Hamerty with that 3.7, and Yeah, a couple of throwaways there too. So actually, 3-point ride for Blue and a 3.25 for Mikey Madonna. Talk about Mikey Madonna. You've seen a lot of him in your time from Lennox.
Yeah, in a member of the Lee Bar Board
Yep.
Riders. A very strong surfer. I've seen him come up through the pro junior ranks. A lanky sort of kid. He really rips in and really gets great projection on his turns. He seems to throw the board out and his body follows. So gets a really good aesthetic, visual aesthetic with the way he manufactures his turns and that. So he's a real up and comer and really focused to where he wants to be. So Lee Bar just keeps producing surfer after surfer after surfer.
Honestly, at a club level, when you see him rock up to a club level, you see guys like Adam Mellin, Stu Kennedy. At one stage, they had Owen. Woodsy, of course. James Woods. Just to name a few. What's the older guy who's always been really good? He actually lived down in our area for Marcus. Marcus
Abudi.
Yeah, just unbelievable.
So
there's been some amazing surfers come out of Lennox, and he's the next generation. Of course, his older system. Remember, Callie used to surf on the pro juniors. Callie Madonna and Dad, Tony's a good shaper and always supporting his kids. So it's good to see that next generation from Lee Bar coming through. And but they're going to have to do a lot to overtake guys like Stu Kennedy, because he is ready to fire this year and he wants it big time.
Well, I was commentating Stewie's heat from the beach, and I tell you what, he looked so fast and fluent. The board looked really good under his feet. And he always does look good, though, Stewie. I like the way he rounds his turns out. It looks really good. He just really sort of the complete package of a surfer.
Yeah, I was talking to the head judge about it regarding someone like Sheldon Simpkins, who went absolutely ballistic.
He went crazy.
He went crazy out there. But Ty spoke to me about Stewie and said, look, Stewie wasn't on the best waves that have been there all day, but what he did on those waves was world class. He said he just tore them to bits, and just the flow and the energy that he had in his surfing. Like you said, he was surfing so quick, and it was interesting. I had a chat to him before he went out, and he said that a couple of days ago he was feeling a little bit flat, and then was able to wake up this morning and have a free surf and free himself up, and he felt good again. He said he went fishing and felt a bit heavy. But then this morning woke up and he said, I feel like I'm on. And he was definitely on today. He was just loving these little point breaks. And, of course, coming from Lennox.
Yeah.
Hey.
Well, it's very similar, but not exactly the same. But, yeah, it's the same sort of little rock break thing. Tell you who looked really dangerous, though, and I reckon he could be a real threat, is Mitch Parkinson.
Wow.
Mitty Parker. He never not lands an air. It's very rare you see him does some crazy stuff, and he always seems to, he's like a cat, just bang, he lands.
Yes, he certainly does, and I didn't catch what he got for his scores, but I could hear the crowd cheering every time he went for the punt, and yeah, Mitch Parker definitely looking the goods, and he looked like he was in a really good frame of mind as well prior when he was having his post-heat interview, and we're going to run on down to the talking about interviews. Stephanie's down there for the last heat winner. Take it away, Steph.
Thank you, guys. I'm here with Dakota Walters, who won the Pro Juniors. They will tell me congratulations, Dakota. You know how to handle the heat. What do you think about the conditions for this afternoon?
Waves are pretty bad, like really rock hoppy and not many options, but I managed to find a couple and had fun with a couple mates in my heat, so it was super fun. Yeah.
You use some special strategy for win the heat?
I'm kind of a lot smaller than all the boys in this comp, so a bit lighter on my feet, I guess, and a couple little airs, and yeah, it's fun.
Have you been training this here at Burley because you're not from here?
No, but I live on a little right-hand point break that's pretty similar to Burley, so yeah, feel right at home.
You want to say hi to your family at home, your friends that are watching you?
Yeah, thanks everyone for watching, and yeah, thank you.
Congratulations.
Thanks, thank you.
We come back with you guys.
Which is the winner of that last heat. We're just discussing in the commentary box. He dead set looks like a 12-year-old grommet, but he's got so much flow and power in his surfing already. So he's going to be one to watch, Dakota Waters, in the coming years for sure. And just in a typical grommet style, he said, the wave's pretty bad out there. But he still blew up and landed some unbelievable punts.
He really looked comfortable out there, and his lightweight frame perfectly suited to the type of waves that are around there. But I think, like I've seen him surf in some more solid ways, and he's at home when it's solid as well.
Yeah, very grounded in his ability to surf all kind of conditions, as we see the surfer in blue with that glare up and right in on the forehand, so driving down the line, just trying to connect with this inside section. You can see pretty tricky out there with the with that oncoming sort of onshore. It makes, you know, these sections double up, but sometimes they can flatten out as well, as we see Dion up and riding, just the power hacker from Seaforth in South Australia. Wow. How old were you there? I'm just looking at a tapper as a young
14.
bloke.
That's
14.
a 4'10" twin fin.
There you go. And here we go, Mikey up and riding. So again, these guys trying to negotiate that little bit of chop on the face of the wave. But I love the way he kicked out the tail there with control and flow.
Really a great bottom turn, really hard bottom turn. The judges love the bottom turn sets up the top turn, so they really like that. And I think I reckon Mikey's looking at a pretty good score there.
Yeah, you can definitely tell that the importance of flexibility as a professional surfer, and the ability to get nice and low and just get pop out of each turn. You could see on that bottom end turn, he held that a little bit longer and really got some elevation in that final manoeuvre, and held it with speed and power and flow, and that's what they'd love to see, the judges.
Certainly do, mate. Well, we'll see. And yeah, he got rewarded there, a 5.5, so that's jumped him straight into the lead there. So, a few more scores to come through later in this heat. But, 10 minutes to go, our final heat of the day.
Yep.
Tomorrow, though, we've got a southerly change coming overnight, mate. So, it's going to be nice and clean tomorrow. Swell predicted to maybe get a little bit bigger, about the same. And then Sunday, it's supposed to get up to 1.5 meters. So, looks like we're looking for really good waves Sunday. Some great surfing going on Saturday. So, folks, if you're out there in Webland, make sure you log in and tune in and check out the Gold Coast Pro tomorrow.
Definitely, and if you're in the area, come on down, because we've got so many different activities to get involved in.
Oh, the movies tonight.
Yeah, the movies tonight.
Surf's Up.
Is it Surf's Up, is it?
Yeah, here on the point, on the big
good.
screen. So you get the kiddies along, get the blanket. I think about 6 o'clock or something,
On a Sunday afternoon,
Sunday. Oh, it's going to be big.
Oh. What about on a Sunday? Every Sunday at Bill, as you see White Up and Riding, Mike and Madonna, it is absolutely packed with families just enjoying the landscape, enjoying the sunsets. It's an amazing place to hang, and I'm pretty sure during summer they actually have bands on every Sunday, don't they? They did this year?
Not every Sunday. They have a month where they have bands on.
Bands, yeah?
Yeah, at the single fin we always put on some music.
How good was that? Like, honestly, just to be an observer of that event, I didn't have anything to do with it, but I sat there and watched Cruzy and Parker, and that thing was next level. The vibe and the excitement at the single fin was amazing this year, and you guys had really good waves too.
Yeah, we had some good waves this year. The year before it was terrible, and everyone still had a good time. So
that's
it's all
what
about having a good time, yeah. But yeah, it's going to be really good here. Of course, 3 bands on Sunday, so if you're out there in Webland and you're coming to the Gold Coast, well, come down and check it out Sunday, Arvo. You've got the surfing, you've got the music, you've got the skateboards, you've got the yoga session in the morning. Got the yoga, get your yoga on, get mum down for early morning yoga, register, and you can win. I think you can win like a $3.5 grand package or something.
Wow.
Just for coming along and having a good time.
I'm the most unflexible human in the world, so I could do with a bit of yoga. Maybe Matty Job will be there, because he loves to stretch Matty, as we see surfer in blue up and riding. And this man is from, I do believe, Sweden.
Sweden?
Pretty sure.
Martin.
Yeah.
Oh, he'll be in the Olympics.
Yeah, see, a lot of people these days are throwing their weight
heritage.
Their heritage. Yeah, they're having to pull out all kinds of documentation, because imagine being able to surf at the Olympics.
That'd be pretty cool.
It just, the hairs on the back of your head stand up.
Hey, what about USA? Like they got John, who's fighting out for the rest. Like Kelly wants it.
Yeah, I've been thinking about that a lot lately, and because you got Hawaii and America, and they only get 2 spots.
Yeah, that's it, yeah.
And Kelly's really focused. He's driven. He really wants to be in the Olympics. But I honestly, at this stage...
What about Brazil?
Oh, that's next level. But, I mean, when you think about the combination of Hawaii and the US, you got guys like Chloe and Dino, and you got John definitely. I mean, he'd be first picked any time.
Yeah, any day of the week.
You know what I mean? So it's going to be a real fight out. And Terry McKenna was speaking about there is a direct criteria on selection. So I don't know what that is, but it'll be interesting to see, like you said, as we see Mikey up and out, how Brazil
because they've got like Gabrielle,
Italo,
and Felipe.
Like,
so
honestly,
who misses out?
Who could you miss out?
Well, you've got to miss one out. You only
That's
get two.
right. You only get two. No wild cards, is there?
No, it's just like
Yeah, so interesting. I mean, even like the locals, the Japanese. I mean, you'll have Kanoa.
Yeah.
I'd say definitely,
Yeah.
and then it'll be someone like Hiroto. Like Hiroto in those waves. If you watch that 6,000 event recently, Hiroto was ripping. And don't forget, like, even the US, going back to them, there's other guys you can look at. Nat Young, for one. Like, the guy's just come off 2 wins. So it's going to be pretty amazing to actually analyse how they select each and every team. The Aussies will look good. I'll be cheering the Aussies on. And hopefully, it'd be pretty sick to win a gold medal. Imagine that.
Yeah, gold medal in surfing. It's like,
Wow.
Be sort of akin to a world championship, really.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
It'd definitely be the most, nothing in my eyes to be the world champion of the world of surfing would be the top of the heap.
Yeah, so is Micro going to make a comeback?
Oh, someone actually asked me that. Have you spoke to Micro about surfing for Ireland? I said he is still ripping. He's had a lot of injuries, but he's still ripping.
Yeah, Mikey McDonough. Well, speaking of ripping, look at him go. There's 5 minutes to go, and he is right over those rocks there. That is like, you can see, look, his feet are down. Actually, there might be a little bit of sand there where he is now. Maybe not, but I wonder how lucky he went with the fins there. He wasn't scared of going back over those rocks though.
No, you spoke this morning about the best rocks to stand on without slipping are the ones with the shells, the barnacles, and I was like, no way would I be doing that. With 4.5 minutes to go, it is the surfer in white out in the lead. So it's Mikey McDonough with that 5.5 and a 4.75. Dion Atkinson, courtesy of a 5.40 and a 4.5. He's in second position, so it is blue and green chasing that number with 4 to go. So, yeah,
not
the
big
Olympics,
scores they need.
Nah, not at all. Like a 5.55 for Blue, the Swedish surfer, and Eddie Harmony only needs a 6.20, and he has been lighting it up. So, if opportunity presents itself, I'm sure these guys will be able to get the job done. So, it is someone like Dion right now who is really getting a little bit edgy, trying to establish himself to get through that next round. Of course, I'm pretty sure Dion is living up here these days, isn't he?
Yeah, I think so. I think he's
I know Wade
there.
is.
Yeah.
Actually, it might be Wade's living up here. I went to the ABB and flew
Everybody's moved here, mate.
Yeah, I know.
Like
shush. As we see Surfer in green, up and riding, just caught behind that first section. You can see the disappointment on the face of Eddie Harmony there, but he's still got 3.5 minutes tap, and we've actually seen surfers get 2 waves in that time frame and get through a heat.
Well, Dion Atkinson now will be going, okay, I've got second priority now. So his main thing now, he's still got Mr. Martin there in the blue. He's holding priority, so still a bit to do. So a 5.55 for blue to overtake red. So whether or not he gets enough there, we'll just see. But blue holding priority here has got the first roll of the dice if a wave comes through. Under 3 minutes remaining, I think a lot can happen in that 3 minutes, I think. So we'll just see as we see having a bit of a look at this one. Is that Surfer in blue?
Got a nice corner to this tap.
Well, now it's back in Dion Atkinson's court. We'll just see what this score comes through for Mr. Martin in the blue. Nice wave. Well executed, eh?
That was sick, and I'm not a judge, but I'm thinking that it's better than the 4.35, and this could put Dion in a pretty precarious situation for the surfer in red. He might need another wave, and there it is. He goes straight to the lead with a 6.75. So situation change. It is the surfer in blue. We spoke about that last wave. It just really cornered off perfectly, and he attacked it with plenty of flair.
Well, Dion Atkinson now needing a 4.86 with 2 minutes to go. He's got priority, though. Eddie Hamilton, of course, you'd probably call it a priority mistake taking that first wave. Unfortunately, got a bit bogged and now he's behind. So it's opened up the door. Dion Atkinson has got the chance. Mikey Madonna now in the position Dion Atkinson was now. He'd be watching his back there. A 4.86 isn't a big score for someone like Dion Atkinson to get.
Definitely Mikey Madonna in the hot seat trying to work through this last minute and a half. He's hoping the ocean goes pretty much flat as we see the surfer in green rolling the dice down the peak. I don't know if that's going to offer enough to get a 6.55 unless he does something pretty spectacular. No, it will not be. So right now it is the experienced campaigner Dion Atkinson needing that score tapper, and like you said, a 4.86. He can do that with his eyes closed.
He certainly can, but he does need the wave. He has priorities sitting there, so he's just going to wait. And Mikey McDonough's going to get his car salesman hat on and try and sell him for anything he can.
Yep.
He's just going to sit there and go, okay. You'd probably like it just to go flat and not even have to make that decision. And with just on 45 seconds to go, he may not have to make that decision. Dion Atkinson, though, he's sitting there and he's just going, come on, Huey. Come on, Huey. Just give us one. And, looks like a little bit of a lump and a bump. Is he going to make the decision to go this one? And no, he doesn't. He waits. There's 30 seconds. Doesn't look like there's much on the horizon there, Demi.
Yeah, pretty much smart call from Dion. He probably knew that the wave wasn't going to offer enough. But, it is... a big scalp. If Mikey Madonna and Mr. Martin can get the job done here, that is a massive scalp because Dion would have been one of the big favourites, one of the bigger names and one of the favourites to get through into the final day for sure.
And that looks like that is a wrap. Well, ladies and gentlemen, join us back here tomorrow for the Gold Coast Open. Looks like a great win there for our surfer in blue.
Yeah, the Swedish surfer.
Yes.
So, like we said, pretty
should we be playing ABBA in the background?
Mamma Mia or something?
Or Ring, why don't you give me a call? I don't know.
Wow, there you go. I love it. And, another fantastic day. We look forward to seeing everyone down on the beach, or if you can't join us on the beach, get us online and check it out because we've got some amazing surfing taking place, Tapper, in the next 2 days. So have a good afternoon, buddy.
No, Demi, Terry Tapatis and Adam Hennessy signing off. Have a great afternoon.
Have a good day.